Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. This is the Waterski Broadcasting Company bringing you coverage for the 2020 IWWF World Under-17 Waterski Championships. Today, we've got nothing but excitement to throw at you on the webcast. Stay with us all day long. We're going to start out this morning with the girls' Series 2 slalom and then go right into the girls' Series 1 slalom. So that's your top seeds that are going to be coming out in girls' slalom. Once we conclude that, we're going to go into the boys' jump. We're going to do Series 4, Series 3, Series 2, Series 1. And then once we complete that boys' jump, we're going to go back to the girls and do the top seeds, the Series 2, Series 1 trick event. So we got 97 athletes that are going to be on the lake today. We're going to determine in 3 events your top 12 that are going to the finals here in this Under-17 World Waterski Championships. It's early here. We've got athletes that are going to be on the water. They're getting stretched. They're getting ready to roll. We see the golf carts taking judges to their judges' locations. And we shall have a great day with the weather. The wind prediction is going to be phenomenal, especially for that boys jump event. So we expect big things, not only with the boys jump, but the girls slalom and girls tricks as well. So we'll take a quick break. I'm Troy Zellner. I'm going to be bringing you this coverage through the Waterski Broadcasting Company and the rest of the crew. Sit back, relax, get yourself ready for an exciting day here at the Under-17 World Waterski Championships. Okay, welcome back. We've got Cole Cockbrenner joining me here to help call these top seeds in this under 17 girls slalom preliminary here in the World Championships.
Yeah, Troy, thanks. I'm excited to be here. Yet again, Pico's Waterski School putting it on. The conditions couldn't be better. The girls, the buzz, the atmosphere, it's just going to be an awesome day of skiing. So looking forward to it.
All right, so let's get caught up from yesterday, Cole. And we're going to start with what finished the day off yesterday, the men's trick, fabulous trick event. Here's your top 5 going into the finals. In 12th place, Connor Walsh with 66.90. In 11th, Vincenzo Marino with 7,200. 10th, Paul Duplan Fribourg, 7,500. 9th, Federico Yermilo, 79.20. In 8th, Reed Meinhardt, 79.30. 7th, Dominic Kuhn, 80.10. 6th, Blaze Groves, 85.30. 5th, Matthias Gonzalez, 40. 4th, Eric Macias, 92. Tick Abelson, 93.20. 2nd, Pablo Font, 10,310. And then your number 1 seed for the boys trick finals is going to be Martin Labra with 10,660.
Troy, how incredible is that? You know, we talked about the cut potentially being a little bit higher with this being a 2020 Worlds, giving this skiers an extra year to train. But what's pretty impressive is that the top 5 skiers are not utilizing that extra year. They're all under the age of 17. So I think you are seeing the future of trick water skiing, and you're going to see these guys for many years. Most of them have yet another under-17 World Championship, so we're seeing a pretty incredible finals shape up, and that's only one. We've only crowned our, not, I shouldn't say crown, but we've only seen who our top 12 are going to be in one event. So we've got 5 more events here to crown, and we're going to do a few of that today.
Yep. So let's get you up to date with the girls' trick leaderboard, your top 12 going into the finals in the girls' tricks, or girls' slalom, my bad. So go ahead, Cole, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna focus on potentially the top 4 here. They have a score on the 12-meter line. So we've got Megan Pelkey of Canada. She unfortunately didn't get her gates, but 0 at 12 meters. We've got Brooke Boskus, 1 at 12 meters. Molly Lee, 1 at 12. And your leader, the young Chilean, Cristiana Diasma, 2 at 12 meters. So we're going to see where this cut's going to. I think it's probably going to be somewhere around that 3-4 mark historically. I think that's what took it to get into the finals in Chile. I'm sorry, Spain. So, we'll just see how this shapes up. Again, the conditions couldn't be better. You're seeing everybody kind of starting to stir around. The athletes are getting ready, and it's going to make for another great day of water skiing.
Absolutely, and that's going to be, of our 3 events that we're running today, this girls is going to be the first one that we will determine, the top 12 that's going to go into the finals, and then we're going to go right into the jump event. All 4 series in the boys jump, so we'll determine the top 12 for that, and then finish the day with the girls tricks and determine the 12 from that. So we've got a very exciting day, and we're just nipping at the bit to get it rolling.
Absolutely, yeah. This elimination round, we're going to be finding out who our 12 competitors are, like you said, and in a few different events. But our judges are taking places. We're make sure all the boats are lined out and everything is ready to kick off yet another long day of skiing. But it was pretty amazing, Troy. You looked at the opening ceremonies last night. You saw all the camaraderie. You saw the teams chanting. And I tell you what, it was reminiscent of the Olympics. And I just taking all the sights in and enjoying watching these young men and women, if you will. I know they're in the under-17 division, but they're really enjoying it. And this is an experience that they'll take with them forever. So exciting to see. And
yeah, it's really cool. Again, we mentioned it, or we announce it as the 2020, in effect, we all know it's 2021, but this was canceled in 2020 because of COVID. So when you bring up that age factor, the skiers that were in the under-17 age bracket in 2020, but maybe over that in 2021 are still able to compete in the under-17 portion, and only for placement. They cannot set a record. So if they're over that 17, and they can actually compete in both the under 17 and under 21 later on this week.
Yeah, which maybe gives them a bit of an advantage, hopefully a little bit more time on the water here at Pico's Ski and Wake. But, you talk about they put this event on ice, kind of robbed them of that opportunity. Some of these kids could have been setting world records, and unfortunately, they don't get that opportunity, but they do get the opportunity to spend some more time on the water and get ready for under 21. So who knows? There's some talent out there that potentially could take home a gold in that division too. So I'm just excited to watch. Unfortunately, I'll be watching from my computer desk at home, but I think you are too.
Yeah.
They're going to bring in the A team for the under 21s. So you guys get your ears a little bit of a rest, and apologize, but while we got just a minute before we're doing a simulation pass, I want to thank the official towboat Nautique, South Walton Tourism and Development Council, obviously the Grubb family and Dutch Brothers. Every one of our athletes took home some Dutch Bros swag. Eagle and Masterline, obviously, continued support over the years. Big thanks to the Gay family. Panama City Mazda, a little fun fact there. Alexis and Adam are still rocking their Mazdas that were purchased there over a decade later, so appreciate their support. Electric Cart Company getting our judges around the site. They're running around like busy bees. Point Washington Medical Clinic. Girls Loves the Sunset. Obviously, Louie, Red Bar. If you're looking for an incredible meal, they are just across 98, less than a mile away. Roger Boscus and the whole Boscus family, the MBL architecture crew. Richard Abelson, Aqua Ski Cable Park, not even in the U.S., and a sponsor here, so love that. Obviously, 2U Healthy Snacks, the Fonts. Buffalo Rock, they're a local Pepsi provider, so we've got all of our drinks from them this weekend to keep us caffeinated. And, of course, Emerald Coast Marine, our local nautique dealer. So just appreciate everybody that brought this World Championships in a COVID year, something that obviously took a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of planning. So appreciate everything that everybody's done.
Did you mention the ski companies?
We're about to get started with the first gear. I have a webcast trailer, so we need to
Try to raise that to where the antennas are above the windshield.
All right, Cole, so it looks like we've got that beautiful red, white, and blue ski nautique throwing the handle out to our first contestant this morning. This is going to be really good. I just have good vibes for this whole day when I look at the schedule.
Well, we talked a lot about it yesterday. They need to set the scene early and often. You know, they're going to deal with a little bit of glare here over the next 45 minutes, so hopefully the cloud cover stays good. But I think what we're going to see is Olivia coming out of the gates throwing haymakers, and it's going to set the scene for all of the other skiers to come.
I agree. So we got Olivia Jute from Canada. She's going to be coming out at 16 meters. That's 22 off. I imagine that's going to be 55K or 34 miles per hour for her. But keep in mind, we already ran two other series in this event. So we're starting midway. And Olivia coming in past number one.
A little bit of nerves there for Olivia. You're seeing a lot of chest movement, but hopefully we'll get through this. She can set down, take a 45-second set, let the water settle, let her heart rate come down, and we have an opening pass, thank goodness, because there was a bit of heart and mouth sort of situation there around three ball, a lot of shoulder dipping.
That first half of the pass, I agree with you, Cole. It looked like the nerves were just, that first skier of the day is almost the hardest spot to be because you don't know for sure when you can get your ski on, get ready, when the boat's actually going to be ready to roll. But she calmed down here in the second half of that pass, and I feel like you said it's that 45-second rest down there. She'll take a deep breath and try and put that behind her and look forward to this next pass.
Absolutely. Olivia's taking advantage of one of our sponsors out there, D3 Skis. They're consistently giving the Waterski Broadcasting Company support. The Waterski Broadcasting Company is going to be bringing you the U-17, the U-21, and in October, the Open Championship. So we appreciate everything they do. I tell you what, this is one of my first opportunities to get to announce with them, Troy, and it's just a class act. I mean, professional all the way around. I mean, I've continued to get messages from all over the world, people just enjoying the viewing experience. So if you would, please jump onto YouTube. Make sure that you subscribe. You'll get to all of these girls series will be archived. But right now we've got Olivia coming in, Troy.
14.25 meter. That's 28 off. We got to bear in mind, and our leader right now in this under 17 girls event, the 12-year-old with 2 at 35 off. Christiana de Osma.
You know, I absolutely enjoyed the interview with her. Just raw talent, young lady, still trying to understand what actually just occurred.
Yeah.
And to be leading the under 17 world championships at the young age of 12 years old. And to be honest, I think she was expecting a little bit more than 2 at 12. So
yeah, she was going for 3 out of the gate. That was her goal.
Yeah, I mean, pretty incredible skiing, and just maybe not understanding the magnitude of the event and just going out there and just another practice set. But Olivia here clearing this 14-meter line looks much better, much stacked. Look at that strong position over to 6, early and easy. So we're going to be shortening to 13 meters or 32 off. We are kicking off this U-17 Girls 2020 International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation World Championships. A mouthful there, Troy.
Yep. That can happen. So here we go. This is a must-make pass right now in this under-17 girls slalom event. Mean green, 32 off, 13 meter, whatever you want to call it. She needs to get all 6. Olivia shoot. Ever important start.
Nice one ball. Nice tight line out of the back. She's working through this pass. Halfway through now. Stay calm here. Looking very good. Over to 6 and out the exit gates. I don't know, Troy, that looked pretty darn easy.
Oh, man, right out of the gate, our first skier running that must-make pass, 32 off. I think that was probably one of her better-looking pass in this whole set. Definitely better than her opening pass. But we knew this competition was going to get hot right underway, and Olivia answered the call here by running this 13-meter line length.
So we saw a handful of girls do this yesterday. I think we could count on one hand, but they had a real issue from the other end. It's a bit of a shorter setup. I mean, obviously plenty. You can run 58 kilometers per hour, no problem on this lake. It's a world-class facility. However, I'm just wondering if maybe that has something to do with it. You know, they have to, while the boat's coming up to speed, do they have to pull out where they at in the wake and in the dish there? So hopefully we're going to come right out of the chute with Olivia, and she's going to get this gate nailed, get a great start, and really set the bar for our later skiers to come.
So wind is definitely not a factor right now.
That's
There's
perfect.
Nothing moving at all. You know, some might say the water is actually too smooth. They'd like to have a little bit of ripple, but nonetheless, we definitely don't want the other side of the spectrum. And here comes Olivia. She's got to get part of 3 to take the lead in this early on, second day, under-17 World Championships.
Pretty good start there, Troy. What's going to be here? Can she get a piece? Oh, that's too close to call. We're going to let the judges come. She didn't try to come back in and get back before the boat guides, so that would lead you to believe she doesn't believe she got around it. But again, we're going to leave it to the people that get paid the big bucks to make these decisions.
We're going to do that. Also, we've got replay after every pass, so let's see here.
Maybe we can get a bit of a better look. A little bit of slack, but not bad. Still in good shape here. Pulls a little long. Again, getting down course here, and she has a long pull. I never saw red there in the replay. But again, we're going to leave that to the officials that are put in place. Very, very qualified group of officials. So big thanks to all of our officials, boat drivers, TCs, everybody that makes something like this happen. I tell you what, the tournament director that is probably going to not get enough credit here, Caitlin McGinty, well, I should say Caitlin Picos now, one of the newest members to the Picos family. Just doing an incredible job. You saw her last night bringing us the opening ceremonies and kind of hurting us kittens. So we'll wait and see. But, yeah, again, looked like 2. So we are tied up at the top of the leaderboard. Olivia coming out of the chute.
There you go. The Osma still, and now shoot, both 2 at 12 meters or 35 off. That's your 2 leaders.
Well, we're all tied up at the top, but again, the next 22 skiers to come in this event have the average that says that they can challenge that. But again, you got to do it on the day, you know.
Absolutely.
They say any given Sunday for us Americans here, anything can happen, right?
Okay, so our second Under 17 girls contestant on the water right now, Augustina Veras. She's coming in looking at the sun, straight in her eyes, 16 meters as well. Pass number 1 for Augustina. A Chile competitor, we heard them cheering already this morning over here by the starting dock, which is right in front of us. But the Team Spirit Award right now going towards the Chile.
Yeah, I think it's important to have these kids understand the importance of a team because it takes a village. You know, yeah, there's one skier out on the water out there, but obviously mom, dad, coach, all of her training partners, the boat driver, pin puller, all the people that make this possible for these young athletes to perform at the highest level. It's really what it's all about. So understanding that it's not all about you out there while they are the ones that are going to receive most of the credit, it does take a village. And I know, Troy, you know that better than anybody with 2 young children on the water and a very high level wife of yours.
Yeah.
So it takes a toll on the whole family, doesn't it?
It's a team one way or another, whether it's your family or your club or you work up, you know, from your state championships and national championships. Now we're in world championships. So the teamy backing, if you will, and support is what it's going to take to get into the finals, these top 12 girls.
Absolutely. And I'm sure that Augustina knows that. She is cruising through this 14-meter pass. Look at that, easy and early at 4, waiting on 5. Academic, really, not much of a problem there at all. So looking the goods out there she is. And
looking a bit relieved getting through that pass as she pulled out to the right of that ski nautique. You could see as we had our dock cam looking down the lake, watching her come down, you can see the sun, the glare coming off of the water. Yeah, I mean, that's something that the skiers got to contend with when they pull up and get ready to start the pass, looking straight down that lake. So she's looking really solid here through this 14.25. 28 off pass here, pass number 2 for her. So another skier that's sitting and waiting.
There's the crew.
Vince Stadelmeyer, and then you see one of the officials in there watching the video because there are video reviews they can use, whether it's gates or a buoy. So we actually have an official in the TWBC trailer in case we need to go back to a video review for any sorts.
Well, they've covered every angle, and like I said, I've had messages from all over the world telling me how great the viewing experience is. So a huge thanks to Vince and all the hard work that goes in. But right now, Augustina Veras on the water, 13 meters around 1, big 2-ball. Hoping the nerves are calming down right about here. Needs to stay patient here to 5. A little bit late.
Oh, no.
She can't believe it. That's an unfortunate fall. Looked like she had kind of taken care of everything at 3-ball and then 4-ball just a bit down course. Maybe got a bit unsettled. Tried to take too much and just in the water she went. So bad there.
Well, it's difficult to stay patient. When you start to get down course, the further you get in the pass, the anxiety increases. You feel like you got to make it all up at one time. Right there, she had that bobble. She knew she was already down course. Really, all she had to do was kind of stand up and get it through 5 and over to 6. But unfortunately, and that might be why you see the disappointment.
Yeah, and it's easy for us to say here in the booth, especially with the great angles we're getting here. But, you know, honestly, I think that is the difference between as you go up the ranks into under 21, you know, I'm sure they've had that extra 150, whatever, thousands of times more at 13 meters throughout the training, where they just know, okay, if I just take it a little bit easier, take it down course, and just work a little bit longer to 6, maybe I can just do a little alley-oop and get out the exit gates and sit back down at the other end to regroup and get a shot at 12 meters. But not today for young Augustina, but that happens.
All right, we're dockside for you again. That's a young lady from Cyprus, Florentina Loizido. So Augustina puts herself in the 7th spot right now of the top 12.
Yeah, but really just hot air there, Troy. I don't think, unfortunately, it's going to be enough for young Augustina, and she knows that. You can see that with her disappointment in the water. And again, this is a lot about the experience. This is a lot about a learning experience for these young ladies. Most of them you're going to see in the professional ranks later on in their lives. So hopefully they see that and understand that this is just the beginning of what is obvious. It's imminent of being an illustrious career. So,
yeah, and again, we're in the U-17 portion of this. So in the least, they're going to be able to come back and go into U-21 in the next few years, whatever their age may be coming out of this event.
That's right. Just the beginning of their international competition. So, for some of these people, this may be the first international competition that they've gotten to. So, I'd say that's probably few, but still. Most are wise beyond their years and very mature. Obviously, to be a competitor of this caliber, you're going to have to be. But
so here we go. Florentia at 16 meter Florentina.
A little bit of a typo on our running order. Sorry about that. Making her way through this opening pass.
That's 16 meters, 22 off. Nice and easy pass for her.
Saw her doing a bit of jump rope earlier, earlier in the day. Getting the heart rate up, getting everything geared up, ready to go. Look at her using her structural integrity of her body to take that strong pull from that ski nautique, the official towboat of the U-17 World Championships. And I'd be remiss to say if it wasn't the official towboat of all of our World Championships and most of these high-level international competitions. We know the Masters, we know Moomba Masters, U.S. Open. No, U.S. Open was everybody, but still, I just appreciate Nautique's continued supports. They continue to bring innovative ideas and allowing us athletes to perform at the highest possible level, and we just thank that whole Blue family and all of Nautique.
Absolutely. You can see there on the shoreline, we were talking about a team event, and family, and you see the support, the competitors, family, friends, teammates, calming down that next skier coming up and getting those nerves in check. But Florentina, she's our skier on the water. This is going to be 28 off, 14.25. Pass number 2 for her. Making her way around 6 rather easily and through the gates. So early in the morning, it could be, with the time change and whatnot, people could still be from other parts of the world adapting to the time change. But nevertheless, we're in Eastern time zone. It's 8:20, and these girls are out here, and all 3 of them we've had off the dock so far running that 14.25 or 28 off pass.
Isn't this Central Standard Time, Troy? I don't know. I've been traveling.
Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking Florida. Every time I think Florida,
I know.
It
is strange. You typically
but it
an
is
hour,
Central.
Hour later for us. But we are, again, some people are going to bed watching us, and unfortunately for them, they have to listen to us. But they are getting to see some incredible water skiing already this morning. Perfect conditions here at South Walton, Florida, putting it on for us. Santa Rosa Beach. We are at Pico's Waterski School. If you haven't had an opportunity to take in all of what South Walton County has to offer, it's an amazing place, not only for water skiers, but the whole family. Some of the most beautiful beaches.
All right, here we go. Florentina, this is 32 off or 13 meter. She's got to make this pass if she wants to be one of the top 12 contenders.
We're in a bit of trouble here. What's she going to do here at 5-ball? Does she stay? Holy smokes, a massive turn.
Oh, and it looks like she got around it and through the gates, Cole.
Takes the whip on the exit gates. I tell you what, she was in trouble at 3-ball. Stayed patient just as we talked about. That was a bit of veteran stuff there out of the young lady, Florentina. See the competitor on the dockside, looking on, getting in the zone. Right here is where it started to come unstuck. A little bit of rope up to her chest, relaxes, knows she needs to calm down. Looks like her offside turn is where she makes things up, so has a bit of a slow turn over at 4-ball, but then 5-ball is a monster. Look at the angle that she got with the chest down, hips back. I don't know how she did that, but again, now she gets to regroup.
Yeah.
All else equal, she's coming back in on the money pass here. 12 meter, 35 offline. She knows what she needs to do. She needs to get a good start here. And she's going to challenge our leaders, I suspect.
Well, she's got to get part of 3 to take the lead. Right now we have 2 young ladies tied on top with 2 at this 35 off or 12 meter line length. And that's Olivia and Christiana. I'm sorry, I lost myself for a second.
We're not going to know for sure exactly what our cut's going to be, but we're going to have a decent idea here. Here we go. Big start here at 12. She is around 2-ball, and unfortunately, that is what's going to change this cut more than anything. A bunch of twists and turns, but these girls that are used to running this pass or even getting deeper down the 12-meter line are going for it.
Yep.
So she didn't have I just wanted to in her brain. She was thinking, I'm setting the pace here for the young ladies to come. But what that does is it gives our logjam at 2, young Olivia and Christiana Diasma, a fighting chance here because they have to get off 2-ball and over to 3-ball, as you mentioned.
Yep, for sure. And then, we talked yesterday, we were calling this event, a half buoy is going to make the difference, and it could even go to a quarter buoy.
Absolutely.
The way things are piling up here already. So
it was a good enough start. Wasn't great. She's down course here, and just unfortunately to the inside a bit there, straightened her legs and couldn't get the ski back underneath her. Pops the handle. So our heart goes out to her, obviously very capable of getting deeper down that pass, but she's still in the hunt. You never know. We just talked about it. This is a ruthless event here, the slalom event.
So a fellow teammate, another Cypress skier, hooked up Scott Greenwood's the pilot out there in that ski nautique this morning. This is going to be Stella Anastasia.
I tell you what, I love when I get an opportunity to ski behind Scott. He just, again, he keeps it light. He's used to having very high-level skiers hooked up to that towboat, so you get a sense of comfort there. But some of these young skiers, I'm sure, haven't had the opportunity to meet the whole Greenwood family, but I'm sure they will if they continue to come up the ranks. Here we go, Stella.
16 meter, 22 off, opening pass for Stella. You seen her on the dockside cam. She was very intent intently watching what these other girls in front of her have done.
So, Troy, we talk about some of these skiers just making it look slow, and it all has to do with their path they take throughout the course. And I tell you what, that looked to be about 52 kilometers per hour. I would doubt it is, as she just does it right. Always on the end of the line, keeping a nice tight line through the back of every turn, continuing to stay stacked, taking the path. I mean, it's just beautiful right there. That's a thing of beauty.
Nice and patient. You know, it's an early pass. She's not reaching quite textbook, but, again, early pass, but on top of her ski, nice and slow, mythological, really.
Mythological, I love that. Yeah, and I would argue that she is reaching just right. I don't know, Troy, if you've ever had a slalom pass that silky smooth.
But no.
I know I haven't.
It really does. It's so loud. It's just like, we stopped 5 times.
There's Kate White, from the US of A. Young lady be coming out to the water here in a few skiers. So just getting in the zone, taking in all the sights, enjoying what beautiful Pico Ski School has to offer. Troy's over here flighting with an ant.
I was cussing, too. I hope it didn't bleed through.
It did a little bit. There's Miss April Coble-Eller, one of our coaches for the USA team. I tell you what, her and Aaron Kalkbrenner have been burning the midnight oil, getting ready for this event. I know April's got her young daughter going to college, but right now we've got Stella on the water, again, making it look easy out there. It just looks slow motion.
Yeah, that was 14.25, 28 off. Just another nice, steady, you know, she's wide, getting wide and being up course makes that whole pass look 2 miles per hour slower than the opposite.
And it's the path they take throughout the course that makes it look slower. They're on the end of the line. They allow their ski to do what it's designed to do, which is slow down. And they can continue to move right through the back of the turn. Look at this connection right through the wakes. Just slow. I mean, everything just looks slow motion. Bit of a clinic this morning.
But the challenge is, as the rope gets shorter, can she continue to have that
tempo.
Same technique and tempo? Yes,
absolutely.
Exactly.
And I honestly, I believe that she can. You know, again, these series are not seeded, so she could be one of our higher seeded athletes at the early onset of this Series 2 slalom event. Again, all speculation. Unfortunately, we don't have that documentation. I did have some text messages coming through asking us to maybe get a little bit more information on these young ladies, and I'm sure they are all equally impressive, but we don't have bios. So if you would like to help us out with some texts or even drop a bio by the announcer's booth, we would love to talk about these ladies, brag on them. But right now, 13 meters for Stella.
So this is must-make pass here. That's 32 off, 13 meters. She's kind of scrambling a little bit more than what we've seen her first two passes, but she's staying patient over there from 5 to 6 and gets through that must-make.
She shakes her head in disgust. I mean, tell you what,
well,
if I could run 13 meters like that, I would be happy. But nonetheless, I'm not competing for a world championships, am I? Just calm, upper body doesn't move a bit. Look at it. You see her head not moving through the wakes. That has something to do with the beautiful wakes of that ski nautique, but a little bit up on the front of the ski there. But again, you know, compared to her opening two passes, yes, it wasn't as smooth, but again, a very, very easy 13-meter pass. I think we are in store for a bit of a shake-up.
I'll tell you what, that slow-mo looked better than what I watched on her live. She was much smoother when I watched that slow-mo replay than what I saw her originally. So here we go. This is setting up. This is going to challenge the leaderboard. She's going to be coming in at 12 meters. Right now, we still have the two young ladies sitting at 2 leading the event. So Stella needs to get part of 3. if she wants to take over the lead, you know, and it very well may take more than 3 to get in the top 12.
We'll see. Going to need a good start here. That's an okay one. A little bit in trouble here. Is she going to get over to 3? Ooh,
No.
I don't know. Again, this is a log jam at 2. Hopefully she got a piece of 3 there to give herself a bit of a better shot to make this finals. But we're getting down to the pointy end of it as far as understanding in this elimination round who's going to make it through.
I don't think she got part of it. She could have tried to sell it better, I can tell you that much, because she gave herself, you know, she gave the judges an indication that she didn't make it.
Well, let's look at it right here, Troy. This was a little bit of strange. The boat got on her a little bit quick there. You see the ski hop up. She gets it to the handle, a little bit disconnection over to 2-ball. And then here, I think a body sacrifice would have been in order to get that quarter or half buoy.
Yeah, and that can be the difference.
It really could. I mean, you know, you never want to tell somebody to body sacrifice, especially at this young age. She's got many years ahead of her to enjoy what is a family sport and a lifelong sport. So, and we're not done seeing this talent on the water, that's for sure.
So here we can watch it from the boat cam.
This is going to be the best angle. Do we see red? We do not.
No.
And
she was pretty close. I mean, she could have 2 confirmed. So now we got 3 up there at 2.
So what that does for this log jam at 2, Troy, is that somebody that gets 2 1/4 is going to put all these girls out. I would hate to say. So, you know, and I could be wrong. Obviously, this is all speculation, but we are going to move to another Canadian skier, young Nellie Allard. Coming in to be what looks to be 16 meters. Didn't hear it called through over the radar, but look at this. Beautiful opening pass. You know, I always say if you want to know how it's done, watch the women's division, young girls division. They just don't fight the boat. They tend to use every ounce of their structural integrity and more so they just look efficient, you know, and that's what we all strive to. Seems like the young boys and men seem to fight that 400 horsepower beast that is the ski nautique. You got to work with it. It's a bit of a dance with it. Stay in rhythm with 0 off. So we continue to get better and better technology. You've got to develop, adapt, and change as our sport has so much over the decades. I thought I heard 75th year for the IWWF World Championships. Incredible, you know, the longevity and how much people have poured into this sport. Lifelong sport, as I mentioned. I'm in that kind of interesting transition in my water ski career into maybe not doing as much on the water, a little bit more in the driver's seat, the judging seat, and again up here announcing. So it is, again, there's a place for everybody, even if you are not out there competing for a world championship. We need your help, and we appreciate everything that everyone has done to bring this event to us. So, but here we are, young Nellie, Canadian, our neighbors to the north, 28 off, beautiful opening 1-ball there. Love the path throughout the course she's taking. Again, very efficient, creating lots of angle and load. And as a result, she's out the exit gates. Pull out wide on that red, white, and blue ski nautique, honoring the country that we're in here currently. Playing host to not only the under-17, the under-21s, but also the open event. So pretty big year, you know, for water skiing and the IWWF. Really, unfortunately, had to let the over 35 worlds hang out for one more year and put it on ice, because I'm sure it'll be back next year, and everybody is waiting with bated breath to see where that's going to be. Can you imagine having all 4 age divisions represented in 2021 here after what was unprecedented 2020. Would have been an incredible feat to pull off, but you're seeing we've mitigated it, made it safe for all of our athletes out here. We are in an outdoor sport, so love to see everybody getting back together. I'm obviously doing that with some mitigations in place and the precautions. You see people keeping their distance and a lot of coaches that are in the boat. And even right now I see the video person with a mask on, so we appreciate everything that everybody's doing to ensure that we get to continue our U-21 as well as the Opens World Championships. But right now we're at 13 meters. Look at this. Coming around 4 ball. Plenty of angle over to 5 ball. Early as you'd like. Well, there you have it, folks. She is through that must-make pass, and she's going to be moving back, coming back in on the 12-meter line to challenge our leaderboard. We have 3 athletes currently at 2 at 12 meters. We've got young Christiana Diasma, young Olivia Schutt, and we just saw Stella do the same there, 2 at 12 meters. So, like we said, we hope that we raise the bar here for our athletes to come with the intent that these young ladies have punched their ticket to these finals in this elimination round. But I think historically it's been more around that 3 mark. And anybody, any part of 3 ball is going to obviously put out those 3 young ladies that I just mentioned. Nelly from Canada is on the water now, Troy. It's going to take a piece of 3, but here we are pulling out wide. Young Nelly coming through the gates.
Somebody's going to bust this 35 wide open at some point. I feel it.
And
oh, look at that 2 ball. Best 2 ball we've seen yet.
Get over to 4 ball.
Oh, she bounces 04, making her way to 5. Oh, the close call is going to be that 4 ball. I don't know if that was her leg that hit the buoy or the ski.
What a gutsy performance right there. We're going to get a replay here. Nelly, strong connection through the gates. Around 1, I was like, here we go, we're on.
Yeah, watch this 2 ball.
This is an offside turn, and look at the angle created. I was thinking she was looking good throughout. I thought 6 all over it, and then just a little bit of a slow edge change, gives her some slack. Has to pull long to 4, but looks from that angle that she got around it.
No doubt.
This could very well put the pressure needed on some of these later athletes. Unofficially, she is your current leader, so congratulations to Canada and young Nelly Allard. This is a big moment. The gates look beautiful. Not a question in the judge's mind there. I can tell you, Troy, from watching that pass, this is a pass she's accustomed to running. I got excited right here, and I think she did as well, coming off 2 ball with all that space before 3. Just edge change to that. She did get around 4 ball, so this is exciting stuff.
She may have came into that 3 and surprised herself and just like, holy crap.
Absolutely. I tell you what, I mean, she just edge changed to the back of that ski, and that might have been a little bit of an early load. I don't know. As she edge changed, she just moved to the back of the ski and couldn't get the tip engaged to move through the back of the turn. But I was thinking this is her onside turn over here at 3 ball. She's basically starting the pass over again. I mean, we were in good shape, and she was as well. But I'm excited about young Nelly, or excited for young Nelly. But we're going to move right into our next skier, young Michaela Todd out of the USA. You see that asterisk next to her name. She's at 16 meters, so she is an independent.
Okay, so she is, if I counted correctly, she's a 17th seed. So we got 5 till we start counting down that leaderboard and being able to try and unofficially see who's going to be the top 12 girls going into the finals.
Yeah, we kind of knew maybe that 2 at 12 meters was going to be a little bit of a prayer to get into the finals, but like we said, we never know. And we just saw it get busted wide open.
Well, you don't know, and what you do know, some of these girls down to the starting dock have just changed their mindset from getting 3 to running that pass.
That's right. Yeah, I think, again, with these the talent that is to come, these girls have the capability of running deep into not only the 11-meter line, but some of them the 10-7 line. So 39 off, I should say. Pretty incredible that these youth and what they're capable of. But right now we're watching Michaela Todd on that replay, and it was an excellent opening pass that kind of sets the tempo for the actual set. I know she'll be looking for quite a bit more to come. Shout out to a fellow Midwestern skier. Just seeing the message come through. Dane Meckler, we're missing you. He was an incredible under 21 and under 17 youth skier from America. So he's in the Carolinas somewhere, probably at his desk, intently watching the young U.S. skier here. Michaela, a little stood up at 1 ball, a big 2 ball, but I think she'll probably settle down here, finish this pass as she comes around 5 ball. No hill for a climber.
No, a little rocky start, but calm down there on that 14.25 or 28 off.
They get an opportunity to train with a Meckler, that at Mason, and he's an excellent competitor, training partner, coach. So hopefully they are working hard today.
Yeah.
With us in the background.
Right. We do seem to drop the work progress, if you will, throughout these events.
Yeah, I thought I was going to carve out some time, much like Curtis Williams, to get some work done this week, and I finally just conceded that that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
The first day was incredible. It was an unbelievable elimination round. We've got our 12 set for the under-17 boys tricked event, and now we're going to be looking to see who that 12 is going to be in the under-17 girls slalom event. We're going to be getting that taken care of for the boys jump. So it's an exciting day, really, for all these athletes.
I may not leave the seat other than when I have to.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to today.
Yes, I agree. I can't wait to see who's going to make it through in this event, but we're going to get to some jump and some trick later today.
So Michaela Todd coming in, USA skier. This is must make 32 off. 13 meters. She's looking good. A little down course, but she's just got to stay patient there and go get around 6, and she does. So
yeah, Troy, that to be honest, it wasn't the best 13-meter pass she's had, but I never was worried for her. I thought she was going to be able to use her strength, her height, and get through that pass. She'll regroup here down at the other end. I'm hoping that she can't hear us, but yeah, that wasn't exactly what she wants to do. But now she gets a clean slate here. We're going to the 12-meter line, 4.5 buoys. At 12 is the current lead. Log jam at 2. So preferably anything past 2 ball is going to give her an outside shot. I'm not going to say a guarantee, but an outside shot to get to punch her ticket to that 12-woman final.
Well, I hate to sound negative, but I feel like that start at 35 off or the 12-meter line length, they know they got to have a good one. So I feel like there might be some hiccups with some of these girls coming up, and I hope they all ski a personal best. Don't get me wrong.
But you're right. These earlier athletes have put a bit of pressure on the top seeds.
Yep.
And, that's what's exciting. That's where you see some of the greatness come out, and you start to see it at a young age. But right now, we're going to see Miss Michaela Todd start here at 12 meters. What an incredible start at
A little
12
shoulder
meters.
drop around 2, but she's able to get around 3. Oh, but inside of 4. So there's that 3 ball we've been talking about. You know, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Something about 3 at 12 meters in a women's slalom event should be a good mark.
You know, you see Michaela, while she's not terribly overjoyed, I think with what's transpired this morning, that's going to be the bubble right there. So she's got a bit of a nervous weight. I know, look at, she just limits her width there at 2 ball. That kind of unfortunately set her up here narrow at 3 and down course. But as she comes into 4 ball here, Troy, one would wonder, I mean, when you're that close.
Yeah, throw it out there.
I hate to tell these young ladies to throw it out there, but that half a buoy that she surely could have got just by unloading the line,
Yep.
would have put her in a very, very good spot to make the 12-woman final.
I totally agree, and it's the Worlds. So this is what they've trained for. Maybe she trained for nationals in preparation for the Worlds, but everything in the back of her mind, her biggest event this year was the Worlds. And we're not just picking on Michaela.
Absolutely
it's
not.
just
That
we're
was
saying in
incredible
general.
Performance.
Yeah.
Incredible performance. And we don't take anything away from her. Right now, she currently sits second alone. She has done enough thus far to get her into that 12-woman final. So, like we said, we kind of thought maybe the 2 might be in. So she's done a great job, and we want her to enjoy everything that she has accomplished out there on the water. So just when we look at that from a coaching perspective, as Troy and I tend to look at things, there might be some words, that I would have with my athlete.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, great job, Michaela Todd. This is young Lily
an
Steiner.
Austria skier, Lily Steiner, coming in for her warm-up pass. We got about, counting Lily, there's 4 skiers before we start this top 12 in this girls under 17 world. So it's getting down. You can see the Mishler girl down on the dock getting prepared for her set coming up.
You got to love that. I love seeing Alexis on the dock. She's taken this in stride. I believe this is her first World Championships. Nonetheless, she's starting to get into the international ranks and doing a great job. But right now, we've got Lily Steiner of Austria. She's got that radar set up for her. Look at that. It just continues to move right through. There's no chatter whatsoever. The consistent strand here, Troy, is all these girls have incredible technique.
Yeah.
So maybe if we just would have learned to ski at a much earlier age the right way, we wouldn't have all the ailments and the back problems.
I may catch some flack for this, but I've said it before. If you want to learn technique in any sport, you really need to watch the females.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And I actually, as you were in the ladies' room, I did mention that we had that conversation earlier. And all of these girls, they're just so efficient. There's not an ounce of wasted energy out there, Troy. And that's where you see the good turn to great and the great turn to champions. And to me, it's just awesome to watch right here, 14 meters. I mean, a little bit back on the ski, but let's see how she handles that. Big 2 ball, she's back in it. Not a problem. So again, I'm continue to see a little bit of struggles from that other end of the lake. Not only at the 12-meter line, but even at the 14-meter line. Troy, I don't know if you're starting to see a trend there, but they tend to be a little bit rushed, a little bit on the back of their ski coming out of 1 ball.
Well, I wonder if they're visual with the sun being at the angle that it is. I wonder if it's hard to see the buoys.
No, because they're coming away from the sun from that end of the lake. But it is I've skied here many a times. There is a bit of an early setup. There's a bit of a dock there, some weeds. So, again, the sight picture is so important, and that's why we have the familiarizations that we do allow these athletes to get dialed in. But, again, they might have only had two opportunities to come from that end of the lake.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Yeah.
4 passes in a slalom ski, while it seems like an eternity when you're out there, you're talking about 5 minutes.
Right, and I don't know, when I was talking about the sun hitting the buoys, it's
I
flat
see what you
calm.
mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
You know, and then there might be a shadow. I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Well, we obviously aren't in their boots and seeing from their perspective.
Lily Steiner, Austria skier, coming around that turn island. She's going to be at 13 meter. Must make pass here. I feel like any time soon that this pass is going to be kind of what we're looking at 28 off right now, is not so much a must make pass. Very solid from 4 to 5. Making her way over to 6. Here we go. Another one through 32 off. We're going to be coming back in at 12 meters to challenge that leaderboard.
I think you're right. I think we've elevated the game here just a bit. This 13-meter line is going to be a bit of an afterthought. You never want to get ahead of yourself, one buoy at a time, as they say, one trick at a time. But as you're watching this young talent right here, Lily, come around 4-ball. We're coming into 4-ball here. Just excellent skiing. Waiting on 5-ball. That's how it's done right there.
Yep, very nice.
You know, I'm a bit of a broken record, like I said. I mean, each and every one of these girls has honed their craft. They've taken the time. I'm sure mom, dad, coaches have just beaten it into their head on what needs to be done on the water, because you are consistently seeing world-class talent.
And to handle the nerves of the world championships on top of it. You know, they've skied their nationals and they've skied some big tournaments, but let's face it, this is a different element knowing that it's a world championship.
Well, here it is, 12 meters, folks. Need a good start.
So 4.5's the lead, a little stretched out coming out of 1 and been out of shape in 2. So another one in that log jam, 2 at 12 meter or 35 off.
Yeah, you know, just didn't get the start she needed again from that end of the lake. Not sure what's going on over there, but she's not overly excited. But again, she is in the hunt. Anything can happen out on that water. She's put herself a bit of a nervous weight, you know, put herself in a spot that she probably expects she would be in. With those earlier passes, one would think that she runs the 12-meter line, you know, daily in practice. But this is the World Championships, like you mentioned, Troy, and you can't take anything for granted. Every single buoy and every half a buoy, quarter of a buoy is going to be equally as important.
There again, they know they got to have a good start. I think she lost her angle going into 1, and that ski wasn't wanting to turn, so she was trying to get it to turn, and she lost her stack.
But taking that hit to get a full 2-ball kept her in the game.
Yep.
You know, I tell you what, that was a big hit. And luckily she hung on, because she still has a fighting chance. And we saw yesterday a couple people eke their way into the elimination round in the men's trick, or the boys' trick. So it can still be done. Wonder what they do, Troy. Do they have a runoff for it? Because currently we have...
You read my mind. I was thinking that.
Is it 5 or 4? That was the 5th skier at 2.
Something like that. I don't know what they do. If it's a 12 spot, you know they got to have some type of runoff. But right now, Alexis Mishler, USA skier, it's her turn to come off the dock.
Yeah, I think she's at 14 meters. This young lady hails from Troy and I's part of the world. She's a Midwest skier, taking the Midwest by storm, but not only the Midwest. You saw her at the Junior U.S. Open competing. Very, very sweet young lady. Always has a smile on her face. Love to see her giving back to the young kids that are... I know she's doing a lot of coaching with her young sister. So Just appreciate the young lady that she's turning into. She is on that Syndicate Pro.
Yep, she's part of the team Syndicate.
Haven't heard word of kind of what happened at the Hilltop. I apologize. So we're just getting confirmation of kind of what's going on with Alexis on the water. She was at 14 meters or 28 off. We did get a little bit of an update, Troy, though, on the Hilltop, and a young man takes out the gold, and Nate Smith. I know we're accustomed to hearing that name, but Alexis does quite a bit of training with Nate Smith. So could that be a bit of a precursor to what we're going to see here from Alexis?
Well, she certainly hopes so. So, again, she's our first girl in this event to start at the 14.25, 28 off. So we're going to have a different look at things with as far as direction and line lengths comes from Alexis. So she's going to be coming back in second pass at 13 meter, 32 off. Still the must-make pass to challenge our leaders here, getting down to the top seeds to try and figure out the 12 girls that are going to go in the finals. Alexis, nice solid one ball tightrope around 2. Looking like a very comfortable pass for Alexis as she gets around 6 and through the gates, and another one through 13 meters. We have had several girls run this pass this morning. Just phenomenal skiing.
I got to be honest, I kind of kept my mouth shut there. I was fingers crossed.
You didn't want to jinx her.
I just was hoping and praying that she's going to give herself an opportunity to shake up this leaderboard. She's very capable, young lady. Look at her. You can see very strong athlete, super balanced on that HO ski. You know, we mentioned that Nate, a training partner, a coach, a mentor, running the 10.25 line at Hilltop to take out the victory. But another one of her fellow syndicate athletes, Jamie Poole, taking the title for the women. I think she said 3.5 at 10.7 or 39 off. So, no, Alexis will be happy to hear that. I'm sure she already knows that, actually. She probably was watching Jamie yesterday and
on the Waterski Broadcasting Company, of course.
All right, a bit of relief in my mind, I think, with Alexis right there. I saw on her face. But she is coming in at 12 meters.
35 off. Cole, this is the money pass. 4.5's the lead right now.
Let's see her get a good start. Now, she's coming from the opposite end of the lake than everybody else that has started here. So let's see what we get. Dealing with a little bit of sun. Great one ball. Decent enough 2 ball. Come on, Alexis. Moving through this pass. Could she be the first?
Around 5, making her way over to 6. Alexis Mishler, your first girl to run the 35 off, 12 meters, setting the bar high for the remaining skiers. We got 14 girls after her. Now they know to take the lead, they're going to have to run 35 off, 12 meters.
That was incredible skiing, and I'm just waiting to get confirmation that was exactly 12 meters. It seemed pretty easy. Bit of a mistake over here at 3 ball, and I thought, you know, what's going to happen from here? And she stays patient, waits for the rope to come tight, stays calm. And my suspicions just were confirmed. That was 13 meters. So, not a big deal here. Okay. Boy, I was pretty excited, so I apologize. I'm sure there's people all over the world in the Midwest that are going to curse our names, Troy.
Yeah.
They have to deal with us. They know that we're not the smartest. But
right.
That's okay. So I'm still excited for young Alexis. She has set the stage. She's at 12 meters now, and we are going to be vying for a spot here in the elimination round.
So what happened there, just to cover our backs a little bit, she started at 14.25, but at the 52K. So that's where we got confused. But now we're at 12 meters.
Needs the start here. Decent enough start. Can she get off 2-ball? Let's see if she gets around 3-ball. Wow, that was a huge, huge 3-ball for young Alexis Mishler. So a bit of a maybe too excited early or whatever you would call that. But again, Alexis has put herself in a good position to fight for that spot.
Right.
To ski on Tuesday. So while I apologize to everybody that's watching, I kind of knew that that's where she started, but.
Well, it's all good. It was still exciting
until
we found out. Nevertheless, she did, she was smart. She came out of 2. She knew all of 3 was going to be better than, trying to crank 3 and ended up with 2.5. So Alexis sitting here with 3 at 12 meters, putting her bid in to be one of the top 12 to go into the finals here in this under 17 Girls Slalom World Waterski Championships. So just going into 2 with too much speed, unable to get a good turn out of it, but good enough to get around 3 and back to the wakes for a full 3 there at 12 meters to put her contention in to be one of these top 12 girls to go into the finals. So our next 2 contestants are both USA skiers as well. And then we're going to be into our top 12 skiers. But right now, Kate White on the water. She's coming in for pass number 1. Nice steady pull there through the gates. Another one at 14.25. We'll get confirmation of the boat speed. So we're gun shy right now. We're afraid to call for sure. We know it was 14.25, 28 off. We just want to confirm the boat speed.
So that was 55. So she does have an opportunity, like we said, to start the 12-meter line from the opposite end of the lake. She'll be the first young lady to be able to do that. I might be getting ahead of myself, but I know that Kate is very, very comfortable on a slalom ski, and it has the talent, quite frankly, to get deep 12 and even run that pass. So, tell you what, Troy, I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but a gutsy display over here. Young Sadie Ferguson, a world champion, starting to get warmed up. Had a horrific landing, not a bad jump crash, but just I'm not sure what happened. Maybe favoring one of her bad knee, if you will, and ended up getting gobbled up on a landing and hurt her good knee. So pretty gutsy display. We're going to see young Sadie Ferguson come out here in a few skiers, and I'm just hoping and praying for her that she's okay and that she's fit to compete.
Well, she's hobbling by all means over here. It's going to be amazing if she's even going to get up out of the water. But Kate White right now, 13 meters, 32 off, must run past.
Look at the extension as she edge changes, and really that's what it takes. I mean, that's what sets apart these skiers from the average skiers. It's the edge change. You see them continue their direction out, and this thing of beauty, really. But I think we didn't give credit where credit is due, because that was 13 meters, and she's coming back at 12 meters from the opposite end of the lake. Not going to have to deal with the glare. The sun's up in the air more, and it's hard to stay focused right now as I watch young Sadie start to get prepared to go out there and give it her all. But right now we've got USFA's talent on the water, Kate White. She's an avid whitewater rafter, I've heard.
I kind of alluded a little bit earlier about we got to the point where 28 off was just like a second warm-up pass, just another pass. And now we took that 32 off, that 13-meter line for granted with Kate. As we're getting in these top seeds, we kind of expect, if you will, that 13 meter is going to be another warm-up pass for them.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some of these athletes come out at 13 meters. But Kate White, you mentioned if her professional career in water skiing, some of these girls, they start on the 14-meter line daily. So at the young age of 17, she's already playing the game, and she's set it up for herself right now to run this 12-meter line. So
here we go. Now we do officially have the 12-meter from this direction for the first time, if I'm correct.
Decent enough one ball. See her get off two balls. She does. Need a big three.
Oh.
Take the hit and get back to the boat.
She's upset with herself. She had a setup going into two ball.
Yeah, that was a little bit off the line a bit early. And then what you saw there is she just didn't get that edge change to continue to move out, just like I talked about, and comes up a bit narrow. So let's see what happens here on the replay. Tidy one ball, actually. Over to two. Plenty of space. Gets good angle and just comes off the line right about there. Releases and...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. And unfortunately, my heart just sank for young Kate White, because what you saw is what the judges saw. That is a confirmed 2 at 12 meters. I didn't think that she didn't get around it.
Yeah, that replay definitely exposed it. I thought she got around it initially. But as you see the replay, now we've got the boat cam.
So our conspiracy theory is debunked. That other end of the lake is just fine. And, of course, it is. World record capable course and site. And I guess I'm just trying to give it a little drama, something to talk about there.
That's okay, but maybe we can get an update here. I've lost track how many girls are at 2 at that 12 meter. So we got 1,
there
2,
it is.
4, 5 of them.
And 2 at 3. We have 2 at 3, 5 at 2, and 1 stands atop the leaderboard. Young Nellie Allard from Canada, 4.5 at 12. So we're getting down to the point where we'll be able to determine who is going to be moved out of this elimination round into the finals.
Yeah, right. I mean, on the dock next, Cole, is our 13th seed, and that's Anne-Marie Wroblewski. So once we get through Anne-Marie, then we're going to start to see, the establishment of the top 12 going into the finals.
Yeah, so if I'm doing my math right, it looks like Luisa Jaramillo is going to be the one that we're going to be able to, for sure, confirm our first athlete into the elimination round, which currently would be Nellie.
So actually, I think I'm going to walk over to the judges' tower and find out, exactly what happens on a tie.
Yeah, I think we need to know that, actually. That's a good point. If we do have this logjam at 2, so we're just getting confirmation of what will happen. So girls at 2 and girls at 3, that could be the bubble pass. So make sure that some of those girls that skied yesterday are thinking about getting their gear, because we've only got 12 skiers left, 13 skiers left.
Okay, so Anne-Marie coming in past number 1, another USA skier.
Another Midwest skier, Troy.
Yes, sir, and she's at 14.25. That's 28 off.
It'd be interesting to get the breakdown of our audience. I would imagine there is a contingent of Midwest skiers that just watch young Alexis and now Anne-Marie, and all of the U.S. everybody for that matter. I shouldn't be calling it out, but we tend to be a bit of a family out there in the Midwest, and again, I appreciate all the messages that are coming through. We wish you guys were here.
So take us wherever you're going. Put us in your back pocket with your ear pods on. Just listen till you hear some excitement. You can watch the replay, whether you're mowing your grass, if you're sitting in your office, wherever you may be. Take us with you and follow this event because it's going to really
heat up here in just a minute.
Yes.
And you're right. You know, that's a big thanks to the Waterski Broadcast Company for giving us that opportunity. I mean, typically for years, if you weren't able to make the trip, you didn't get to see this incredible water skiing. And what we're seeing is these young girls, actually young ladies, that are going to be taking the professional scene by storm for many years to come. So just incredible skiing, gutsy displays all over the place, and just excited about the future of our sport for sure. And big thanks to the Waterski Broadcasting Company for being a part of that.
Absolutely. So here we go. Getting nail biting time. Anne-Marie, this is 32 off 13 meters. She's got to run this pass. This is her second pass, so again, we're looking at that 12-meter or 13-meter being more or less a warm-up for some of these top seeds.
So Anne-Marie, I first met Anne-Marie at the Junior U.S. Open at our lakes in Mays, Kansas, Mystic Lakes, and I thought for sure she was a slalom specialist, right?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden she comes out and bangs a jump down the lake, and I'm thinking, my goodness, this girl, where did she find the time? But you've seen Joel Holly break down her video at a young age against Manon Costard, world champion, masters champion, and I thought it was unfair. So if Joel is watching, I haven't seen you in a while, but young Anne-Marie got picked on, and rightfully so. Again, that's a credit to her. It's almost a compliment when you compare a 17-year-old to a professional water skier, or even at that time, I think she might have been 16. So does quite a bit of training at Cobal's Waterski School. Who better would be to coach a slalom skier of this talent level than April Coble-Eller. She's also the U.S. coach. So she sits there waiting for the rope to come tight. She's going to be coming back in on the 12-meter line, Troy. We got all excited about Alexis potentially being the first to run it. If there was a contestant that had the ability, this is the one right here.
Well, you can see her squinting as she's going into the sun. This is the money pass, 12-meter, 35 off, 4.5 is the lead. She gets through that log jam right there, around 3, on her way over to 4. Oh, and looking good going into 4, just got deep in the turn. Kind of surprised look on her face. Maybe going under and cussing a little bit to herself.
No, not Anne-Marie. She would never do that.
I would be.
Well, I'm sure that's not a score that she's going to write home to about. But the bottom line is, I'm going to unofficially say that she's done enough. We're going to know that here in just a minute. I thought we were going to be able to tell you what the cut was, but we've still got 12 more skiers. I'm no mathematician, but I think with 12 spots, we got to wait until that 12th skier goes off the dock and actually posts her score. But it's looking right now like the score to beat is 4.5.
Yeah.
And that's Nelly of Canada. But Anne-Marie right here, you'll see her replay. She was squinting pretty good. You wonder if the sun isn't out of the question quite yet. One would think. I guess it's local time is 9:15. But look at that. She's lit up, so I'm thinking the sun had something to do with that right there.
I do. I agree. There's a point where, it's going to be a factor, and whether it's now or if it was earlier, we really don't know. But we did get confirmation, like with the logjam tie of 2, the only spot that will get run off is at 12th spot.
So for those of you skiers that skied yesterday, I don't think it's a far cry for you to be going and getting your ski and getting in their minds that you potentially could be taken to the water.
Yeah, and that would be Christiana.
That's right, yeah. The young 12-year-old that led the event for so long. So we kind of knew that might be a hope and a prayer, a bit of a Hail Mary, but it's becoming more and more of a reality as we get down to the end here, and we're going to know right after young Louisa. Look at that, fed, little brotherly, sisterly, twin action right there.
So Christiana, we brought her up. She's one of these two at 35 off. She skied yesterday, 6th skier off the dock. Now we're over 24 hours later, and she may be looking at a runoff.
Wow. Nothing like your first campaign at a Worlds like a runoff to make a finals at the young age of 12 years old. Who knows? I mean, we're speculating right now. We're going to know after Miss Luisa goes off the water. Luisa is from Colombia. You saw she is the sister of Federico Jaramillo. I actually believe she might have a world title to her name already. One of those skiers that's, I know she would have been qualified for this event regardless of the COVID year. So Luisa Jaramillo does quite a bit of training here, trains with Corey Picos. Very familiar with this slalom setup in Lake 2.
So another skier starting 14.25, the 28 off loop.
Again, the technique, just right now, if you're wanting to know how to slalom ski, whether you are a female or a male, that is how it is done. Absolutely easy 14-meter pass.
So obviously it's, their mindset. Let's talk about that a little bit, Cole. Obviously it's one pass at a time, break that down to one buoy at a time. But in the back of the mind, 4.5 at 35 off has to play a part.
Well, I can tell you I personally watched this young lady run 11 meters plenty of times, not just a couple. She has the ability and the talent to get that done. But you're right, Troy, it's no gimme, especially at this stage and this level. So she's going out at 28 off, which is what she normally does. So, this is just business as usual for a young superstar that is Luisa Jaramillo. I'm sure mother, father are on site watching. Coach is watching. See young Sadie Ferguson getting ready. Bit of a gutsy display. She's moving around, trying to get some false sense of security in that knee right now after it's very, very swollen. I had many of conversations with her, but right now we're at 13 meters.
32 off, must run. She's looking good. Round 4 over to 5, and then making her way from 5 to 6.
I absolutely love that offside turn. You see so much work done before the actual turn, before the buoy. Gets those hips moving. Trying to think who's reminiscent of in the women's scene, but has absolutely how to do it. And of course, she would have the technique and the coach that she has here, Mr. Corey Picos. Continuing to give back to the sport for decades. He's many-time world record holder, world champion. Now his young son, Adam, also a world champion. His athletes, world champions. I mean, it's just the resume there. And to continue to stay as active as he has, and the whole family, Rose, Alexis, Adam, and this is just an extension of their family on the water right now. Young Luisa Jaramillo. But she will be coming back in at 12 meters. She knows what she needs to do. We are going to see what the mark is right here after this pass.
All right, here we go. Let's check out this setup. Let's see what we'll kind of look at her facial expressions and see if she's having issues with the sun or not.
Looks pretty calm and collected, but there's her face lights up right there.
Okay, money pass. This is 12 meters, 35 off, 4.5 lead. She's late coming out of 2, but calm in around 3. I made up time from 3 to 4. She's around 5. She's going to be the first one to run it.
That was as easy as you'd like. She is our first guaranteed finalist. Well, we're going to wait and make sure gates were okay and everything was good with the judges, but unofficially, we are confirmed that is your first finalist right there. So the bar is set with whatever Louisa does here at the 11-meter line, which I know, like I said, she's capable of running. She is your first finalist, so congratulations to Columbia, congratulations to Louisa and the whole Jaramillo family.
She can take a deep breath, but she's not done. She's got to continue out here because even if she's in the top 12, I believe they're seeded in the finals. So the more she can put out there, the higher her seed can be. It's to her advantage when she's on that starting dock in the finals.
They absolutely are, Troy. And I tell you what, it couldn't happen to a nicer young lady. Louisa always has a smile on her face, always willing to put her hand up, whether it's driving, whether it's coaching, cleaning up around the site. So I'm just elated for her. I'm excited. Setting the scene. What an incredible, I mean, really, if she sets the bar for the cut, I mean, we're looking at history, and I understand that they've got an extra year to train, but still, nonetheless,
here we
Louisa
go.
Jaramillo, 11-meter line, great one ball. As easy as that 12 was, big 2. She's in this pass. She's over to 4. Big turn at 4. Is she going to run this 11-meter line? Big turn at 5.
Come on, get it. Oh, and she does.
Look at that. There's a
Wow.
fist pump. I mean, that's some incredible skiing at any level, and even more so at the Under-17 World Championships. I mean, look at the smile on her face. I'm excited for her. Unbelievable. I mean, can you imagine the Colombian team? This is I believe one of the first times they've sent a full team, and even more than a full team. That is going to be great. Huge points for the overall contest, but as well as the team contest. So Louisa Jaramillo getting it done this morning, Monday morning, just another day's work for a professional water skier.
I'll tell you what, I mean, she ran 35 or that 12-meter line, and we were excited. And then she says, wait a second here, boys.
I ain't done.
I'm not done yet.
That's right.
And now she's put the heat. She's done more than put the heat. She's put
she's
flame.
Thrown down the hammer.
She's
Troy.
got a torch on the backside
Settling
of these
torch for
remainder
sure.
girls.
That was some incredible skiing. And, I mean, again, at any level of water skiing in the women's division, that's a respectable score. Something at 10.75, you're seeing right here, she took a punch right here and stayed in it and still ran the pass. So, but right now we're at 10.75 or 39 off. Needs a start here. Setting the bar for our ladies to follow. Louisa Jaramillo, she's not done.
She's going for 2. She's around.
Can she get
2.
back to the boat guide? That is a massive.
All right.
Massive
She's excited, understandably. We know why. So 2 at 10.75 right now, setting that pace.
Wow. Again, I am so proud of that young lady. I'm happy for her. The whole Jaramillo family is going to come running down here. I guarantee it. I knew that they were a force to be reckoned with when they were on the podium in Spain and having a good time, cheering each other on. Look at her face. I mean, that's just, I got goosebumps.
That's beautiful.
It's awesome. All right, Louisa Jaramillo throwing down the gauntlet. She gets around 2 ball, does her S turn. Wise beyond her years. That is a pro move right there, and of course it is. 2 at 10.75, setting the bar. So I don't think this has ever been said at a World Championships. I guarantee it has never been said at an Under-17 World Championships. Currently, right now, the cut to make the finals is 2 at 10.75, which I understand is probably going to come down substantially, but I wanted to say it. That's the first look at her coming in. She's excited. But you know what's exciting right now? Gutsy performance. Young Sadie Ferguson of Australia is on the dock.
Taking the victory lap on the way back down the lake. Super excited.
The whole, even the spectators understand. You hear the claps. They understand what a performance that was. You guys are fortunate enough you're going to be able to see that 11 and that 10.75 one more time, because we're going to get her up to the desk. She's going to come and join us. We saw her brother come to an interview, Fed. They are big personalities and just fun to be around. So we'll hope to get her over here and see if we can't get the thoughts from the young Colombian.
All right, Cole, let's change the drama dial a little bit. We're going to switch to Sadie Ferguson. You mentioned earlier she had a unfortunate incident jumping here a couple days ago in practice. She can barely walk.
Barely walked down to the dock.
Yep. And she's in the water. She's going to be the next competitor out. And really, quite honestly, I don't think the starting speed is anything to really be concerned of right now. I want to see her be able to get up, get around the island, and see what happens when she pulls out.
Let's get behind Sadie Ferguson. She's on top of the water. This is incredible, a gutsy display. I've had the opportunity and the privilege of getting to know this young woman from my time in Australia. I'm sure she has a contingent watching. It's very late there in the evening. She pulls out, see if she can put this pain out of her mind and get through this opening pass. Look at this. I see her grimace going to 2-ball. Right now she's going into muscle memory. She's struggling just to get through this pass, but maybe a little bit of athletic activity. That's incredible.
Oh, she knew she had
unbelievable.
The pull.
The whole site just erupted.
There, she's smiling. You know, and I don't know if she's smiling because she knew you go from the 5-6, she had to put some pressure on that knee to be able to get around 6. So is that just a feeling of accomplishment and having the stability that she didn't think she was going to have?
Well, Sadie was an outside favorite, is a favorite in the overall event, an unbelievable jumper, an unbelievable tricker. She already has a world title to her name. But, you know, what this does, in my opinion, it gives her the confidence that the knee, while it hurts, and it should, I mean, it's the size of a watermelon, so it's still stable. Yeah. She strapped it the right way. And I was on the phone with her mother, her coach, some of her coaches. I shouldn't say all of her coaches. I'm sure the Green family is absolutely watching right now. Young Fletcher Green, I wish you were next to me here announcing this, because it's an unbelievable gutsy display for young Sadie Ferguson of Australia. She's already run the 14-meter line. I kind of want confirmation. I wonder if she dropped the speed to 52 Ks.
Well, I don't know, and I was just sitting here wondering maybe what her starting speed was. But so she's coming back 13 meters. This is 32 off, so not changing her warm-up pass.
Look at that. You can see the confidence coming back. She's starting, a little bit of a big turn there. Moving through this pass. Wow, this is incredible stuff. I mean, again, Sadie Ferguson just ran the 13-meter line. You know, the other thing to consider, even if she doesn't make the finals here, this is helping her for her overall campaign. While we know she's a world champion in the jump event, we know she's a favorite in the jump event. So anything that she gets here at 12 meters is going to just help her for that contest as well, the overall contest. Honestly, you guys, I'm telling you, I went to dinner with her last night. She was on crutches. We got some of South Walton County's finest orthopedist on the phone. We had the doctors checking her out. So, all right. Well, while we've got that drama on the water, we've got young Luisa Jaramillo. You just absolutely threw down on the water. Tell us how it felt out there.
It felt really good, like the conditions are absolutely perfect. No wind, we have an amazing driver, Scotty Greenwood. He's amazing, so it's just incredible when you get like perfect conditions, good driving, because in the course you can feel everything.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We're going to show your pass after Sadie goes through. She's at the 12-meter line, and I know you're good friends with Sadie. Luisa, I mean, you've watched her hobble around. Tell me what you think about her performance at the moment.
It's really incredible. Like after her crashing jump, of course, like we're all very devastated. I was like in shock because she's incredible.
Okay, so that's a lot of pressure on that knee. Unfortunately, 1.5, so it does look imminent that she won't be making the finals, which is tough for Sadie, but it is a respectable score for the overall. So back to your performance, trying to figure out if that was close to the record. Do you know what the under-17 record is or course record is for U-17?
Yeah, the record is 2:39, but since like COVID and everything, they let 18 and under compete, but they can't break records.
So are you in that contingent that is getting the extra year of training, so you wouldn't have been eligible for this U-17 if it was this year?
No, that's good that it was last year, but I'm not like eligible to break records.
All right, so we've got your replay. Can you talk us through this, Luisa?
Yeah, so
This is 11.
That one ball was pretty good. 1 and 3 are normally my good balls, so then like 2 ball, just trying to get through it, and it was like nice. It was not that bad. And then 3 ball, like I kind of was in it again. And then just from 4 to 5, you just kind of like go with it.
Well, you got to be smiling right here because you know you've done enough, but then to
Yeah.
get this turn.
5 ball was like strong. I didn't think I was be able to get to 6 ball. At least like that slag was pretty big.
So you even surprised yourself out there.
Well, yes, it was pretty nice. Like it's a world championship, so we're all really nervous. So it was cool.
Well, and now you're at the 10.75 line. I mean, this to me, this full 2 buoys is just incredible to tie what it would be a record for this tournament. You've got to be happy with yourself.
I'm so happy, yes, because I think I've been running 38 for a while, but I always like get 1 or half. So I finally like broke through in a tournament. I was able to get to 2 ball.
So is this a PB for you?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? At the World Championships, Troy, what do you got to say about that?
That's amazing. Congratulations by all means, and you're going to be going into the finals, you know for sure.
Yes.
Now it's just a matter of where you're going to be coming off the dock in the finals.
Yes, for sure. We still have like a lot of skiers for this series, so we just got to wait. But I'm happy I'm through, and then hopefully everything goes well on Wednesday.
Well, Luisa, you are just a fun person to be around, a big personality, and we know that we're not done watching you at the world stage. So congratulations to you. I know you'd probably like to thank a lot of people, your coaches and things of that nature.
Yes, to my parents, they've always supported us. The Picos family, it's just incredible. They've been our coaches for the past like 4 years, and we live here, and everything they do to support us and everything, it's truly amazing. And holding these world championships, they've done an amazing job. I cannot be more thankful.
That they have, and I mentioned that, you know, when you were on the water, not only your parents and brother probably watching with bated breath, but the extension of the Picos being your family. So it's just very fun to watch, and again, congratulations to you, and we look forward to seeing you in the finals.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luisa.
Thank you, guys.
All right. We have Kendra Nathan of the USA opening at 16 meters. We are in our Series 1 right here. We've got some information with young Sadie, the gutsy performance going down at 2 ball. That does secure another spot and brings our cut way down, obviously. But let's give Kendra Nathan the respect due. She just ran 16 meters, or 22 off. She'll be coming back in at 28 off, Troy.
What an amazing person, Luisa, coming over here. And I mean, that's just, she couldn't have written that script better for herself today.
I expect it from her. I mean, she's just a top-notch human, top-notch skier. Just like I said, all-around great person, and
Yep.
It couldn't have happened to a better person. So I'm happy for her. I'm happy for the family. And when I say family, I say all of her extended Waterski family.
So, Kendra.
One thing to mention, we do have another finalist, young Neely Allard of Canada, with 4.5 at 12 meters, has punched her ticket into the finals in this elimination round. So congratulations to her. There you see it right there. That is the current cut, 4.5 buoys at 12 meters. So
amazing.
It is amazing. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a couple of skiers that couldn't make it here due to sickness or other reasons. But, big shout out to some of those young ladies. We'll do that just after Kendra's 28 off comes to you.
All right, we'll get back in our rhythm here. So 14.25, 28 off, Kendra Nathan. Another USA skier here trying to get through some passes to make this top 12 list of contenders for the finals in this under-17 U.S. World Championship.
Believe she is a California native, so traveled across the country to get here. That flight might be actually farther than some of our international competitors, to be honest.
Well, I know the crew that was in Washington at Hilltop are en route right now, and it's a 12-hour flight.
Jeez.
So catty corner across the United States.
Well, you see Kendra coming up here into two ball. Great overall skier.
So as we focus on these girls that are on top, Cole, we can't forget, there's still 10 other people that are in contention that may or may not be, likely to get in, but they still got to get their mind or keep their mind in the possibility of going back out.
Well, absolutely. The cut right now is 4.5 at 35 off. Well, we saw the log jam at 3 and at 2.
Right.
So not only, there's 6 competitors right now that have an outside possibility of getting back out on the water and securing their spot in the finals. So Kendra Nathan, 13 meters right here, Troy.
So a good start, and Luisa asked her about the sun. Oh, no.
That was a big 2-ball, just loaded a little bit early. Can't control the speed at 3, and unfortunately for her, you see the heartbreak on her face. But what that does, unfortunately for Kendra, does help one of her teammates, Alexis Mischler, now. The cut would be 3. Well, that's right. 3 at 12 meters is currently the cut now. So looks like we, at the very least, have a runoff there. So want to make sure that Alexis Mischler knows that to be 100% to punch your ticket, the score to beat would be 3 1/4. So any piece of 4-ball at 35 off secures you a spot and a chance to compete for a gold medal in this U-17 Girls World Championships here. You see young Martin Lambra on the screen there. He is your top seed going into the U-17 boys trick event. An incredible performance yesterday, Troy. I don't know if you had an opportunity. I don't think I called that with you, but
no, you talking about the top season tricks?
It was hard to call. It was actually I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
2 of those guys got into 10,000 plus, and then you had guys that fell early. By early, I mean midway through one of their passes, and still over 9,000.
Yeah, pretty incredible. You saw Pole sneak in to the finals. That was unbelievable and really a big moment for the French team because now he still gets to increase his overall score, which he's capable of a 10,000-point tricker. Maybe even more than that. It was unfortunate to see him go down early. I'm glad that he did eke his way into the finals because he's going to come off the dock very early.
Yeah.
And set the bar for those young men, which, as you know, when people throw down the gauntlet like that, people elevate their game to a whole new level and sometimes surprise themselves.
Absolutely. All right, so we are continuing on in this under 17 girls. We're in Series 1, so this is your top or your final skiers. We're setting the top 12 to go into the finals, one skier at a time now. And a Swiss skier on the dock, Julie Fa. She's going to be coming out behind that ski nautique, and she knows, she feels the pressure. Not only is she competing in the World Championships, but she also knows she's got to get all of 38 and part of 3 at 39.5 to take the lead.
Coming out at 16.55 kilometers per hour, or 22 off, 34 miles an hour. Hopefully by the end of this, Troy, we're going to have a lot more U.S. water skiers that know both the metrics and kilometers per hour. What do you think? I don't know. We're giving it our best shot here.
Yeah, I'm starting to get it. I still look at my cheat sheet, but sometimes I surprise myself. Look at standing straight up on that setup to turn in for the gates. Julie Fa, pass number 1, warm-up pass for her.
Julie Fa's got a lot of work ahead of her if she wants to challenge our leader, Louisa.
Crazy.
2 at 10.25. That's only, I don't know if you're counting, but that's only 7 passes away now that she completed that 16-meter pass. 6, I guess, but I'm not a strong mathematician here, so feel free to comment and let me know to stop. There's smoke coming out of my ears, I think, Troy.
Well, start using your fingers and it'll relax your ears.
That's a good point. So having fun up here. Got some incredible skiing going on. You know, again, the Southern Hemisphere, it's getting pretty late over there, but just got a message from the great Ryan Green. I mean, this guy has given so much to the sport. It's just incredible. I mean, I know when we left Australia, we were leaving a lot of skiers in great hands. The Green contingent. I've announced a national championships in Australia with Ryan's son Fletcher. Miss those guys and looking forward to everything getting back to normal so we can see the families that we miss. And, you know, again, it's almost like a water ski family. We talked about it with Louisa. See the Chilean team, I'm sure.
Yep, they're getting the next skier on the dock fired up. But right now, Julie's still on the water, 14.25. That's 28 off for her. Team Chile definitely leading the sportsmanship and team spirit award.
So great job with Julie there, completing that 14-meter line. You know, it's pretty incredible. I think we overshadow sometimes what these young ladies are doing out on the water. I mean, we saw Louisa go out there and just absolutely ski out of her skin, if you will. I mean, and then we see the gutsy performance that is of the world champion, Sadie Ferguson. And then we see the heartbreak that just happened with Kendra. We know that Kendra is very capable, but it's hard. You know, it's an emotional roller coaster, and we want to make sure that we honor all of these girls and all these skiers because they're doing a great job out there. And while it might not be their day, all of their days, it's just an incredible honor to represent your country and get an opportunity to showcase your ability and all the hard work that goes into making this possible.
Well, and it absolutely opens your eyes about the slalom event. You know, we've seen so much great skiing, so many of them running 32 off or 12 meter. And then, you know, it just takes an unfortunate early fall for someone to kind of reopen your eyes about how difficult and how quick your turn can end.
Well, that unfortunate fall for someone may open the door for someone else to shine. So
here we go. Julie Fa, 32 off. This is a must-run pass to get in the top 12.
Well, this is looking really good. You know, you never want to speak too early, especially as an announcer, but, I mean, that was the easiest 13-meter pass that we've seen thus far. So, obviously, Julie Faw looking the goods out there.
So, yeah, I said that as a must-run pass, but, you know, really, I'm probably a pass off. That 35 is probably going to be, maybe it could be, because she is,
well, right now
is our 9th seed.
Well, so, right now we know that a piece of 4 ball guarantees her a spot at the next line lengths at 12. So 3 is the current cut. However, her PB is 1 at 38 off. Okay, so
wow.
Capable of running the 35 off, and we heard Louisa. She already told us the conditions are absolutely perfect. Right. We've got the right guy behind the wheel.
Yep.
We've got incredible conditions. The sun is out of their face at the moment.
That ski nautique is dialed in.
The official towboat of all of our world championships. Here you are sitting at the bottom end of the lake over there at one of the best water ski sites in the world in Pico's Water Ski School here in Santa Rosa Beach. I mean, you got to smile.
Huh. And you look at people on the shore. There's Tony Drake. He's awaiting his daughter. He's talking to April. Everybody looks calm and cool, only on the outside.
Yeah, you know the inside things are a churning. But right now, young Julie,
35 off or 12 meter.
Great
She's
start.
got to get through this.
Big 2 ball. She's in this pass. Oh, a little bit of a hiccup there at 3, but she's okay.
Okay, but there's your 4. She's in, so now
in.
nothing. She's going to challenge the leaderboard.
How about that? Do we look at that? Throws the head back. She's excited. The whole team is excited. Good for her. She knows she has done enough with that effort to put her into the finals, Troy.
A little bit of relief, but, you know, still there again. Now, the more buoys she can tack on, the higher she'll be seated in the final event.
That means the cut stays at 3 for one more skier at least. But look at this 1 ball. I mean, that was very, very good pass. The only hiccup we had here was over at 3 ball. Comes off the line a little bit early, a little bit narrow, has to wait on the buoy before she starts her turn. But right back in it here. Look at this, the angle she generates over to 5 ball. I knew she was in good shape there. Incredible skiing. Only the second skier to run that 12-meter line and get into the 11-meter or 38 off. Just had a text message come through from somebody on my lake saying, I'll never switch, and that's just the way it's going to be. So while the metrics make sense to me, I did live it for some time in the Southern Hemisphere there. So,
well, the good news is you can go either way.
That's right. That's right. We're not forcing anybody here.
All right, 38 off. 1 is a PB or current PB.
Well,
She's
I think we've got a new PB at the World Championships. Look at that, 2 at the 11-meter line, Troy.
All right. So Julie Faw, Swiss skier, going out and getting another PB at 11.25 meters. That's 38 off, assuring herself a spot into the top 12.
With a great backup score for the Swiss skier.
All right, so
that's a team score there. I mean,
I hope I don't put you on the spot.
Oh boy!
But I'm really not as up on the international competition as I should be. So when you say a backup score,
it's for the team standings.
Okay.
I see. Yeah. So
right, rather than having a runoff, like if she ties somebody in the finals, they go to the backup.
Right. So you know what's pretty interesting is that I was thinking it was a team score, but Louisa, only a tie for first, right?
Yep.
Louisa puts herself in an incredible position because if she goes out there and ties the second place person in the finals, her backup score is 2 at 39 off. What's incredible for young Julie is that her score is a PB, well, we think is a PB, and her backup score is 2 at 11. So we don't know what the conditions are going to be like. We don't know what Tuesday holds, but traditionally, conditions are pretty darn perfect here at Pico's Waterski School and in Santa Rosa Beach. But nonetheless, you got to put your best foot forward, and Julie Fa has done that.
So really, we're learning, and as we go, if you will, that this prelim is more than just a prelim of getting your spot in the 12th and final. One of the 12 spots for the finals. So it is a backup score. If you happen to tie for the lead, they'll go to that.
Well, and one other person that we didn't mention that has done enough to stamp her ticket is young Anne-Marie Robliski. She's in the finals with 3.5 at 12. So
awesome.
I hope my math wasn't wrong, and I'll booth to confirm, but I'm pretty sure that the cut still is at 3.
Well, I'm leaving all that to you and Vincent.
Okay. Yeah, 3 is still a runoff for that last spot at the moment. Which, like we said, the 12-meter line is no joke at any level of the women's competitions. So they got to go out there with the intent of having a good start and getting a good 2-ball to make sure that they get over to 3-ball. We saw how many skiers ski inside a 3-ball because they weren't kind of, I wouldn't say,
throwing it out there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Daniela Kretschmer, probably got that incorrect, but Daniela, Team Chile, on the water for pass number 1. Get through that. Sometimes the hardest pass in your set is coming off the dock, shaking those nerves, not making too much of a major mistake, being nervous. Daniela makes her way through.
Well, she had a bit of a smile on her face as she went through the exit gates. And, I think you go one of two ways, Troy. Like, the girls are throwing down in front of her, right? They're doing great. So does that make you more nervous, or does that give you the confidence that you need to go out there and say, man, everything is perfect? We're behind the official towboat of the World Championships. We got Scott Greenwood behind the wheel. I mean, to me, I tend to go the opposite direction, which is, boy, I have to elevate my game. Not what I should be saying is everything's perfect. I'm going to perform at my best ability, or their best ability, I should say. But
yeah. Well, I would say any given day, it's going to vary for each individual.
All right, so young Daniela clears that 16-meter line. She's going to be coming back at 14.
So you can hear Team Chile in the background. If you can't hear them bleeding over the mics, they're definitely cheering each athlete on as we get through this under-17 girls slalom event.
Well, we touched on it. It takes a village for each and every one of these athletes to be able to perform at this level, or even get out on the water for that matter. So to see these young athletes embracing the team aspect that is these World Championships team event, I'm just excited for them. But right now we got Daniela, 28 off, 18 meters, looking very, very comfortable on her ski there.
She's riding that good.
I thought it was
through the gates.
Would be remiss if I didn't mention the late Dave Good. So much he did, the whole Good contingent. I know they're carrying on his legacy, and you continue to see the Good products. I saw a Good trick ski yesterday. A story about Dave Good. One of the times I came here, Dave was on a wakeboard when he started to decide if he was going to dabble in the trick ski, making. And he went out there on a wakeboard. He wasn't having a traditional wakeboard stance. He was more the traditional trick ski stance.
Really?
But I think it was kind of where the larger trick skis were born. Now you see Goodman making them, a 54 and a 44. Good also making the larger trick skis so they can bring the speed down. But, boy, I'm sure everybody has their Dave Good moment, but my moment was seeing one of the best water skiers and ambassadors for our sport coming out of the lake here at Shortline Lakes with his wakeboard set up like a trick ski. And I knew he's an innovator. He's a visionary. He's a great man and deeply missed by many on site. So I'm sure he's watching down just in awe of all of these performances, and even more so looking at his ski products carrying on. So
right now, they've got one of those carbon innovative good on the water Daniela on top of it at 32 off, 13 meters. Seeing regain herself, get through this pass. And she does. Daniela,
a big sigh of relief. Look at her. She shakes it off. She knows. She knows.
I may have just dodged a bullet in that 13 meter.
Man, that 2-ball was a scary moment for her. I'm sure all of her fans watching wherever they are in the world. But right here, she's stacked, she's solid, she makes the edge change, and all of a sudden you're going to see this right shoulder dip, and the ski kind of stalled there, and I had a little bit of a hesitation. I think you were announcing it, and I couldn't help myself but go, oop.
Yeah. Well, that G on the tip of her ski at the bottom was totally in the water. So not much of the tip of the slalom ski was out of the water there around 2-ball.
It'd be interesting to know, Regina Jaquist, world champion, world record holder, has lived and grown up here for almost better part of a decade or however long it's been. Regina also a good skier. I'm wondering if maybe we could get her up here to talk about the level of skiing we're seeing in this U-17 2020 World Championships and what that looks like. I mean, we're seeing, that would be great opportunity, but we're seeing Sadie crutch down the street with ice. I mean, this is just an unbelievable scene all around. Needs a piece of 4-ball right here. Troy, Daniela.
This is 12 meter or 35 off. Got to get a piece of 4 to get into the finals. Oh, she's coming up to 4. She gets around it, and there you go. Somebody finally threw it out there. She knew she had to.
Look at that smile. I think she probably knew what needed to be done. It wasn't a great start, but she stayed calm. And it seemed like she knew the end of her pass was at 4-ball. She wasn't going to try to make it up and try to get back in the pass and risk having to go into a runoff at 3-ball. But look at this. She lets it go down course even more, waits for the line to come tight, pulls long over to 3-ball. This is some mature skiing right here. Stands up at 3 and just pulls long, lets go, releases the line load so it's not in any danger. Takes a little bit there, but 3.5 confirmed, and she has punched her ticket into the finals for tomorrow. So congratulations to young Daniela. That was very, very smart skiing and impressive to say the least. 3 is still that magic number.
It's, we talked about it before. I don't think it's going to stand, really. But her determination here, I'll guarantee you she came out of 1-ball and was like, uh-oh.
Well, what she learned in that set right there is something she's going to take with her for years. And if she's already doing that at the 12-meter line, imagine 5 years from now at the 11-meter line or even further down the line and maybe at 10-7. So, again, you're seeing professional level thought process, strategy, skiing, all the rest. I mean,
And we're in the U-17. Granted, she could be 18. I don't know her age. Unfortunately, we're unable to get bio sheets.
Yeah, right now we're struggling, and we apologize for all of our viewers, but hopefully, the TWBC's broadcast and the viewing experience makes up for that. We're trying to fill the space and talk about these young ladies as we get to know them throughout the weekend, or week, I should say. But
well, I just want to throw this out about the bios, and I don't want to make anything of it, but TWBC has made the effort to get the bios, and so has the host club, so it's fallen back into other areas why we're not getting the bios, and we'll just leave it at that.
Look at the way Dominga is working through that 16-meter pass. Unbelievable. She's, again, another good skier. She has absolutely got that ski dialed in. Dave's got a smile from ear to ear right now. Watch as this ski snaps around 1-ball. Her offside turn, look at that.
Gosh,
all the angle you'd like in the world. And this is her opening
Counter-rotate.
pass. But look at this. I mean, continues to take angle all the way through the second wake. Beautiful edge change. Ski never moves at all. Staying level. Reminiscent to a Formula One car as it corners around 5-ball there.
So, we've talked about good products
Unbelievable.
quite a bit, but last week was the U.S. Nationals. That was the 22nd year they were a title sponsor.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Troy. Just continuing to give back to the sport. This has become a bit of a community, and we're a smaller community, but when you see somebody wrap their arms, as we see on the dock, the coach or mom, whomever, wraps their arms around her skier. When you wrap your arms around the community and you continue to give back year after year after year, it says a lot about that person, says a lot about that family, that organization, the culture that the good water ski company has.
Yep, for sure. All right, here we go. 14.25 or 28 off. Dominga Gonzalez. See if this pass can be just as pretty as the pass before.
Shaping up to be. I mean, that was a thing of beauty. Get comfortable, folks. Hate to say that early, but this is a bit academic, a bit of a formality. Just feeling out the water, the wind, the driver, and all the rest. I mean, that was, look at her. She's smiling because she knows she's dialed in right now.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. She's dialed in, and I was thinking, how much more dialed in can he get? We've seen her these first two passes.
She's definitely peaking at the right time, and you'd want to at the World Championships here, right? But I honestly, this is some of the best skiing we've seen thus far, and we're only into her second pass, Troy.
Yes, incredible. So she is our 7th out of 13 here in this Series 1. So we still got a little ways to go here, bud.
Look at that. I know it's 28 off, right? But if any of our pro women are tuning in, you think they're thinking, uh-oh. Because I have watched thousands of hours of water skiing, and, I'm not a slalom skier by any stretch of the imagination, but that just got me excited. So right now we're at 13 meters, Troy. We're setting the stage. Got to run this first. Can't get ahead of ourselves.
All right. Some call it mean green. 13 meters, 32 off. She's got to get through this. Dominga Gonzalez, another Chile skier.
Look at the gate. Look at the way this ski is set up. A little bit of a tip rare. That's the first movement I've seen of that ski. It's been level as can be. A little bit at 3 and 5 there, but nothing to shake a stick at.
Well, if she can just stay patient and continue to ski the way she skied these first two passes, she's definitely going to be a contender to get deep into the shorter line lengths. But the hard part is not to try and push too hard.
Yeah, I don't know where she's seated. Or what, because, again, we don't have that information. We just know she's in Series 1, so she could be the top seed. With the likes of Kennedy Hansen and Louisa, I don't know that for sure, but this girl's got it going on. So I just got word in my ear that these were random seating, but I gotta say, with the level that we've seen on the water, I would think that they are still seated, but randomly throughout that series. That's what I was under the impression, but Vincent told me that's not the case. So we may have some drama yet.
I'm sure we will. I mean, so they're random here, the way I understand it, and I may be contradicting you, but the final 12 will be seeded. We know that for sure. So this performance does make a big difference.
Yeah, but as I go down the list of names that are left to come, there's nobody that doesn't have the opportunity to take.
Oh, and coming up
Wow, I missed the whole, we're sitting here talking, I apologize.
Well, she ended up 5 at 12 meter. That's 35 off. So that puts her into the finals. We'll watch her replay here, Cole. We'll make it up.
Here it is. Yeah.
On top ski. Oh, an awesome one ball.
To be honest, I didn't watch this live, and I am surprised that we're not seeing her sitting at this end of the course. So
absolutely.
Oh,
right
there's
there
where it is, at 3 ball. But, you know, she knows there's no sense in sacrificing the body. Still in okay shape. Yeah, see, something was going on. I mentioned this in the last pass. You saw a little bit of tip raise at 3 and 5, Troy. So Goods have that notorious tip raise out of the offside. So wonder what she'll do, if anything, to change that up. I don't know. I mean, you know, at this level, again, that girl looks like a pro all day, 7 days a week, in my mind. Dominga Gonzalez looking the goods out there, getting it done, making the finals. Still keeps the cut.
All
and
right,
a runoff right now at 3. There's a ski you don't see often here in the U.S. The KD making its return, if you will, coming out of retirement, so to speak. Saw it at the U.S. Nationals.
So that's an Italian skier out there right now, Ariana Sacco. She's coming in 16 meters, 22 off. She's going to make her way through these warm-up passes. Nice, solid-looking warm-up pass for...
Yep. 16 meters, bit academic.
Yeah.
Not a problem here for young Ariana. The Italian skier. But I look down the list. Got a plethora of U.S. skiers and one more Chilean. So I didn't realize that we had such a strong U.S. presence in this under-17 slalom event. But you see a man that probably has a lot to do with that on the dock right there with the world champion, Kennedy Hansen, Mr. Corey Picos, and a Midwest native. I'm still claiming her. Kennedy Hansen, although she lives down here, trains exclusively at Picos Waterski School.
Corey's a Midwest native also.
He is, yeah,
Yep.
Wisconsin.
Yep, somewhere up there. And then he turned out to be a Miami Dolphins
I know, we can't have it all. He can't be a good family man, a world champion, and pick the right team, can he?
Yeah, but what the hell, Miami Dolphins?
It's been a long time for him. I'm not sure.
No, that goes back to his dad.
Okay.
Yeah, so just teasing him.
Well, right now, Ariana making her way through this 14-meter pass. Looking good out there. Round 6 and out the exit gates. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty right here.
Very solid first two passes for her. She knows she's got a ways to go, though. So she's got to get that mindset and keep it and maybe get a little coaching while she's down here back by the starting dock. It's hard to tell. Some skiers, probably would like to hear from the coach when they're down here at the dock. Some skiers, as being in the boat as officials at our local tournaments, some skiers, you just know, don't even look at them.
Don't look at them. That's right. I've been told many a times to shut your mouth.
Yep.
And that's okay, to each their own. And sometimes I think we get so accustomed to having that dialogue, that open dialogue with our skiers that you don't even think about it, even if it's at a stage like this.
Yeah.
That's just what happens, and it tends to calm them down, makes it more of an everyday training set.
Okay, so this is going to be 13 meters, 32 off. Definitely must run for Ariana. Team Italy, we need to hear it from you to get her through this pass.
I would say this is a pass that she runs frequently, but, like we said, this is a world championship. She's making her way through the end of this pass, working hard to 6. Wow. See how fast that buoy came up on her?
She was flying through that pass. I noticed that, and I didn't know if I was going to bring it up. But, that's just the difference between, maybe a little narrow start and skiing narrow through the whole course as opposed to getting a good wide start and having more time.
Well, she was plenty wide there at one ball, but you're right. We talked about the path taken throughout the course and what that does to the look of these skiers. We've seen the skiers that look consistently fast and some skiers that make it look like it's slow motion, but nonetheless, she's getting it done out there.
Yeah, for whatever reason, she had a long pull going there to 4. She really looked pretty good up to that point. Maybe she just got in a little bit of a lean lock. Sometimes that happens and you can't control it. But nevertheless, no matter how she finished it, it's 6 in the books. So now that sets us up for this 12-meter, the important rope length right now to be one of the top 12 to get into the finals in this under-17 girls world championships.
All right, here we go. Any part of 4 ball will get her. Ooh, that's a bad start there. Need a big 2 ball. She's still in it. She's a strong.
Another one at 2. So knowing they got to have that important start and bang a number 1 ball, sometimes that, bring out that anxiety, and maybe there again, I was mentioned earlier, maybe they just try too hard.
Well, what happens here at the 1 ball? She just breaks over at the waist, kind of puts that left hand down. The handle goes down, doesn't allow the right hip to come under the line, and breaks her over at the waist when the boat comes on her. So all of the 3s are in. Michaela Todd and Alexis Mishler, congratulations to both of those U.S. skiers. This is going to be, shaping up to have quite a few U.S. skiers in it, but if Luisa Jaramillo has anything to say about it, she says, hey, wait a minute. I'm at the top of the leaderboard right now, Cole.
By a big margin.
Yeah, not by a little bit either. Hey, so what that means, if you have 2 at 12 meters, you should be getting your gear and getting ready, especially the skiers that skied yesterday, because there's a potential of a runoff for that 12th spot.
We've got 5 to go here. And some people are going to be, contradicting what you just said, Cole. They're going to be saying, that's not going to be the case, but you got to prepare yourself. Nothing worse than running to the starting dock and not having time to get prepared.
Well, that's only 35 minutes of skiing. We've got 35 minutes left in this event, so if you could potentially be coming off the dock in less than 40 minutes.
At 32 off.
At 32 off, that's right, because it's the pass below. So, hey.
Better to be prepared.
I agree, especially when it's vying for a final spot at the IWWF World Championships. I'm not taking any chances.
Okay, on the water, Kennedy Hansen.
Your U-17 world champion in the overall event. Troy, is this 28 off?
That looks like 14.25.
Wow. D3 skier making it look easy out there. Kennedy Hansen, coached by the legendary Corey Picos, trains here often, if not every day.
Well, and her and Luisa are familiar with each other.
Oh, yeah.
So she's very happy for Luisa to have that PB on today. But, let's face the facts. You get on the water, and all you're looking for is to take the lead.
Fierce competitor. So here's the stage. I want to make all of our viewers all over the world understand that we have 6 people logjam at 2 at 12 meters or 35 off. So what that means, that if any of the next competitors left to ski get 2 at...
Or less than 2.
No, if they even tie, there's a runoff.
Oh, I got you.
So if anybody gets 2 of the next 3 skiers, sorry, 4 skiers, apologize, then we are in a runoff situation. So it is looking more and more imminent.
Definitely prepare yourself.
I
anyway.
would, yeah, there's no joke.
So Kennedy, this is 32 off, 13 meters, second pass for her. So she's still warming up at Mean Green.
Wow.
Looking very solid and comfortable.
I'm always amazed when she takes to the water, but this girl is the real deal. It's almost eerie, reminiscent to our current world record holder, Regina Jaquist. And I can't say enough about the talent that is Regina. I mean, she's arguably the best overall water skier, slalom skier in the world. And, I got to be honest, she made the hard decision at a young age to come and train with Corey.
Yep.
And so did the young lady on the water. Their whole family moved from Minnesota.
A lot of sacrificing.
And it looks to be paying off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Just not sacrificing their teenage years to come down and dedicate so much to the sport, but also their immediate family.
Right. Give up a lot to take this on, right? It's not just their high school career, but their families, the time with their families, and all the rest. I mean, relocating, mom and dad.
A lot of them will do homeschool.
Yeah, good effort on Kelly and Steve to do that. And I know I've had the opportunity to travel to other world championships. In fact, the world championship that she won, and they couldn't be prouder. It's again, it takes a village, and it's a big effort from everybody, not just Kennedy. But
here we go. She needs a part of 3, 2 1/4 or more to get herself in. She's in.
Thank goodness.
She's going to try and change the leaderboard, maybe even chase her friend to take the lead. You got to think that, obviously the top 12 are seeded going into the finals, but you also want to think, even though she skis here every day, why not go out here? Why not try and push my limits? I don't want to get injured, but why not push myself and see exactly how everything's skiing right now?
Well, you get a record-capable tournament, right? And she's a fierce competitor, right? And then in my mind, she's going to want to come off the dock last, right? It is Louisa. That is one of her best friends. I get it. Our training partner, for all intents and purposes, I feel like part of that ski family. We talked about Federico's and the Picos and the Hansons got to be right there in that list as well. They spend so much time together. They travel together. They eat together. They basically live together here in this community. And, I think we're going to see the 11-meter line go down. That was some great skiing. A little bit unstuck there out of 4-ball, long pull to 5, but she's wise beyond her years. She's a professional water skier in my mind, and she handled that without a problem.
Yep, very well. And, this is the golden road, if you will. They're on their way. They're looking to try and take the gold medal here at this World Championships. And, part of the strategy to taking that gold is having a higher seed going from these prelims into the finals. So this is 11.25, 38 off. She's got to run this if she wants to challenge the lead.
Uh-oh.
Oh, handle high coming out of 2.
She doesn't like that. But, she's, again, the stage is resets for the finals. Now, it's going to be seeded. There's already 1-2 at 11, which was a PB by Young. Let's see if I can, Julie Paul. But Kennedy just gave herself a little bit of a peace of mind that she's got her overall score, right?
Yeah.
And I was going to mention that right before she went, that she's still buying for that overall. So she could have done that score in this round as well as the final. So,
and true. And now, really, all Kennedy does is gears. So instead of being the top seed, she knows she's not going to be top seed. So now she can shift gears going into the final and say, okay, I'm going to be the one to set the pace.
That's exactly
return
right.
the favor.
Set the bar for sure. Definitely a favorite, being the world champion in the overall event. But young Sadie, the door, hoping that she can pitch those crutches, get her knee sorted. Man, that's might be a little bit of a door opener for Sadie.
So really, Kennedy and Julie Fa are tied right now in that second spot with 2 at 11.25, 38 off. All right, our next skier, another Team USA skier, Sage Potbecker. She's going to be the next contestant here in this under 17 girls slalom.
Yeah, getting to know young Sage a little bit this year. Again, she competed at the Junior U.S. Open, San Marcos River Ranch, another beautiful site. We saw her in the trick event yesterday. She could take her leave trick. She still does it for the overall, but I would say she's definitely a slalom is her best event, to say the least.
So we'll get confirmation of what she started. So another skier to start at 14.25. That's 28 off.
Look at the width. I mean, it's just incredible skiing that we're seeing here today, and conditions are equally as impressive. You don't want to take away anything from these girls. I mean, this is unprecedented. We're seeing history being made. She is a Conley skier, but I just heard HO skier. I apologize. So obviously that would be why she skis a bit with Jamie Bull. So she's got to be proud of Jamie's win at the Hilltop.
Maybe wanting to match that score.
Wouldn't that be something?
That'd be cool.
Can you imagine? That's the basically the student becoming the teacher kind of a thing there. Well, I see electric cart truck in front of us. Big thanks to them, giving our judges and all of our officials the transportation needed to buzz around the site and get everything done. But right now we got Sage Potbecker on the water.
Pass number 2 for her, 13 meters, 32 off. A pass that earlier on in this event was the money maker or must make pass. Now that's behind us. They've got a couple more passes to make after this.
All right, so she's done what she needs to do thus far. All she needs is a piece of 3-ball to stamp her ticket. See April Coble-Eller coming around the TWBC broadcasting booth.
All right, so
Sage
sitting in the water waiting to get pulled up.
All she needs is a piece of 3-ball, the way we understand it. Now, that's unofficial, okay? We want to make sure. The legendary April Coble just came to the booth and made sure that we were correct. And we're not sure yet. We're going to get confirmation. But everything we're saying is unofficial. But we believe Sage needs a piece of 3-ball right here. Going to need a good start.
12 meter or 35 off.
Great 1-ball. Equally good 2-ball it's not going to matter because she's going to get a piece of 4-ball. And that is all she wrote. She's not happy with it, but I'm happy for her because she has just stamped her ticket into the finals guaranteed, even if we were wrong, Troy, which I know is hard to believe for some out there, but it does happen.
So here we go. Here comes Sage in on the replay. Really good looking 1 ball. She's waiting there for 2. Little bit of slack. Kind of separation with the handle there, going over to the 3. Bit of a long pull going to 4. So then, at that point, she's a little bit disappointed, but the wise thing to do is go ahead and stand up, knowing that she's in that top 12. It's going to have another opportunity to improve that score here in the day.
Yeah, definitely capable for sure. I believe she's got a PB into the 11-meter line. So, we'll be looking for more from her in the finals. But, look, anytime you got to compete on that day, right? And what she just did is ensure herself an opportunity to compete for a world championship. So, in my mind, she needs to be happy with her efforts today and maybe look at the video, go back and see where she can improve, and she'll do that.
Well, the first and foremost thing on their priority list here in these finals, or this preliminary round, is to get into the finals.
Absolutely.
Obviously, she would like to have had a better score, but, goal number 1 was let's get the finals and reset. So we're down to our last 3 skiers here in this under-17 girls event. We're setting the table for the finals. This is the 2020 IWWF World Under-17 Water Ski Championships. We're at Pecos Ski Lakes, Santa Rosa Beach, Florida.
South Walton County Commission and Visitors Bureau, big thanks to them for allowing us to, descend on their beautiful beaches, if you will.
Oh, man.
It's just crazy, but we're seeing the next skier get hooked up, and she's a name that both Troy and I have watched grow up. She is blossoming into a fine young woman, and we are excited to be a part of it. Just have a front row seat, really, because we've seen her win national championships. We've seen her win regional championships, make that sacrifice to come down and train at Reaney's Ski School. So I know Matt is definitely tuning in, so big hello to him for sure. She's got Cole Grant here helping her out. That's where she trains, I'd say, most of the time, but a Wisconsin native, Stillwater Pro-Am. You've seen her father, Tony Drake, putting on professional tournaments and being a big part in the driving scene. But Alyssa Drake right now, I'd imagine 28 off. It is 14.25 meters.
So better known around the Midwest and across the water ski nation, Allie Drake coming in for her warm-up pass there. Getting through that 14.25, able to breathe a little easier now.
It's funny, Troy. I gave Alyssa a bit of trouble. We got down here a bit early and got an opportunity to hang out with Tony and Alyssa and some of the other U.S. team. And she's got this cute little dog. I don't know what kind of dog it is, Shih Tzu or something. And I asked her how she was going to make the finals in the slalom event holding her dog, because she just can't get away from this thing.
Yeah.
She's giving the poor thing a complex. Can't be away from her for more than 2 seconds without whining and whimpering. But very mature young woman and taking advantage of that extra year to train. And train she's done, because she is just absolutely killing it in all 3 events. I think she's going to be a name that you hear quite a bit throughout the weekend, or throughout the week, I should say, and probably even into the U21 as she's 18 years old, so. All right, so we did get confirmation from the TWC booth that you're going to need a piece of 4-ball to be in. So the bubble right now is 3. So I apologize to Michaela Todd and Alexis Mishler, but right now we got a bit of a dogfight on our hands. Alyssa Drake, that was a bit of a struggle there, that 13-meter pass. I'm sure Dad was saying, what the heck is going on? Matt Ring saying, what are you doing? But she gets to reset here, calm down, and come in and do what she knows she needs to do. So I have the utmost confidence in her ability. Know that she can definitely get it done. She can run this 12-meter line, let alone get a piece of 4-ball to ensure that she's still on. That was where it happened right there. Not sure if that was 2-ball or 4-ball, but regardless, that little right shoulder hitch. Okay, so 2-ball. So that's why it was a bit of a fight all the way through, but she stays calm and gets out the exit gates without a problem. Thank goodness for her campaign, because she's actually in the hunt as well for the overall.
Oh, overall for sure, but most importantly right now, focusing in on the slalom, she's going to be coming back in at the 12-meter, 35 off. We just heard that 3 1/4 is going to put her in. 3's the bubble spot.
So those girls should be getting their gear and getting their mind right for a runoff, because they'll be coming off the dock at 13 meters if there is, in fact, a runoff. So Alyssa Drake, 12-meter line, Midwest native, skiing for the USA.
Got to have a good start here to get down course. Not bad start. Come on. Come around 2, over to 3. Let's get over to 4. Let's get around 4. Keep going, Alyssa. She's around 5. Going to make her way over to 6. Coming up short to 6, but she's going to be very happy with that pass, I got to think, Cole.
I know Alyssa pretty well. I'd say she's probably going to be disappointed. Because as a skier, you always leave some out there, right? But it was a good enough start to run this pass. Great job. And she's into finals, really. Again, we talked about this just a bit ago. She did what she needed to do, and she'll be able to improve upon her overall score in the finals. But she gets that opportunity to do that. So
we must have a Team Chile skier coming up.
Yeah, I had to look, and you are right. Miss Trinidad Espinal.
But Allie Drake, she's getting deep into that 35 off, 12-meter, assuring herself a spot, top 12. Just a little forward reach there, even side.
Yeah, it was something about that edge change, just brought her a little bit narrow foreside, and hopefully she can maybe watch this archive, get these unique angles and viewpoint broadcasting company brings to us. Big thanks to them. But I think some of these skiers go back and watch themselves ski. They're going to learn quite a bit.
With this footage and the great craftsmanship with our camera work, it'd be crazy not to, really.
We're lucky. We're really very fortunate. This is a professional production company that is given their time and talent to the Waterski company, to the Waterski community, because honestly, they go anywhere else and we know they're getting a pretty penny for this production.
Well, there's still a lot of underpaid labor putting this on. These guys are still in a very early part of building this business. They're not making a lot of money when they come to the event.
No, so, that's a good point, Troy, and I think you got to make sure that you thank Vince and the crew, Jesse, anybody else that's holding the camera right now, because we are able to not only archive these events and these athletes to be able to relive this incredible moment, but we're getting to broadcast it worldwide across the country.
Yeah.
So Just awesome.
Okay, we've got 2 left. Two left in this under 17 girls completing the slalom preliminary round. Once we get through these final 2, right now Trinidad on the water at 14.25 or 28 off for a warm-up pass for her. Team Chile coming on the water as we speak.
Another good skier. Making her way through that 28 off pass without a problem. I think we are into a bit of formalities here. She is looking the goods out there. Big, strong skier. One would think taking advantage of that extra year to train and hone her craft. This was a very easy opening pass.
Conditions just remain identical to the way they started earlier today.
Yeah, you know, the only difference from Series 4 and 3 to the Series 2 and 1, in my opinion, is maybe with the rain we had on, what was that, Sunday? I'm sorry, on Saturday and then into Sunday morning, early the wee hours of Sunday morning. There might have been a little bit more movement, but, very little, if any, difference in conditions. So
yeah. So make sure you go to YouTube and subscribe for the Waterski Broadcasting Companies. Follow us wherever you're at, wherever you're going. Right now, stay with us because we are on our final 2 skiers to determine exactly who the top 12 are in these girls slalom event going into the world's finals. 13 meter, 32 off, Trinidad. Oh, and hitting the 2 ball, going down around 2 way earlier than expected.
wow, Troy. Left the booth just a moment to give young Sadie a big hug and tell her congratulations for that gutsy performance, and to come back to a bit of a heartbreak and an early fall. You know what's crazy about that, Troy, at 13 meters, she was so early, she turned on the inside of that buoy.
Yeah.
She was wide early. Watch this replay one more time.
She just whacked 2 ball. She had a great 1 ball, it looked like. I don't know if she released too early.
Well, we knew there'd be a few twists and turns in it, but look at this. She hits the front side of it. So I'm going to say that's 1 buoy at 13, which shakes up our leaderboard, changes our cut. I think unofficially brings Alexis and Michaela back into the fold like we had already announced, but we're going to hear.
Alexis is on the starting dock dressed.
No, that's not Alexis.
On the starting dock. No, right here.
That's Alana. Alana Jones.
Alexis is.
Oh, she's
right
ready to go. Okay, so I think it might have been all for naught. We'll see. But regardless, like you said, this is the World Championship. She's got to be ready. She's got to be going through her mental jump ropes right now, right?
Absolutely.
Figuring out, getting her mind right. She's in a dogfight right now. But my heart goes out to young Trinidad. I mean, obviously a very capable skier. Just beautiful opening pass, and had a great 1 ball at 32, and then turns on the inside. I mean, just early and waiting. So Alana Jones, another U.S. skier.
Yep, she's up. This is our last skier here to determine, the 12th and final spot to go into the finals. Another 14.25 or 28 off here. Elena, a little down course, but still comfortable going from 5 to 6. No worries there.
Yeah, so I'm reaching into the Rolodex here. I know that I interviewed this young lady at San Marcos River Ranch, so I'm assuming that means that she won the Junior U.S. Open. I can't remember and can't guarantee that, but nonetheless, a very mild, mannered young woman, and just awesome to see her getting the opportunity to represent her country here at the World Championship. So already an accomplished junior skier, looking to add to that as she makes her way through what I believe to be 14 meters, her opening pass for that matter.
Yep, that's exactly what it was, Cole. Now, just a note, Trinidad was an independent, our previous skier, and Elena also is skiing independent. So there's still, you know, we kind of put our necks on the line whenever we try and keep up with, you know, these final spots to go into the finals, you know, and it just sounds like that the officials are still sorting things out, so we really don't know for sure where the cut is. But once we get the official,
yeah, look, I'm pretty certain here. I'm going to make a call here, and I'm going to tell you that it's 2 1/4 gets you in for sure. So Alexis and Michaela, in my mind, are in the finals, and I'm not sure why we're having the confusion out there, but 2 1/4 and you're in. So right now I'm going to leave that to the judges to sort out. But really right now, Elena Jones on the water has some work to do, a little bit left. Not a ton for a skier of her,
her caliber.
Caliber, for sure. Thank you for the help. Also a good skier.
She just ran that 32 off her 13-meter line length, and, you know, she knows now 3 or more, right?
Any piece of 3 ball will get her in to the final. So 2 1/4 is the score to punch your ticket. So she's very capable of that, obviously.
Absolutely unofficially official.
That's absolutely unofficially official because we're officials that aren't really officials.
Or officially unofficial.
Story of my life.
Nevertheless, let's focus on Elena. You know, and all that other stuff can be worked out by somebody else.
This young lady always is wearing a smile, which you got to pay attention to because those are the people that you want to surround yourself. She needs 2 1/4 right now.
Here we go. This is it. This is 12-meter, 35 off. Got to have a good start to get where she wants to be. Oh, a little narrow coming out of 1. Late out of 2. Oh, it's still able to get around 3 and to the gates.
Okay. So I want to wait to see the replay, but it almost seemed to me like she thought she was out of the fight around 2 ball. But,
right, I agree.
But I am officially saying that she has done what she needs to do to get into the finals. So let's see here around 2 ball. You can see
she was going for it.
Okay, she was going for it. She just got the head snap back. So tough skiing out there from Elena. She does what she needs to do. I believe that is 3. We're going to wait for officials to come through. 3 at 12 meters. Which does to get her into the final. So that wraps up. Well, I'm not going to say that quite yet. We're going to do a commercial. No commercial. We're going to wait. We're going to wait and find out exactly what's going on. Let the judges sort it all out. That looks to me 3 buoys. And I wonder if she knows that she's done enough.
I'm not sure, but here's the deal. You know, we've been skiing for 2 hours and 45 minutes to get where we're at. So let's take an extra 5 minutes if it takes it.
Absolutely.
To make sure the right call is made.
All right, so this is your official leaderboard. So what looks to be the cut and is 3 at 12 meters. So congratulations to Michaela Todd, Alexis Mishler, and Alana Jones. We know that there was some confusion thinking we were going to go and run off that 3, but I don't know how any clearer it could get right there. It looks like those are our 12 finalists, Troy.
Yep, and then Daniela, Anne-Marie, Sage, Nellie, Alyssa, Dominica, Kennedy, Julie, Louisa. Congratulations, all you young ladies. You've made the finals in the Under-17 World Waterski Championships here in the slalom event. What we're going to do is we're going to have a short break. We're going to run in some commercials, and then we're preparing to come back into the boys jump, run through all 4 of that series. Cole, as always, it's been a pleasure announcing with you this morning. We're not done for the day. But
what an incredible event. Thank you so much.
Right now, we're going to leave you shortly and be back with the jump event.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, Introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Welcome back to beautiful Shortline Lakes in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, and we are just moments away from kicking off the first jumping of the week. I know a lot of fans will be excited for that, the Under-17 Boys Elimination Round.
Yeah, the entire Waterski world will be tuned in right now from around the world, and of course we all love the jump event, and there's plenty of action coming. We've got about close to 40 jumpers looking to make their way into the boys jump final, which of course runs in a couple of days time. So every male jumper at this tournament will be up this afternoon. So it's probably going to be maybe 4 hours of jump, three hours of jump. There's a fair bit of jumping to come. Conditions are pretty good. If there's any breeze, it is a head breeze. There's not a lot at the moment though. Typically this time of day here at Corey Picos Waterski Centre, you get a bit of a head breeze blowing. At the moment there's not much of that. It's fairly calm, but you do just feel the odd puff of head breeze starting to build.
Yeah, and should be an exciting event too. We'll bring you the first couple series, Series 4 and Series 3, which is sort of an interesting mix of skiers. We have some of the overall skiers, some of the taller slalom skiers that jump might be their third event, some quite young competitors, some of the sort of 12, 13, 14-year-olds that might even be jumping at slower speeds. And then we do have a few sort of dark horses, outside shots at making that jump final.
Yeah, that's correct. I think this first series will all be off the 5-foot ramp, because these guys, once they've jumped 38 metres, I think it is, in most countries, can go to the 5.5-foot ramp. So a lot of these guys still on the 5-foot ramp. And as Curtis said, a lot of that will be because they're young. Some of these guys will be 13, 14 years of age and still skiing in under 14s around the world. So let's have a quick look at our running order here. First up, and we see him on the dock from Colombia, is Samuel Avecedo, the Colombian. Then we go to Argentina, Francisco Georges. We have a late scratching, of course. John Knight out of Hong Kong has not made it to these worlds, unfortunately, so he is scratched from our running order. Skier number 3 will be Japanese athlete Yu Nagatomo. Great trick skiing yesterday from Yu. We had him in here doing a bit of an interview. It didn't go quite as planned, of course, with the language issues, but being that he didn't speak any English, but we got a bit of sign language out of him. Skier number 4 will be Swedish competitor Simon Oldman. Now this is one of the guys Curtis was talking about earlier that is a top slalom skier, not as an event, but he's out there, he's out there doing it for his country, doing it for Sweden. Ukrainian, of course, Ivan Chorny. We go to Switzerland with Nicholas Farr, Colombian Sebastian Martinez, and the young Argentinian Eric Geisler. So that's our first 8 jumpers, which will make up Series 4 boys jump.
Yeah, the Ski Nautique towboat just completing its stimulation pass, and we should be ready to bring the first jumper in just a few moments. The young Colombian Samuel Acevedo. Pleasure to watch him ski a little bit in the weeks leading up to this.
I know, because there was a couple of Colombians training at Kyle Leeds at Ski Fluid, where we were for a couple of weeks, but this guy was not one of them. So I haven't seen a lot of this young guy. Great Colombian team here this year. This is the first year I think Colombia have had a full team of 6, because it includes the Jaramillo twins, who are both gold medal favourites, or well, you'd at least say, at least after Louisa Slalom this morning, she's pretty much cemented her favourite spot for that girls slalom. But yeah, the Colombian team for the first time, I think, a full team and looking super strong, and maybe for the first time ever you could see Colombia finish in the top 5 in the teams event.
Yeah, it's been a big explosion, I think, in skiing right throughout Latin America. We've got Colombia with a great, strong team of 6. Chile, certainly the most vocal team on site. They've got a great contingent this Worlds. And Mexico as well has a pretty strong team, at least in the slalom and trick events.
I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday, that this Worlds, the worldwide pandemic, COVID, has not been good for countries like Australia and New Zealand that typically send full teams. As the same for Asia, that's Korea, Japan send full teams normally. That COVID has stopped this from happening. But we see the Latin American, South American countries with full teams. Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, all with full teams, and that's great to see at a World Champs. So we have our first jumper on the water, Curtis, and it's exciting times. I know I know you're a bit more of a trick fan, but you certainly enjoy your tricks and your trick commentary. But jump, of course, always gets the blood rushing, and we love it. We'll be underway now. So settle yourself in, grab yourself a cold drink, get in your favourite easy chair, and get ready to watch all of the boys' jumpers at this Junior Worlds trying to make their way into the top 12 for the final.
That's right. Young Samuel now opening up his campaign in the jump, the three-quarter cut to start. Taking it relatively easy here on the first one. He's got a good deal of angle and a tidy jump to open up his campaign, and of course the jumping here at these Worlds.
Yeah, tidy opening jump. Haven't really got our eye in yet on distances. They looked sort of about a 30-odd metre jump to me. Looked very tidy. And as you said, it wasn't super late. He's just conservative here on his first jump. Only a young fellow, but Slalom not too bad yesterday. I think he skied about 3 at 12 metre. He was leading the event for quite some time. Tidy opening jump. So we'll have a distance fairly shortly. Now, folks, we'll be giving you the distances in metres, and that is as per IWWF rules and also TWBC broadcasting rules. Obviously, Curtis and I from a country that is more familiar with the metre system as well, so it's going to suit us. We will leave it up to you folks to pull out your calculators and work out how far the distances are in feet. Well, sometimes we'll give the odd guess. I guess Curtis has a bit of experience with feet. He possibly could give you a bit of an idea. But
I've got 2 of them at least.
Yeah. Curtis has a lot of experience with distances around that 140, 150 foot mark. Okay, 30.7 opening jump, which is about 100 feet, I think, Curtis.
It's a 100 foot opener.
About 100 feet.
So Samuel probably a bit of a backup jump score for the Colombian team, but in those team efforts it's really important that all 6 skiers fire out there, because you never really know who you're going to end up using in the final team calculations. Of course, the top 3 scores. Jump number 2, I think he's got a little bit more speed. Unfortunately, he didn't like the timing. I think he might end up to the ramp a little early in the end.
Yeah, he maybe started a little too hard. I'm not sure. It is an interesting point about Colombia, though. They are obviously super strong in the slalom and the trick event, but the Jaramillo twins don't jump, or they haven't jumped for some time, as far as I know. So it does just leave them a little bit vulnerable in the jump event for their team score.
Yeah, it does. It's been some time since we've seen a big Colombian jumper. I think you'd almost go back to Santiago Robledo, who picked up a silver and overall at the Junior Worlds all the way back in 2012. He was a pretty good jumper, up around 180 feet or 55 meters as a junior.
Yeah, he was very good, of course. Curtis, you had some experience with him. He ended up going to school over there in San Diego with you, I know, and very talented. Last minute adjustments. You get such great shots with this webcast, of course. Down on the start dock, there's plenty of soap. You would think that the guys put enough soap in his bindings by the look of the soap on the dock, but great to see the old tightening of the screws there just to make sure. You definitely don't want those bindings coming off as you're coming into that jump ramp, Curtis.
No, that would be quite disastrous. I think my favourite is when you get the dock shot and you see there's a few souls holding on to the old Publix white soap. It's like liquid gold among jumpers these days. So young Samuel of Colombia will have one last roll of the dice here. He had 30.7 on opener. Looks capable of going a few metres further if he gets it all together.
It's the three-quarter cut, of course. As we get through this event, we'll have a few more double cuts. Into the ramp he goes. Oh, maybe a little bit more speed there.
I think it was a better jump. He came off the ramp a little further over his skis. He was able to carry speed through the ramp and through the air just a little bit better than on the first one.
Possibly going to be up around that 31 to 32 metre mark. We'll have to obviously wait and see. So, Curtis, just while we wait for the distance, any idea what do you think the cut will be to make the final? Somewhere, what do you think, somewhere around 47, 48 metres possibly? Or
I think historically it's been 46 to 48 metres. It's really tough to know at these Worlds where the cuts will land. Of course, it's a year later than usual. These skiers have had an extra year to train. They're a year older, a year bigger and stronger. At the same time, we don't maybe have the depth that we typically have. There are a few skiers from countries who have not been able to make it, or even some of the countries where they've sent one or two skiers, they've maybe prioritised the top skiers, and those fringe skiers that would usually go to the Worlds that sort of might make a final, might not, have stayed home because of some of the difficulties travelling.
If you look at a couple of the countries that we're familiar with, the likes of Australia and New Zealand, that are typically jump is one of the better events from those countries that haven't really got the skiers here. I would have thought there would, between Australia and New Zealand, you might have had a couple of skiers that could have pushed to go into the high 40s and get into the final that aren't here. So, but you're right, a lot of these skiers are a year older than normal at a Junior Worlds, so that could push the distances a little bit higher. We'll wait and see. We know the trick cut yesterday was a little bit higher. I think he said it was 300 to 400 points higher than normal in the boys' tricks.
Great. As Francisco Georges leaves the dock, we have a score on third and final for Samuel Acevedo, 32.6 metres, so was able to go just a little bit further. And yeah, Francisco Georges, now this kid would weigh, 100 pounds soaking wet. So if he gets a little breeze under him, he could absolutely take off out there. Yeah, back to those cuts. The trick cut yesterday in the boys, highest it's ever been by about 400 or 500 points. I think it ended up right around 6,300, where historically the highest was about 5,800. But then this morning in the girls' slalom elimination round, the cut pretty much followed historical. 3 at 35 or 12 meters got you in.
Yeah.
And anything less than that missed out, which is pretty much where it's sat for the last 10 years down to 7 Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I've had the privilege of going to the last 5 Junior Worlds, I think, and that cut, as you said, 46 to 48 metres is normally the cut for this boys' jump. So let's just see what ends up. We'll find out over the next 2 or 3 hours.
The full double scut here to start for the young Argentinian. He's got a good deal of speed. He's not super late. In fact, he lets that one go. But I tell you what, he gets a hold of one of those cuts, and he's going to fly.
A little bit of, as you said, he's pretty light, 100 pounds soaking wet, we think, and if he gets a bit of a head breeze under him, he won't come down. He'll just keep flying. Super talented family, the Georges family, of course, out of Argentina. Older brother Tobias is here and will compete in the under-21 Worlds towards the end of the week. One of the best up-and-coming overall skiers in the world, Tobias Georges. And older brother, was it Nacho? What was the older brother?
Nacio, yeah.
Yeah, Nacio, yeah. I think I'm just thinking back to Moomba and Jared Ferraro calling him Nacho, but that's not his real name, of course. But I don't know how much skiing he's doing now, but it's a very solid overall skier as well. So they're a very talented family.
I mean, you look at the proliferation of overall skiers coming through the ranks, of course. Joel Poland setting an overall record earlier this year. Dora Llewellyn is skiing very well. You look at the Georges brothers, the Duplan Freiborgs coming up the ranks. The Diane brothers still very strong in overall. There's some great overall competition out there. Sort of younger guys nipping at the heels of the likes of your sort of Adam Sedemeyers and Martin Coleman's.
Absolutely, I still love the overall event. It takes so much to be good at all 3 events, and it's super exciting to make. But the Junior Worlds, the good thing about Junior Worlds, it gives us a bit of a snapshot of what's to come over the next 2 or 3 years, and we've certainly got some talented overall skiers at this event. Here's young Francisco now, jump number 2, full double. See if he can get over the ramp on this one. Up he goes. Great airform. Very naturally talented, aren't they? They sort of know how to ride a pair of jump skis, these Georgia's boys out of Argentina. And that headwind has actually picked up quite a bit just in the last minute or so. I think we're going to get a pretty decent headwind as we get into these top seeds.
It's perfect out there, and he's really taking advantage of it. You'll watch here, he cuts through the wakes. He's got great angle here, and then he just comes right out over the front of those skis, pushes into that head breeze. You know, he's a small man, but it almost looks like a scale model of a 60-meter jumper.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, how old is this kid? 13?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, you could easily see this kid at 23 being a 200-foot jumper. You're right, Curtis. He looks like he knows how to ride a pair of jump skis. Yeah. Wow, 36.8. So that's I would have picked that at about 34. It's further than I realised. So that's a great jump from the young fellow.
It's difficult when you're that small because you don't get a lot from the boat. I mean, He'd have to really go at it to even engage that jump switch.
Yeah, I bet you though. I bet you the Georges family are pretty smart. I bet you they got a pretty fat end of that rope there, just to make sure they get a bit more out of the jump switch. Here we go, third and final. Let's see if he can't get a little further here. He's got good speed on this one. Oh, geez, he used the headwind at the end of his flight. I don't know. He's happy, though, which is great to see. I don't know how far that is, Curtis, but it's great to see these guys with a little bit of a fist bump. He's out there. Plenty of years to come from this young athlete.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a fist bump so much as a little bit of a shake of the head and a raising of the arms. I think it's another good jump, similar hole, but he's got probably a 40-meter jump in him, this young man. Couldn't quite get it together.
We've had a helmet throw down there, so I think you're right, Curtis. He a little bit disappointed. You got to love the Latin American flair, don't you? The skiers from that part of the world. They're
wear the heart on the sleeve.
Yeah, they're either very happy or very sad out there. There's no in between.
Okay, you contrast it with some of the Eastern European skiers, so you know, I don't even know how you crack a smile or a frown out of them. They're like almost robots out there.
Okay, Curtis, what happened here on the ramp here? He seemed to have good speed, but
just a little upper body crush. Yeah. You saw his chest came forward through the ramp. He still got over his skis, but he didn't go up quite as much as the one before and lost the line, really. Didn't have that acceleration of the boat through the air. It's a little aye there as he threw the hands in the air.
What speed do you want?
51.
Okay, this is exciting, folks. Next competitor has made his way all the way from Japan. It is Yu Nagatomo, and he's the guy that went out on the trick ski yesterday. Didn't look like, you know, he didn't look like he knew a lot about tricking, but he went out and threw 3 great flips, and one of them, of course, was a really nice front flip. So it's great to see him here, and I've spent a few years, of course, New Zealand, part of Oceania, which is have our championships with Asia. Well, a lot of time watching over the years, watching Asian jumpers, and they love the jump event, the Asian nations, and hopefully we see something big or something spectacular here from this young man from Japan.
Yep, very excited for young Yu Nagatomo to open up his jump campaign, and great to see a little bit of Asian representation at these Worlds. I know it's difficult to travel right now from that part of the world, so big sacrifices a lot of these athletes are making. I'm sure he probably has some quarantine requirements on the flight home. So it's great to see that passion and some great juniors coming through out of Japan.
See the Japanese team coach down there, one of the support people anyway on the dock. I think he's probably, a lot of these the guys on site have got the webcast on their phones as well. You notice they're keeping an eye on the scores and everything.
Yeah, well, I think if you walked around Shortline Lakes right now, you know, there's about 40 houses here, and every single one has got on the big screen the Waterski Broadcasting Company.
Okay, this could be exciting here. This young Japanese athlete into the ramp he goes, 3/4 cut, up he goes. Wow, good jump, good opening jump. pushed out over into that headwind a little bit.
I think he ended up a little early in the end. He sort of turned quite hard, dropped the chest in a little bit, and he was disappointed with his timing. Came off the ramp a little bit movie, but he can adjust here. That headwind is building, so maybe just more than he was expecting from the dock.
Yeah, it's deceptively strong, the headwind. I've been here a couple of days with the training, and when that headwind gets going here, it's quite a long... Oh, geez, the skis almost dropped down in front of him there, which he's going to have to watch with that headwind. But it is deceptively strong here. It's quite a long lake, this Lake 1 that we're jumping on. And we are quite close to the coast as well. Only about a mile away from the coast here, so you can get the sea breeze can get up in the afternoon, and a reasonably strong headwind.
So we have a change here.
Okay, 23.8. I thought it might have been a little further than that. I guess he was lacking a bit of speed, as you said, Curtis.
Well, he lost a lot. You saw the skis sort of flare up in his face off the top. It's almost like pulling the handbrake there.
Yeah. It actually says 28.3, but sorry, I heard 23.8 through myself. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to confirm that. Here we go, jump number 2, representing Japan. Oh, he passes that one. There's been quite a bit of work put into the Japanese coaching program over the last few years. I know a lot of the Japanese athletes go to ski with Kyle Ead at Ski Fluid there from time to time. I don't think that's actually happened this year due to COVID, but back in the day, I'm thinking 30, 35 years ago when we used to go and ski at Asian Oceania Championships, the Japanese jumpers were a little bit scary. They're super brave, and they used to always jump at 6 foot no matter their ability. And sometimes it was a little bit like a kamikaze pilot at times, the Japanese jumpers. But it's good to see this guy. He's got a bit more control out there, and he's obviously had a bit of good coaching over the years.
They have a lot of skiers in Japan. It's a great collegiate program. They regularly get sort of close to 1,000 skiers at their collegiate nationals, I understand. It's a really big program for them. So a good crop of juniors coming through. It's a big sport, so a growing sport in Japan and in lots of Asia.
Oh, wow. Wow, we have had, the ramp has moved, folks, so I'm sure they'll hold the boat. But the anchor has come, I'm not sure if you can see on your webcast, the anchor has broken, the anchor line is broken on the jump ramp. This is not good for this World Championships, Curtis, because obviously we're going to have to reattach it, but we're also going to have to resurvey the jump course now, so that's a bit of a shame.
Yep, you can see the officials sprinting to positions. The old theodolite will be pulled straight out.
Well, that's the homologator, the coursework guys have got a bit of work to do here, folks, so we're going to have a bit of an ad break. We'll keep you updated, but we are going to have a bit of a delay, unfortunately.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Hello everyone, hopefully there's still a few people tuned in. Just in case you missed it, the ramp came dislodged midway through our third competitor in the under-17 boys jump elimination round. They have got the ramp back in position. There's probably going to be a little more of a delay while they resurvey it just to make sure it's in exactly the right spot. So we're probably still, what, a good 20, 30 minutes away from kicking off again here?
Maybe not. I would hang around. I don't know. The jump seems to be in the right place, and full credit, we had Rodrigo Miranda swimming to find the anchor there. Not something you'd expect to see at a World Championships on a man-made lake. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but basically one of the anchor lines gave way. But I'm not sure. I think they're reasonably happy with the position of the ramp now. It's just a matter of getting the survey done. So yeah, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, but also could only be 15 or 20. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, sorry about that, folks. The conditions are great. We want to be jumping, but just had a slide. It does happen. Anyone who's been involved with Waterski tournament or Waterski sites knows that these things happen. So as soon as we're back on, I'm sure we'll be back on here. So we're just going to run a few more ads. Don't go too far away. We think maybe 20 minutes and we should be back jumping.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Okay, well, we had a delay here, and all of a sudden we kind of got caught off guard to the fact that they got the jump repaired.
All right, you want 51, letter L, please. 0 the weight.
So we got Yu Nagatoma. He's back on the water, and we're up and going again here in the 2020 IWWF Under 17 World Water Ski Championships. We're running the Series 4 in this boys jump preliminary event.
Y para salir del país, solamente la gente que está vacunada. Entonces, mis primos chicos, vino, el hermano de mi papá vino, él y la señora están vacunados, pero mis primos tienen 9, 7 y 5. Allá vacunan desde los 12 o 15. Sí, entonces,
All right, here we go. We're coming in, approaching the ramp and letting go and electing to pass. Looked like he may have been early there on that attempt.
Well, welcome back, folks. We've had a bit of a delay, technical issues. Unfortunately, the jump anchor came loose, which is unheard of here at Picos Waterski Centre. So we've had to obviously re-anchor the jump ramp and, of course, resurvey. So it's been a bit of a delay, but we're back in now, of course, back on with the boys' jump elimination round.
Yeah, it kind of caught us off guard. 3 of us were in the trailer just enjoying the AC, and I had my head down and something. I just glanced up and seen a skier looking like he's putting skis on. I'm like, whoa, uh-oh, here we go.
I've got to admit I was a bit short of breath. Obviously, looking at me, I'm not the fittest man on site, but I was down having lunch down at the end of the lake, and I had to jog it up, which is, in this heat, mate, I may well have a heart attack here, so get the defibrillator ready. And I don't know what happened to Curtis. He was meant to be commentating, but we've completely lost him.
It's okay. We're a team. We're filling in. We'll help out. We'll do whatever it takes.
We're back on. And so the athlete, of course, our Japanese athlete who jumped, had 2 jumps probably an hour ago. He had one score of 28.6 from memory and a pass. I think that jump we just saw was a warm-up. Oh, sorry, 28.3. So the jump he just passed we saw on camera will be a warm-up jump. And this is his third and final. So this bloke's had a pretty big gap in the middle of his set, so hopefully that doesn't break it up too much for him. But this is his third and final attempt, as far as I understand, and he really wants to go 30 meters. So let's see if he can't do it here on his last jump.
Steady pull, a little bit of.
And he's landed pretty heavy there. I hope he's okay. The jump itself, his skis flew up in his face, but it looked like he was going to land okay. But for some reason, as he's hit the water, we'll see on the replay here, he's come out of those bindings fairly quickly here, Troy. So this should be fairly interesting.
Yeah, I see. He's early, so when you're early, you got time to get back. Too much time between the second wake and the jump. Then he tried to get back over the skis, and just kind of was too far forward there.
So he's going to finish up with 28.3, which was his first jump over an hour ago. We've had this delay, of course, if you've just joined us, with some technical difficulties. I mean, it's great to see this guy here. He's come all the way from Japan. It's very hard to get out of Asia at the moment because of the COVID situation. A bit of a fall there. But he's out there representing here at the Junior Worlds, and good on him.
How good are you going from metric to American, meters to feet?
I'm not so good, Troy. I obviously understand the metric system reasonably well. I come from New Zealand. Feet. Look, I know that 30 and a half, 30.5 is 100 feet, give or take. So.
All right. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and set up a conversion table here on my phone because I'm not. I'm not good with the metric, and
No, and there'll be a lot of viewers out there, I'm sure, from the United States watching this event that are not familiar with meters. So we'll try and help you out with that.
So 28.3 is 93 feet. And I see here on Curtis's notes, we got a 36.8 as the lead right now.
That's correct, yeah. That was Francisco Georges out of Argentina. He jumped pretty well. He's only about 12 or 13 years of age. He's only a little fella, only probably 100 pounds dripping wet, but he has a great technique and he jumped really well.
I did watch him. His skis look almost bigger than his waist.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're going now to Sweden. This is Simon Oldman, and he is a very good slalom skier. He runs well into 38 off, or 11.25. Jump is definitely not his main event, but he's out there jumping for Sweden, trying to help their team points. I think his PB is probably somewhere around 100 feet, around the 30-meter mark. His mother, Anita, I think it is. I'm just trying to remember. She's got the big camera. She's going to take some photos of this. Just not far from his commentary position. Here he is, the big tall Swede. Into the ramp on jump one. Tidy jump. Hard to pick the distance. Probably not quite 30, I don't think. I don't think it'd be quite 100 feet.
He's a big lad, as you would say.
Mate. He's exactly what you'd expect from a Swede. He's blonde, he's big, he's muscly, he's very good on a slalom ski.
So he's just trying to maintain a solid pull all the way into the jump and resist that at the top. Sitting back a little bit, you know, does he trick also?
I don't think he tricks, no.
So this jump is just kind of a carryover, kind of break up the monotony of slalom.
You know, it's the top slalomers don't slalom till tomorrow morning at these junior worlds, so it gives them an opportunity to get out there and get wet and get on the water. Okay, 30.9, 100 feet, 101 feet, so there you go, 30.9.
So we went from absolutely no wind at all. It's quite interesting, really. It's slalom, we had nothing moving. Then slalom got over, and right now we've just got the absolute perfect wind for jumping.
It's very good right now. It'll probably build a little bit, actually, might get a little bit stronger. But then as we go through the jumpers get better and they want even stronger headers. It's going to be a perfect afternoon, I think. Oh, that's further there from Simon. I wouldn't be surprised if that's up 32, even 33 meters from Simon there on jump number 2. The conditions are great, and we've got a big program at these Worlds. We've probably lost an hour today with the jump losing its anchor, so we've got a pretty tight program. I'm hoping we don't get a storm this afternoon or any rain. I'm not sure whether we are or not, although you pretty much do every afternoon in Florida, so it could come. We don't want any more delays today because we have at least 2 hours more of jump, maybe even 3 hours of jump, and then of course we've got a couple of hours of tricks, the top seeds, women's tricks.
So I'm sure that jump was further, yes, quite a bit. 33.9 on jump 2.
Look, that's quite likely a personal best for Simon.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity of being at Ski Fluid in Orlando with training with the great Kai Lead the last couple of weeks, and Simon was there as well, and he said to me that his personal best is 30 meters. So that's that's possibly a personal best there of 33.9 from the big Swede, so he'll be happy.
So that's roughly 10 feet further than what he had been before.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Big shout out, I'm not sure if Mike Shalander's watching this webcast from Sweden, but childhood hero of mine, the great Mike Shalander.
The slam dunker.
Greatest Swede to ever be a Swede, you'd have to say. Hopefully he's watching this webcast. Third and final now for Simon Oldman from Sweden. Another similar sort of a jump.
Yeah, nice solid set. Nothing spectacular off the jump, but safe.
And safe is an important word. When you're a top slalom skier expecting to make the slalom final, you don't want to go out and jump and hurt an ankle or a knee or something like that. So the main thing for him is he's got a half decent score there for his team. He's had a bit of fun, but he's going to come back intact and ready to go for that slalom elimination tomorrow.
And really, you know, that delay doesn't seem much for us, but when you're hanging down at the starting dock.
It is, and it's hot, Troy. Like, just to paint a picture for those of you watching on the webcast, it's, I mean, in actual temperature, it's probably 95, which is, plenty of places get warmer than that, which is what? That's probably 34, 35 degrees Celsius, but the humidity factor is huge, and it's pretty warm down there on the dock, so to have to wait an hour longer for your jump set in your jumpsuit down there on the dock is tough.
Well, and they're out of the wind where that dock is. Yeah. You can see the dockside cam right there. There's no breeze.
It's stifling down there.
So it's the field-like temperature right now of 101 degrees.
There you go. So we go to our next competitor from Ukraine. We've got Ivan Choyny. Now, well, the Ukraine are a massive waterski nation in terms of especially jump and trick event. I'm sure this young guy, he's not super old. He's only around 14 years of age, but he is, I'm sure he's coming out of the Ukrainian program. The defending champion in this event, I think Alexander Solmanov, if I remember, from 2018 Worlds, was from the Ukraine. He's not here at these Worlds. He's too old, I guess, for under 17s. But because the Ukraine hold the title from 2018 in this boys' jump, so we're looking to try and get a couple of skiers possibly into the final.
So right now for him, if he's going to be a contender, because we're going through all four of these boys' jump, and we're going to determine the top 12 to go into the finals this afternoon. And they're right now leading at 36.8 meters, Francisco Georges. So that's the mark right now that Ivan's going to come out and try and take over.
Yeah. I'm not so sure. This guy's a little bit younger than the rest of the Ukrainian team. I'm not quite sure what his PB is. It sort of strikes me as around that mid 30 meter mark. I think that 35 to 40 meter mark as a personal best.
So here we go, 3/4 cut on jump number 1. We're on a 5-foot ramp. Trying to build that pendulum as he comes up across wakes into the bottom of the jump.
Time 728072. Jump for
You know, the trick is the combination of speed and lift. Obviously, if you're involved in skiing, you know that, but we might have some people tuned in that aren't familiar with the sport. So by swinging out to the right side or out by the driver, the skier then cuts towards the ramp trying to generate speed. And then when they hit the ramp and get off the top of the ramp, they spring or jump up trying to get their height. So the combination of speed and height obviously gets you your distance.
31.7 meters. Opening jump, Ukrainian athlete. Very much an opening jump. I think he was a little bit early out there and didn't really get the pull through the ramp he needed.
So 31.7 or roughly 104 feet there for Ivan on jump 1. Sticking with that 3/4 cut, a little bit of a headwind. He may adjust as he's down there between the 500 and 600 foot buoy.
This is a better spot. I think he's got a bit more speed. Oh, he slipped out on the ramp though. Couldn't quite get it together. I thought he was a little later there though, maybe even a bit wider, and he had more speed, but couldn't quite handle it on the jump ramp.
Well, I think he was. I agree, 100%. When he lifted that left ski up, he had a little bit of movement with his body. I don't know if that's what took away the jump, but we'll see in this replay.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm not his coach and I'm not a jumping expert, but I don't know that lifting the ski the way he does here is helping him a lot.
No, too high.
Yeah.
So that pushed him back and threw him off balance, and then to recoup from that, he's pulling up on that handle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I'm thinking back to the great Ray Stokes, of course, one of the world's greatest jump coaches, and I think what he would say is the idea is to have de-weighted that left ski and to come off the wakes with almost all of your weight on the right ski. It's not necessarily about lifting the left ski as you are about to hit the ramp, I think. But hey, look, I'm sure the Ukrainian program will have a coach that is sorting that out for him.
Well, you do see great jumpers, and you see it more now than what we ever saw before. They do tend to lift that left ski, but not quite as high as he did there. I'm not a big proponent of it, I'll be honest. I like to de-weight the left ski, but lifting it, to me, you're opening up an opportunity for something to go wrong.
Okay, Ukraine, Ivan Chorny. Jump number 3. Into the ramp he comes. Yeah, that's probably going to be the biggest jump of his set, I think, Troy. It should be a little bit further. Still down in the low 30s, though, I think.
Yeah, I missed jump 2 on him.
We're waiting for the distance. Next competitor is Nicholas Farr from Switzerland. We see Swiss team there on the dock with him. We see a good shot there of the boat driver just as he went past there, Troy from New Zealand, Mike Ross. So a few Kiwis possibly starting to wake up back there in New Zealand. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning back home in New Zealand, and they know Mike Ross well. He's been driving for a lot of years around New Zealand. It's good to see him here at the World Championships.
Yes, so 34.4 was the last distance for Ivan Chorny there. So that, from my chicken scratch here, puts him in second. That's roughly 113 feet for Ivan. So Nicholas going down, checking out the wind as he's going down the lake, getting ready to circle back for his first attempt here in this jump event. We're in Series 4, so our first group here in this preliminary under 17 boys jump. Switzerland skier.
Yeah, Swiss. It's a country of Switzerland. I think we call them Swiss. Very serious people, the Swiss. We have one in the caravan here telling us what to do all the time.
Yeah, I was waiting for a comment to come out of there.
Swiss.
So here we go, setting up another 3/4 cut. Bringing a nice edge into the jump. That's one of the better looking jumps I've seen since I've sat down.
That's close, so we might have a new leader here. That our member Francisco Georges is leading, the Argentinian, with 36.8. I wouldn't be surprised if that's about that or even a little bit further. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that looked like a nice jump. He was in control. He kept that load going. What I mean by load, he kept edging all the way into the jump. As you do that, you're making that boat accelerate, which increases your speed, and he's one of the better ones that's got off the jump there.
Yeah, that's looking at it again. I think that could be 38 or even 39 meters. That was a really nice jump. He had quite a good strong edge there, a reasonable lift as well. Waiting for the distance
patiently.
Patience isn't normally something announcers are good at.
No,
Troy,
especially when you see something like that.
That was a good jump. Oh, they've stopped the boat, so it's possible they have not got a distance, and that's why we haven't seen it.
So we welcome you. We're in the South Walton County area in Florida, and we're bringing you the 2020 IWWF World Waterski Championships. This is the under 17 portion of the tournament. We are in the boys category here, first group to determine who the final 12 are going to be coming up in a couple days.
Absolutely, and we think it's going to take a jump around that 47, 48 metre mark to get through to the final. The top 12, we've got 40, 43 jumpers, I think, trying to get into the top 12 for the final. So, I mean, some of this first series, there's some younger guys, there's some guys that are more slalom specialists out there jumping, but I tell you what, as we go through this afternoon, it is going to get huge. And in fact, I watched the French kid training Paul Freiberg a couple of days ago, and just standing on the banks watching him, to me it looked like he was almost going 60 metres, 58, 59 metres, So I'm talking 185 feet sort of thing, which is a mammoth jump at 51k, 5.5 feet. So there's going to be some big jumps here this afternoon.
I totally agree. I watched them practice the other night, and these guys were flat out getting it.
Absolutely. You got to remember that with the delay with the COVID with these worlds, that some of these guys are a year older than they would have been, so they've got to have an extra year's growing, extra year's training.
We're good to go. Second jump.
You'll have all these under 17-year-old girls coming and getting you.
Wow, folks, it was worth waiting for. We have our first 40-metre jump of the 2020 World Under-17 Championships, 40.7 metres, an absolute ripper of a jump from the young man from Switzerland. Decent headwind starting to build now, and this is the trick for these guys. They've got to get their timing right off the 500 or 600 footballs here, because if not, they're going to end up a little bit early, because at 51k, that headwind can really slow you down. So here we go. Nicholas Farr from Switzerland leads the event, 40.7 on his opener. Oh, nice jump. Geez, I like this kid's style. Good, tidy jumping. Wouldn't be surprised if that's just a little bit further. I'm going to be joined back in commentary by Curtis Williams. And Curtis, very unusual for a Williams, but you were putting lunch ahead of your commentary work, so I hope you're feeling guilty about that.
I learned from the best. Great to see us back on the water. Conditions fantastic. I am looking at that headwind and absolutely drooling. I kind of wish I'd packed my jump skis on this trip.
39.1. I thought it was a little bit further than that, so he's going to stick with a 40.7. Yeah, that's right, Curtis. If you actually got out over your skis, you'd be able to use this headwind, but I don't think that's going to help with your jumping style. Once again, you learn from the best.
Well, that's great. We're already seeing a jump in excess of 40 metres. It probably won't be enough, but it's a good opening effort here for Nicholas Farr, and I think he's an overall competitor, so good for him to get a solid score in the event.
He's slalom pretty well from memory. I think he ran 12. I think he might have got... You see, the young guy I think may have fell off going through the entry gates at 11.25, so I think he's sitting on a score of 0 at 11.25. So he's in the hunt for the slalom final.
Their third and final jump now. He's got a good deal of speed. Probably ended up to the ramp just a touch early, but he kicks off well.
Yeah,
it's going to be a similar jump.
Yeah, it was a good ramp work. Exploded off the top.
We'll get the replay here in a second. I couldn't help but feel that the way he turned was for a much later position than how he ended up being to the ramp. He starts off really strong here. He comes off the second wake and he just doesn't have room to build. He almost just kind of locks into that one spot. But he comes off the ramp so well, it's going to be another tidy jump.
It's good air form. 40.9, so that's the biggest of his set, 40.9. And that is our lead at the moment in the under-17 boys jump elimination round. 2020 World Waterski Championships, Junior World Waterski Champs. It's the 2020 under-17 Worlds, but we're holding it in 21, and we're really effectively under-18 Worlds. And that is the way of the world at the moment with COVID. We can't really do too much about it, but super excited to be here. Great opening ceremony last night. You could just feel the excitement out there after, you know, like a postponement on these Worlds, and, you know, it's been so hard to travel for so many people. The guys that have got here are super excited to be here, and everybody is enjoying what is a wonderful open-air sport.
That's right, we move now down to Colombia. It will be young Sebastian Martinez on the water.
Well, we've talked a little bit over the last couple of days about the strength of the Colombian team. First time I can remember that the Colombians have had a full team at a under-17 World Championships, of course led by the fantastic Jaramillo twins, but also backed up by another 3 or 4 skiers from Colombia. You know, all the jump sites in Colombia, Curtis, are a very high altitude. You know, we're talking 4, 5, 6,000 feet in height. So they struggle in Colombia to get the boats to give you the gas that you want jumping in Colombia. A little bit of trivia there for you.
Yeah, it's not just the boats. The boats struggle to get to speed, but the other thing that happens is you don't get that same tip pressure off the ramp.
Okay, so this young bloke will be enjoying being at sea level here at Santa Rosa Beach with the big Nautique 6.2 litre pulling him in. And it's a tidy opening jump from young Sebastian Martinez out of Colombia.
For those who maybe geek out on some of the aerodynamics of it all, when you have airports at altitude like they would be at some of those places in Colombia, Mexico City, and parts of the US, they actually have to build the runways longer because it takes the planes longer to take off. And so that same sort of concept will apply to jumping, where skiers won't get that same, you know, pressure under their skis and, you know, tend to not go as far.
Well, there you go, folks. You're learning things as we go, listening to the TWBC webcast of these Under-17 World Championships. We are watching Sebastian Martinez out of Colombia with a 31.3 metre opening effort. Just a youngster. He's only around that 14 years of age. Up-and-coming skier. Next World Champs, next Under-17 Worlds, of course, are going to be in Chile. January of 2023, which is going to come around pretty quick. So I'm sure we'll once again have a very strong Colombian team down there in Chile.
Lower back? Yeah, exactly.
Of course, the other thing in the back of Sebastian's mind is he'll want to jump further than his compatriot Samuel Acevedo, who went 32.6, so he's very close there as he comes in. Similar approach from the young man. He's fairly conservative, but he comes off the jump so well. He's milking every last metre.
Fortunately, yeah, it was a good jump, but he's not going to ride it away, Curtis. He fell back on the landing.
Maybe ended up a little too early in the end. Sometimes when you end up a little early, flatten off into the base, you lose the line midway through the air, which is kind of what's happened to him. It started off well, but a little bit of slack line and then just sort of slipped out on the right away.
Yeah, because the Colombians have their best jumper yet to come, who is, of course, Sebastian Colinda. And we'll look forward to him coming up in about 4 or 5 skiers.
Actually, Sebastian Colinda's not all the way in Series 2, so he'll be in a couple of hours.
Okay, he's a wee way away. So I had the privilege of driving the boat a little bit for him at Ski Fluid. He's been training there with Jack Critchley and higher lead, and I've seen that guy. He's an outside chance, Sebastian Klinder from Colombia, of making the final. I've certainly seen him jump 44, 45 meters. Whether he's been 47 or 48, we'll have to see. But he just missed the slalom final with 4 at 12. Well, we presume he's going to miss it, so he'll have a little bit to prove out there a little bit later on in jump.
Right, third and final jump now for Sebastian Martinez. Opened up with a 31-meter effort, then a fall on jump number 2. His last chance to sort of throw a big score out there for his team and, of course, for his own overall chances. Really good approach.
Super tidy, Curtis, but I'm not going to criticise him. He's just a young fella, but he's fairly conservative in his cut there. He's not super late. He's fairly early. He's just making sure of it out there.
Yeah, you see, it doesn't get a whole lot of angle at the turn. He's really just pointing his skis at the ramp and riding into it. He comes off the jump well. He's got the foundations to be a big jumper one day, but really needs to get a little more angle, a little more speed to push up around that sort of 40-plus meter mark.
Yeah.
Pedal.
Okay, so he finished up with 32.6, which is, 107 odd feet, something like that, I think, 108 feet.
Ties the other Colombian, Samuel Acevedo.
Oh, wow. Colombians are all tied up.
So our last skier now in series for boys jump. It's a young man from Argentina. Now, he is so young that he hasn't even gone up to 51K yet. I saw on the board that he's jumping out there at 48K.
Yeah, I think he's only 12 or 13 years of age, this young guy. Know his father well, Larry Geisler. He's on the World Tournament Council, one of the world's premier Waterski judges and also coaches. Great Waterski coach, Larry Geisler. And he's got his young fella here at the Worlds. He actually said to me, Dad said to me, he said, look, I wasn't actually going to enter Eric in these Worlds, but at the moment it's all locked down in Argentina. They're locked in their apartment back home in Buenos Aires, all doing all the schoolwork online. So he said, well, even though he's only young and he's got plenty more years left in him, I thought I might as well get him out in the fresh air, bring him to Florida and come along to the World Champs. So sounds like a plan to me.
I come visit beautiful South Walton, Florida.
Beautiful part of the world. I can't stress enough. We have some beautiful beaches back home in New Zealand, but the beach here is really nice. Beautiful white silky sand, beautiful blue water, and the temperature is what gets it for me. You know, the water temperature is probably around 30, low 30s Celsius. You know, so around 80 degrees, 85 degrees is beautiful.
Yeah, you could spend hours in it.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of time the last couple of days. Big days here at the lake. We are here for the water skiing though, so you don't want to hear about my beach days.
Eric, jump number 1. He's having a look. He's at 48K. Things look a little bit later than they are, don't they? But it was a very tidy opening jump.
That's a beautiful jump. You know, young guy, just 12 or 13 years of age. We saw him trick yesterday. I think he tricks around that 4,500 points. But you can tell he's got some talent. You can tell he's well coached. A tidy enough jump.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the form. He looks like he's a big jumper. I mean, look at the way he lands on one ski, lifts it off the second wake, and then just so fluid through the ramp, right up over the tips of his skis. I mean, I've never looked that good on a pair of jump skis.
And no amount of money and coaching could fix it, Curtis, unfortunately. Okay, we're looking at the score there at the moment for the previous jumper. And here we go. We've got Eric Isler. Did I see 33.2? 33.2. Opening jump for the Argentinian competitor.
And that's a big jump at 48K, 5-foot ramp.
It is, actually.
We're good, mate.
I'm going to do 2 and 3, though, because I don't, or the middle two, because I don't want to do Levi's.
Oh yeah, well it's the last gear, so if you want to swap one of the two of us out, up to you. You can get along with me.
Okay, jump number 2 now. Argentinians. Eric Gisler. Very similar jump, a bit of a carbon copy of jump number 1.
Yeah, consistent though, isn't it? I mean, the young man, he's really out here for experience. You know, he's got many junior worlds to come. It's solid, consistent jumping. You know, the foundationals are fantastic from him. I mean, you know, this really is, if you were to do an instructional video on jump skiing, that's how you want to look through the wakes, after the second wake, and through the ramp. It's sensational.
Okay, back on the water here. We've got jump number 3 coming up for this young bloke. We've got the second distance, 33.6 for Eric Gisler. So he is improving slightly. Still our lead, though, is with Switzerland with 40.9 for Nicholas Farr.
Well, he's a treat to watch this young man. The future of our jump event. And another tidy, consistent jump to finish.
Yeah, unfortunately, he hasn't quite ridden it away, though, Curtis, but good set, I think. I think he'll be happy. Young guy, just 12 years of age, so he'll be reasonably happy with that set. Okay, that concludes Series 4 of Boys Jump. As we watch that replay, I'm going to jump out of the commentary seat for a little while, and Cole is going to come in and take you through the next couple of series. Hopefully I'll be back for Series 1 of Boys Jump, which is coming up.
Vince, is it Connor that helps with?
Emilio, ¿quieren un cooler con agua? No, estamos bien. Do you want water?
Oh, no, I've got one. No, I'm good. No,
there's a Coke or Pepsi.
I've got a 50 here too.
You taking me? Yeah.
And there's the Gatorade.
Everything.
Oh, I have the Gatorade.
Milo, ¿tú?
No, I'm good.
No, pásalo. Un agua, seguro, hielo. También el agua.
¿Con la fruta?
Ah, se la pasé ya.
Ciao Lilio. Ah, ciao.
Come stai?
Bene tu?
Bene.
Sì, bueno.
Francese?
Great to have our resident jump expert, Cole Kalkbrenner, in the comm box now. And we're about to kick off Series 3 Boys Jump Elimination Round. Current lead, 40.9 metres. That, of course, won't hold. We're going to cut this field of 40 down to just 12.
Yeah, Curtis, I think maybe expert might be a bit of a stretch, but I do appreciate that. I heard you talking a little about maybe there was some changes in the running order due to the ramp height. What can you bring me up to speed on that?
That's right. What we're hearing is the first skier scheduled in Series 3 jump, Connor Pauly, jumps at the 5.5 foot or 1.65 metre ramp height. So they're going to move him to Series 2 so they don't have to go out there and put the ramp up and down.
That's interesting because we're debuting the lightning jump controls, and I don't know if you noticed my hat, but I'm a little bit involved with it. Not much, so I want to make sure I give that disclaimer. But however, they do have the lightning jump control system here, so they should be able to go up and down within about 40 seconds. Now, maybe because of it is a world championship, maybe they have to have a TC check that. I'm not sure. But anyways, lightning jump controls. Check us out on Facebook. It does allow for you to go between 4.5 foot and 6 foot. So it's a really unbelievable system. I'm excited to debut it here at the World Championships, but also you'll see it around the country. We used it at our national championships in the U.S. Open last weekend. I don't know, was that last weekend?
Last weekend.
Gosh, time flies. But regardless, appreciate all of the messages and everybody coming through on Facebook, and you wouldn't mind sharing it and letting everybody know that we are retrofitting jumps as we speak.
So explain this to me, Cole. Basically, you press a button or flick a switch on shore, and then what happens? A little light goes on, and Pepe Miranda's just under there ready to crank? Or?
Well, so if you ask Aaron about this, apparently that's where the name come from. It's all about a lightning bolt. The lightning comes down, strikes the jump, and it puts it up and down. It's elves, or I'm not really sure, So, but anyways, that's way above my pay grade. I just kind of throw myself over the jump and hope for the best. But the engineer behind it is a dear friend of mine. He's actually my neighbor and one of the smartest guys I know. So I know it's well thought out. It is not a hydraulic system. It's all used with, I can't remember, 7,000-pound RV jacks and one motor, but very, very sophisticated and easy to use. Flick of a button, you go from 4.5 all the way up to 6 foot. So we have a lot of different jumpers at our lake. We have 4.5 footers. We have some 5 foot juniors, and obviously Levi trains at 5.5, and myself at 6. So it's been a time saver, a boat saver. That's the one thing you don't really think about when you've got a ski school like this. You have young boat drivers. Maybe they're not as aware of how much these boats cost, and banging up against your metal jump out there isn't ideal for that. So, yeah, Lightning Jump Controls. Check us out on Facebook. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
That sounds good to me. I think I need to invest in a set. I'm liable to have a heart attack with the old crank system I've got on most of the jumps I use.
That's right. Well, I think, do you have to have a jump first?
We got a lovely jump sitting there, rusting in the salt in Mission Bay.
What are you? We got to get down there. I got to come down and visit you. I'm looking forward to. I heard you said Josh Bryant is training out there a little bit, living in California.
Yeah, we got a lot of good skiers coming out there now. We actually had Erica Lang with us for about 6 months, training in San Diego. A bit of a historic site too. So not many people know this, but it is the site that Chris LaPointe, at 12 years old, set his first U.S. national record.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Which actually at the time would have been the world record if the US was a member of the IWWF.
Us Americans always late to the party, huh?
That's right.
Anyways, well, that's cool. I appreciate you bringing some of that history to us. And I know you mentioned that Erica was battling a bit of an injury. We didn't see her last weekend at the U.S. Open as the boat goes up and down here for our simulation pass. Maybe you can shine some light on that. How's she feeling? Is she back on the water? And what's that look like?
Yeah, she's hurt her ankle. Actually, she was doing some cross training, just running, I think, and she had a bit of an ankle injury. She's targeting a recovery for the Open World Champs later in October. It's still a little bit TBD. I think her and Regina are a little bit in the same boat, where they're sort of healing up, trying to target recovery for that Open World Champs.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Regina around this week. I'm hoping to get her in the booth so we can discuss with her kind of what her training regimen is and how she's coming along with her recovery. I know we'd love to see her back out on the water in October at Sunset Lakes, but the Waterski Broadcasting Company will be bringing you all that coverage and more, for that matter. We've got the U-17 under 21 Open World Championships. You just saw the Hilltop conclude. Is there anything in between that I'm missing there, Curtis? Maybe Vince can shine some light on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what there is between now and the Worlds. There are a few tournaments after the World Championships. There is, of course, the Mastercraft Pro is going to be at Ski Fluid late October. There's the, I saw the Miami Pro was added to the end of the schedule, November 13th, 14th. There's a Malibu Open, of course, which is going to be in late September, I believe. And then, of course, actually, this coming weekend at the same time as the Under-21s is the California Pro-Am.
Gotcha. Wow. So lots of action in the water ski world. I love to see it. You know, whomever said that we were a struggling sport, I think the future's never been bright with the likes of TWBC and all of these juniors taken to the water. So just absolutely love to see the sport of water skiing thriving and see that. That's right. Collegiate Nationals at Bennett's, Zachary, Louisiana. Always a historic site for the Collegiate Nationals. It's just set up perfect for it. So looking forward. I think they're actually doing some sort of an alumni night jump. Are you going to be taking part in any of that, Curtis?
That's the rumor I'm hearing. Myself and your wife are going to be representing the Western region.
Wow, I did not know. So I was under this impression that Erin said no more. She had the Pan Ams coming, open world. I'm not sure that I thought she had said no go to that, but that's news to me, so it shows how much we communicate. But I appreciate you, Curtis, bringing that to my schedule. Look forward to watching her fly. I always like watching everybody fly, but right now, who's the young man on the water, Curtis?
We should have young Benjamin Susi in France opening up his campaign at these World Championships. A good tidy opening jump, and he's going to be right up around our leader there, I think, on opener.
Wow. You know, like you mentioned it earlier, the technique on some of these young studs is just incredible. I mean, watching someone fly at 100 pounds or so, it's just incredible to see the amount of load they are able to create, and that is all with their technique on the water.
Yeah, we're into some of our bigger jumpers here. His big, strong young man is Benjamin Susi, and it's a tidy jump, a little bit back on his heels off the top, but just a bit of a sider, feeling out the conditions, and I think he's only going to go up from here.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Well, 38.9 meters for his opener there. Not a bad way to start his campaign, 128 feet.
Yeah, puts him in second place right now, just behind that 40.9 we saw from our skier in Series 4. Just back to that calendar of events, what's great about it is we just rattled off about 6 tournaments left this season, big tournaments, and I think all bar the Kelly Pro-Am are being broadcasted by the TVC.
That's pretty impressive stuff right there. And there's a lot of talk and conversation around this newly created Waterski Pro Tour. It's great to have a tour for these athletes to showcase their talents and be able to go through the season and understand where everybody stands with their points. But right now, Ben Susi up and over. Look at the left tip just fluttering. That means he had some speed there.
That's a bigger jump. I think we might have a new leader in this event. Looking solid there on second, building well throughout the set as the young Frenchman. Yeah, that Waterski Pro Tour has added some valuable context this season. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's really the same thing as the old IWWF Elite Points.
Yeah.
But they've just sort of rebranded it and packaged it away that's a little easy to follow. It's been a great addition, I think.
Well, it's going to be a lot easier to follow with the Waterski Broadcast Company, hopefully partnering with them, and really we need it as a pro tour. We need that consistent coverage, that consistent. I just think the angles and everything that Vince has been able to do with the Waterski Broadcasting Company, it's giving you, the viewers at home, just such an incredible viewing experience. I mean, it's like watching the NFL. I mean, I know that you don't know that. Well, I know you do now, don't you? You probably got a team. Who do you follow out there?
I watch the Super Bowl.
You watch the Super Bowl. Tell you what. Well, we're excited to see where it goes. I know this is kind of a pilot season. Looks like we'll have everything kind of organized next year over the winter. We'll make sure that we get that all put together. But Ben Susi, what was his second jump there, Curtis? 135 feet, which is good enough for a new leader.
20 centimeters.
What's that?
20 centimeters.
20 centimeters. I have to dial back in my metrics to feet here. Ben Susi up and over. Looks like a tidy jump.
It's good. I'm not sure it was any further than jump number 2, but
about the same hole.
You know, comes off the dock, first in Series 3. He has the lead. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, to make this final. You know, the cut historically has been sort of 46 to 48 meters. We did see sort of a much higher cut in the men's tricks yesterday, although the girls' slalom sort of landed in the same spot as it has in recent years. So it's yet to be said whether or not we're going to see bigger cuts this year.
Well, we were a bit wrong there. Another meter pushes it down the lake, which is what, 139 feet? 138 feet. So it's going to take me a minute to get back dialed in. on my metrics, but hopefully we'll be having people talking metrics and feet interchangeably by the end of this broadcast, Curtis. Appreciate you bringing the flavor.
Calculator, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, math is not a strong suit, but if it can have one talent and it be the metric to feet calculator, then I'll be all right with that.
Thank you.
Mira la parte delgada.
Next year is asking to have the distance. Is that possible?
So your neck of the woods, Curtis, is probably starting to wake up. I would imagine that southern hemisphere is doing the same. What's the time back home for you and your contingent, those Kiwis watching?
Yeah, so they're about 7 hours behind.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Okay. But it's already in the future, so they can kind of tell us what's going to happen here, or what?
Exactly,
How's that work?
that's right. So if you want stock tips or winning lottery numbers, you get on the phone with the Southern Hemisphere, and they'll let you know.
All right. Well, good to know. Good to know. Hey, this next skier, though, a Midwest skier out of Minnesota. He's from the United States of America. None other than Ty Kosick. Still jumping at the 5-foot mark. I saw him take out the Junior U.S. Open title earlier this year. This young man can absolutely fly. I saw him in the Famils set. I was fortunate enough to sit in the boat for the U.S. team and throw ropes, and it was very impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, and great to see such a strong contingent from the Midwest in recent years in jumping. It really is their event, and you see that a lot from cold countries, sort of Scandinavia as well. We get a little bit of that in the south of New Zealand, that it's the event that's easiest to train in the cold conditions, as we watch Ty come in for his first jump.
He is the first competitor to take a double cut. See if he takes it. Oh, he doesn't like what he saw. Looked a little bit later than maybe the other contestants.
That was late. I mean, he had to let go basically through the wakes to get around that ramp. So he was having a real look on jump number one.
Yeah, and I think he didn't have much of a head breeze in his familiarization set. So you see him cutting right around the 575 maybe. So I think we're going to see his coach, Chris Kosick, father, an incredible legend in the sport of distance jumping, as well as all-around skier. I mean, he's a great coach and a great man to have around. Great driver, one of our more elite drivers taking to the scene. Yeah, you just too late there.
See, I like that, though. I've always been a big subscriber when you go out in big tournaments to go late on the first jump, because if you're going to pass your first jump, which is not a big deal, I'd rather pass it late than early. Then at least you've seen the spot you want to turn from.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And this young man is, again, wise beyond his years. We talk about a lot of their ski IQs. All of the people out on this water are obviously fierce competitors, but they're just so smart when it comes to their water skiing, and it's probably because they have some incredible coaches. I mean, let's be honest. We've got world champions here coaching most of these elite-level athletes, and it's just an incredible scene to see and a family event, but watching these guys make the adjustments day in, day out, different wind conditions, different sites, it's pretty impressive. So let's see what he does here. We know he's about the 575 last jump.
Yeah, look, he's not changed much there. It's much the same from Ty Kosick on jump number 2. Obviously, he's decided with maybe just a little more angle out of the turn, he can make it on from the spot. So he's going to have another poke here for a second attempt. He's got plenty of speed. Oh,
gosh,
no!
Dang it.
Wow, I'm not sure that right ski made it on the ramp, but he's come terribly unstuck. That was one of those awful sort of twisty helicopter crashes. He looks to be generally okay.
Ty Kosick is a very, very cool cucumber here. Unfortunately, not going his way today on jump number 2. He did give us a wave, but obviously sometimes that just becomes a bit of a formality. You know, as a jumper, before you even do a double take, yeah, just doesn't get the right ski on. And, a kind of left knee looks a little bit precarious situation, but the way he entered the water probably knocked the wind out of him a little bit. But I'm praying that Ty's okay. I'm sure Dad is en route. Obviously, there's other competitors that have fins on the dock, so hopefully if Ty has clipped a fin will get him sorted and he's okay and fit to compete, to go on?
Well, he did not relent. That first jump, he passed because he was too late. This jump, he's gone from the same spot, and you can see he's committed at this point. He's looking like he can make it on. He just clips that corner, and it catches the ski. He comes terribly unstuck.
Yeah, it's hard to watch, to be honest, and I'm sure we've got friends from all over the Midwest watching Ty. He's a bit of a, I'd say, young celebrity. He's fun to be around, always in a good mood. Looks like he's on the back of the boat and moving around under his own power, which is great to see. Look at that angle. Again, TWBC bringing you all the angles you want to see and maybe some of them that you don't want to see, because that's hard to unwatch there for Mom, I'm sure.
Yep, TWC, more angles than the Ski Nautique Design Factory.
Easy. We absolutely love the official towboat Nautique. Looks like Ty is, man, he's a tough cookie. Putting back on his skis right now. Let's see what he does. You know, to be a jumper and to be an elite level jumper like Ty is imminent to be, you have to have a short memory. So we're just going to see exactly how short his memory is. If I know Ty, my guess is he's going to back it up a little bit.
I hope so. I certainly hope so.
Yeah,
I will say, the one nice thing about crashing like that is there's a very clear and obvious cause. It's not like it was maybe a good jump where he just did something wrong technique-wise. No, he clipped the corner.
Right. Well, I asked him, actually, after his familiarization set, I said, were you late there? And he said, no, I had plenty of time. And I said, well, from where I was sitting, you didn't have much space to spare. So I know this young man. He's back up on the water. He's going to make the necessary adjustments. And if he connects with the jump, he will be your new leader. There's no doubt about that. I mean, just the speed and the sheer angle that he had in load. You know, I think he knew he was late, and that left shoulder dropped quite a bit. But that had the makings for a large jump.
Oh, to be 17 years old, 6 foot tall, and bulletproof.
The dexterity of the ligaments. I think you'd need a crane to get my rear out of the water at the moment.
Picking different pieces of you from different parts of the lake. We'd be reaching for the sticky tape.
Yeah. They put me back together over the winter last winter, and I'm looking forward to hopefully feeling like Ty Kosick. Let's see where he is. Okay, he does bring it back about 15 feet. So I would imagine this is going to go right up the center of the jump. Barring we have no injuries. Nice slow turn. There it is. Much better looking jump. And wow. I mean, just a gutsy performance. Couldn't have to a nicer young man. I'm proud of him. Probably not the distance that he's looking for, but definitely probably going to be your leader at the moment.
Yeah, what a way to get back on the horse. It's a hell of a thing to come back from a crash like that and hit a ramp. I've done it a few times, and I can never do it without basically safety crushing and putting the skis up in my face. But he had the confidence to take those skis right through the ramp and get out over them, and it's a tidy way to finish. Not going to be the score he set out to get today. It's probably not going to be enough to make this final, but he's composed himself well, this young man, and got a score on the board.
Well, you know what? After looking at the replay, I think it's going to be quite a bit longer than we think. Wow. Wow, Curtis. That even surprises me. 157 feet for Ty Kosick, 47 meters. He's sitting on the cusp. He might have just...
It's going to be close.
He put some pressure on him. Wow.
I mean, he has sent a message to the boys to come that, 46, 47, not going to be enough. He's gone 47.9. We still have about 25 jumpers left to take the water. I mean, it's starting to look like, hey, if you want to breathe easy going into this final, you need something 50 meters, 165 plus.
So I think you are hearing the people are kind of what just happened there after that horrific crash. Ty Kosick comes back in what I believe to be a PB.
Wow.
Yeah. So Will Blair on the water, another U.S. competitor, Curtis. You kind of gave me the play-by-play on his U.S. Nationals. I'll let you talk a little bit about it. Obviously, we don't want to breathe life into anything that doesn't need to be spoke about, but if you could tell us, Will Blair coming back off of a tough Nationals campaign.
Look, either this kid has, nerves of steel, or he spent the last 10 days in intense counseling, because that jump set at US Nationals was one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. As a fellow jumper, I really empathize with what he went through. He had a really bad crash, similar in a way to what Ty Kosek just did on jump number 1, and you just kind of saw him fall apart after that. But coming out here with the three-quarter cut to start, and let's hope it goes a lot better for this young American.
Well, I know Will Blair, and I know his coaches, Chris and April Eller. They're going to get him ready, and look at that. You got to love an opening jump like that. So after a tough U.S. Nationals campaign, he comes out here and sends a message to everybody on the dock that's maybe thinking, count Will out. I don't think so.
He has, and it's a tidy opening jump. He's just doing the three-quarter. He's relatively early. He's kind of just a point your skis and go type jump. It looks very safe. It looks very tidy. But he's going to have to pull out something more here if he wants to challenge for a spot in this final.
And you're right, but that's what we saw out of Ty. We saw a much less of a turn, less angle and load, and the conditions and the boat and the driving, everything's perfect right now, and he went 47.9 or a PB. So 40.9 on his opening jump, about 139 feet?
It's a good jump.
It's a good jump.
But it's not, we sort of know that the envelope has been pushed here by Ty Kosek here. I mean, he's really thrown a cat among the pigeons with that 47.9 meter jump. Will Blair, he's sort of climbing out of a bit of a dark emotional space after what happened last week at the Nationals. It's a tough thing to come back from as a jumper. He's probably not had quite as much jumps under his belt as he would have liked. He was probably here trying to get some familiar, which is pretty limited training time. A little bit early. He's jumping pretty conservatively right now. He's going to have to find an extra gear here if he's going to have a shot at this final.
Well, 134 foot on his opener. Will Blair, second attempt, up and over Big Red. Another great-looking jump. Not going to challenge that 47.9 or 157 feet out of Ty Kosek.
Yeah, it's good. He's building here throughout the set as Will Blair, but he needs a little more here. It's going to take a little more width, a little more speed into that ramp. I think you're going to see most of these big jumpers pulling out the double cuts.
Yeah, and we saw that from Ty. He was the first athlete to do a double. Second one didn't go his way, but the third one absolutely did. And I got to be honest, I think he went further in the familiarization. So Ty is knocking on the door of being a 50-meter jumper, and he hasn't even raised the ramp to 5.5, Curtis.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable when you think about it like that. He is threatening to make this final jumping at the 5-foot ramp height, and I don't know the last time a Junior Worlds finalist was jumping at 5 foot in the boys division.
Wow. Well, I think it's not that they couldn't do it, some of the past competitors, but maybe they didn't think that they could win or finish as well as they would have if they didn't get the extra 6 inches there, or difference ramp ratio. So Will Blair, 41.5 on his second jump, or 136 feet. This is his third and final of his campaign. Already going much better than his Nationals effort, but here he is, a little bit later, a little bit more speed, a little bit more lift, but I don't know, maybe a little further.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment. I mean, it's tough for him. He didn't have the setup he wanted for this tournament. That last jump, a little out of shape. He dropped the chest pretty hard out of the turn. He was kind of early. I think he was sort of trying to keep himself out wide and delay the turn, and then here he kind of trips through the wakes a bit and never gets his full lift because of it. It's a similar hole from him.
It's a bit, his second wake to jump, it seemed like the left shoulder just continued to go down and towards the boat, which unloads the line just that little bit early, and you're not going to get that driving cut to the left and get the big jump. So I'm sure it's bigger or or close, like you said, same hole, but 40.9, so he's consistent. Curtis, he's consistent, but going to have to live with that 41.5. Good enough for third place at the moment, right?
That's right. Third place, though, with 23 skiers still to come, cutting to 12. It's a bit like being the principal of a homeschool.
Which is no easy task.
No.
And we found that to be very evident in this COVID era that we live in. But I just saw Ty Kosek's father run by, and he put his fists up and looked at me in the eye like, we did it, you know. So just another cool family experience for me to watch a good friend of mine have his son out on the water, fellow competitor of mine, and it's just a fellow coach of mine. He's helped me immensely throughout the years and driven many of my jumps and jump events. So appreciate everything he does for the sport, and to see him and his son have this opportunity, especially after that scary crash, to be excited and to share that with his wife being here. I know Tiana is at home watching, so big shout out to her. I got the opportunity to take her to Spain at the last Under-17 World Championships, and here comes Mom running down. She's throwing fists. So this is what it's really all about. And Tiana, we know you've got a lot of other obligations right now, but we sure wish you were here, and I'm sure you're listening wherever you are in the world, probably Minnesota. It's probably a little cooler than this 100 degrees we're doing. I'm on my second shirt, Curtis. I don't know, I gave you a smell as I went by. I'm just going to gift you one of my shirts.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Vincenzo Marino of Italy, of course, punched his ticket to the trick final yesterday. Can he do the same at the jump? He lets go of jump number 1. Well, speaking of laundry, Nautic's giving out free shirts down there, so I'm going to go and get one after this.
That's not a bad idea.
Maybe reckon you do as well.
Thank you. I'm going to need it. Watching Vincenzo yesterday, trick was just incredible. Pretty much did it a little bit earlier than everybody else when he stamped his spot into the trick finals. And, it was just impressive to see him not only putting the time in on the tricks, which is a very difficult and time-consuming event, but to have that kind of a cut and that setup on his first opening jump. Curtis, I think we're in for a big jump here.
He means business, that's for sure. He gets a hold of a cut like that, and he's going to be challenging that lead of Ty Kosek, 47.9 meters. And, not to dwell on this too long, but if Ty Kosek would end up making this jump final from the 5-foot ramp after a huge yard sail on jump number 2, sitting on a pier with no score on the board, that would be one of the all-time great junior world stories.
I got to be honest, as a commentator, I want everybody to do well, but when I see a young man that I've watched grow up, and I've seen he's blossoming into an incredible young man. I mean, I love to be around him, love to spend time with him and his whole family for that matter. I've got my fingers a bit crossed for him, and not because I want other people to do not as well. I want everybody to do their best and let the chips fall where they may. But right now, we're going to see what Vincenzo has in store for us for his second attempt.
Yes, the young Italian pass on jumper 1, just getting a bit of a cider, feeling out the conditions. That beautiful little head breeze coming down the lake. Looking to see if he can get a score on the board and challenge that lead. It's a good, strong cut. He comes off the ramp pretty well.
I like it.
Yep.
I like it. Yeah, that was a great 3/4 cut. Didn't run out of speed out in his turn. Might not have been in from the spot that he wanted to as far as width is concerned, but he does get that right hip under the line. He's in a good position to take the load of the boat. And as you see him just continue to accelerate from second wake in, maybe that handle moved just ever so slightly back to the boat, losing a little bit of load, but just a very, very clean second jump. He's going to be very happy with that distance there, I think, Curtis.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you look at these replays, how close these jumpers are, these boys are to that bottom right-hand corner. I mean, they are pushing the envelope. It is exciting stuff. The under-17 boys jump prelim. 43.4 meters, puts them in second place behind Ty Kosek right now. But, it's one of my favorite things in water skiing. The under-17 boys starting dock. More testosterone than the East German women's Olympic team.
Well, Curtis, you're metaphors and your parallels are pretty unprecedented, and I'm not sure that I even know what that means, but I'd really like to hear them, so keep throwing them back at us. You know, but when you look at the Series 1 and the names that are in there, I mean, look, we saw Pole put one out, and when he hit the jump, it sounded like an earthquake or lightning had struck. And there was no pun intended there with my company, but lightning struck when he hit that ramp. It was a monster. But right now, Vincenzo, third attempt. Ooh, that was a better connection on the ramp. I don't know. Didn't seem to have much more width, and maybe even ran out of speed there, Curtis. I looked over your right shoulder and saw him kind of fighting to stay out wide, so...
Yeah, it did look better off the ramp. He certainly got more height. We saw that from the first angle. Not sure he had the same speed. He still ended up being further, but I think Tai Koseki is safe for at least one more jumper.
Well, it is a bit further, 43.6 meters. Man, I'm trying to do the math there, 140 feet. We'll let the booth come back and let us know.
143 feet.
143, so... Not a bad campaign for young Vincenzo, who has already stamped his ticket into the trick finals, which will be, what, Wednesday? I don't have the schedule memorized quite yet, but...
I believe so.
Sounds right, anyways. I'm going to go with it.
We're going to do some trick finals, I know, tomorrow. So that'll be tomorrow.
Okay. I found if I just deliver it with more intent and that confidence...
Well, we'll have Chief Judge Kate Adrianson questioning herself soon. If we say it with enough confidence, she'll be, maybe it is Wednesday.
Kate Adrianson does not ever question herself because she's very confident and prepared. A great Chief Judge, so already seen her. She actually did come out and correct me once when I made a mistake on the slalom finals there, which we saw.
Okay, our next competitor out of France, the young man, he'll be a name to watch in future years, is Tristan Duplan-Fribourg.
Well, he's got a bit of a score to settle with this lake.
He does.
If you don't remember the trick event, I think it left a little bit out there, but he's going to make up for it right here, I'd imagine. It's like you said, they were pumping out 10,000-point trickers. They are pumping out massive jumpers as well, and it's just great to see France continuing to be the top of the jump leaders, if you will.
Yeah, fantastic overall skiers historically, the French. And they really do, I think, focus on the tricks at a young age. You think back to, I guess, Corey Picos's arch rival, Patrice Martin, who really only tricked until he was about 18 years old and then picked up the slalom and jump later on in his career and went on to be, I think, the most decorated world overall champion that we've ever seen.
All right, well, we have another double cutter here. Of course we do. It's Tristan Duplan-Fribourg.
Visor on. It's a good approach on his opener.
Nice looking jump. It's more of a driving cut. He likes it. Doesn't get the height, but still kept a nice tight line off the top of the jump, continuing to move to the left, letting that beautiful ski nautique drag him down the lake. So as you hear some of the times come through, we're very fortunate to have a zero-off speed control system in that beautiful ski nautique. And I know they have been working tirelessly to give these jumpers the absolute best pull they absolutely can. 43 meters on an opening jump. You got to be happy. That's got to be, well, I guess I would say that's the largest opening jump, but Tai Kosek really didn't get an opening jump. So, I guess it was his opening jump.
In a sense, yeah. You know, old Desbert Kennedy did a pretty in-depth scientific study into jump distances, and he found that on average the second jump was typically the biggest among pro jumpers over sort of a 10-year period. I think it was something like 3/4 of the time jump number 2 was the biggest jump.
Analytics. I like
That's right.
it. So as Desbert Kennedy, one of our great announcers, come before us. It's kind of neat to see him continuing. I know he retired, was that a couple years back, but still being very much so a part of the sport, and we love everything that he's done for our sport. And I mean, some of his famous calls at the IWWF World Championships. I mean, we were watching them when I had a chance to go back and get out of the AC during the jump problems there. I got to watch some of his calls and give myself a little inspiration, if it will.
Yeah, well, so Google has been going through the process of trying to take some of the great works of literature and writing of our era and digitize them to preserve them for future generations. I would say that Desbert Kennedy's binder should be added to that list of, historically important literature. It probably has more Waterski information than is, compiled anywhere else in the world.
You know, it's kind of an interesting thought to think maybe some of these great announcers and all of the information that they have in their head there. Why not, Curtis? That's a good idea. Maybe you ought to be the one that just starts a binder now, and every time you call a major event like this, you can just go back in the Rolodex.
That's right. I'd say we can get a little more sophisticated with the TWPC team than a Rolodex. This is jump number 2 for young Tristan Duplan-Freiburg of France, 43 meters on the board. Think he's brought it down here. It's a big old double cut from the young Frenchman. Oh, it almost came completely unstuck there, though. And if he were a cat, he's just used up one of his 1-9 lives.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely knows how to land on his feet. That pull from the boat, you can see him just killing speed, thinking, I need to go the other direction, but I have too much speed here. Okay, so just coming off his left ski there, I think he thought he might have been late, but from the replay, Curtis, didn't look to be as late as he must have thought he was.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to judge that. You know, the margin of error is so small when you have these late cuts. I remember around the time that Freddie Krueger was going for that ski fly record, ESPN Sports Science did a great piece on the science of water ski jumping. And, for those guys, they basically have a, strip of jump, not much wider than, a postage stamp they have to hit for things to go right.
Pretty incredible. Yeah, I remember seeing that ESPN Sports Science piece, and it was awesome. But, just thinking about these late cuts at 51K, it's almost worse, right?
Well, the angle is so much more.
That's right, yeah. So as you get into these 31.7 mile an hour or 51 kilometers per hour, they are really bringing in the heat from right to left. And that's why we see things like what happened with Ty. But, luckily, thankfully, he was okay. And now Tristan on his third attempt, see if he can find his spot.
Football. This is late from the young Frenchman. He's got a good deal of speed. Can he get a hold of this one? I think he has.
That's definitely farther. He throws the fist. He knows it. Look at that, Curtis. Is there anything better than what we just saw right there? He's been training his guts out, trying to get to this moment, and he had a bit of what I would call unfortunate trick event, for him. Obviously very capable, and then come back and throw the fist like that. Another 5-foot jumper that might be putting a little bit of pressure on these boys. So, got to be closer.
He sprayed the 500 football. He's so late here. He's basically past the ramp when he turns. He's almost pulling that Nautique backwards. And it is a big jump. Unfortunately, though, we're hearing that there might be some issue with some of the boat times. So we're going to have to do one of those, probably the worst rewrite in all of jumping. I'm sure you've experienced this, but this is a mandatory rewrite on the 46.3 meter jump. However, he cannot exceed 46.3.
This is very sad, honestly. I one of the things that gets me the most miffed about the jump event is this rewrite right here. Obviously, because I still try to jump. I don't jump like I used to. But nonetheless, this young man has here's the situation. He has to go back out there. He doesn't get the 46.3. It is not a guaranteed, but he cannot go further than that. So he can go out there and jump 47 meters, but he's still going to live with the 46.3. So,
and he could go less too, because he could pass.
Exactly right. If he passes, so he just got all amped up. He goes 4 meters further than he did on his original, where he threw the fist on the 43-meter jump. So we got to wonder, is that a PB? But it no longer is because, unfortunately, a mandatory reride. I'm assuming that means what, fast?
So it means that the first segment was slow, and then the last segment was either fast or okay, which means the boat was accelerating more than was allowed
within tolerance. Yeah. So we're going to give him just a minute to take his catch his breath. Oh wait. Thank goodness. I think what you just saw there on the dockside camera was Coach or Dad giving him a big high five and a sigh of relief. He gets to keep that 46.3, good enough for second place behind Ty Kosek. And the young man has going to be a big sigh of relief there.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate too wildly here, but I'd say what happened is the judges were originally timing things using miles per hour. They got to the more accurate metric system and
here
worked
we go.
out
Turn
that
it up.
was, in fact, intolerance.
Seriously. I mean, you need toilet paper for your mouth, but we're going to continue because we love you to allow you to continue to spew all over that microphone. However, I don't care what happened. I'm just glad for young Tristan that he gets to keep that seemingly massive jump, which could potentially be a personal best at the IWWF World Under-17 Water Ski Championships.
Oh, that's all right, mate. We've only got one skier left here in Series 3, and we'll sub me out for Troy, and you guys can call jumps and feed or nautical miles or furlongs or whatever floats your boat.
Furlongs, yeah, that's right. We're into horse racing at the moment. Wow, 46.3 at the 5-foot ramp is pretty darn impressive. But that 47.9 that Ty just put down the lake after that crash, I mean, gutsiest performance I've seen outside of young Sadie Ferguson this morning in the slalom event.
I want a hero with Sadie Ferguson, and it just typifies the way Australian athletes conduct themselves. They are cut from a different cloth. They're known to be some of the toughest in the world.
And no different from you New Zealanders. I got to be honest. I have to laugh. I watched your father, who's joined us in the announcer booth here, walked over to Sadie and said, "Oh, you'll be right.
Right now it's the Joe Rogan and
strap it up and let's go." And I thought, well, that kind of encompasses and embodies what an Australian athlete is, and she did just that. And we've got some orthopedists that are going to come over here and lend a hand and tell us maybe after get some imaging, some MRI images, make sure that she's not doing any more damage to her knee than necessary. But still in the hunt with Kennedy Hansen getting not only 2 at 11 there for that World Championship. But right now we're in the jump event. We're trying to find our 12 athletes that will be going on through the elimination round.
Yeah, young Carter Reese in California. Now, slalom really his main event, but he's here competing in all three and looking to get his jump campaign. Of course, his Junior World's off the mark. He tricked yesterday. He missed out on that trick final, I think, to be expected. But really is here to slalom mainly as Carter.
Well, it's a solid opening jump. I mean, it's definitely not going to challenge our leaders right now. But it was a tidy opening jump.
Yeah, really has blossomed in the last couple of years into a pretty accomplished overall skier. I think historically, he was a slalomer who jumped and tricked a bit, but he's a good overall skier in his own right now. That jump there, just a little on the heels and not getting everything out of that ramp.
Yeah, leaving his right hip behind a little bit. I think maybe that has to do with some of the angle that he took to the jump. A little bit less, like we said, it was a bit of an early cut, just feeling everything out. It is a bit windier than it has been. But overall conditions are absolutely perfect for massive jumps. 32.6 meters, what's that, 108 feet? 107, okay. So I know there's a lot of Americans watching. When you say 32.6, they think that might as well be in Japanese. But we did see a Japanese skier. Did great today.
Well, a bit hard done by the poor bloke. He had the ramp snapped on him.
Unfortunate situation.
He does, and he says tower cam, that's you.
Yep. Do it.
Don't worry about it.
So, yeah, that was a tough one because he had to spend basically an hour on the dock in that Florida heat being ready to ski at any time with no real advance warning. So heart goes out to him. He jumped, he composed himself well, real athlete, and then he fell on his last jump and had to walk about 200 meters through the swamp.
Yeah, I thought maybe we would go pick him up after all that, but the show must go on, and Carter Reese is on the water right now. Lets it go. Looked to be a little bit early to me, Curtis. I don't know. We lost him in the camera there just a bit.
Just missed his timing. Actually, I'd love, once we get Troy back in, we'll have him interview that Japanese skier again. A bit of a reprise from yesterday, because what I heard is on that walk back, he actually had to slap off a couple alligators with his jump ski.
Yeah, that's right. We've got footage of that. It's not going to be released quite yet, so we'll get that footage made up. Not because it's not real, but regardless of all that, Carter Reese passes on jump number 2. He is our final competitor in this series here. We're going to swap out for another fellow Midwest announcer. Apologize to everybody in advance. I know it's a little bit easier on the ears to listen to that New Zealand accent than it is.
Well, we got to get some one-eyed Midwesterners here to really G up the Ty Kosek fans.
2 yokels, that's right. 2 yokels. But hey, you know what? I'm not going to take anything away from Ty Kosek. When you PB at a World Championships, we're going to definitely be G'ing up all of our Midwest fans. Midwest Air Force boys would be happy, I'm sure.
I'll tell you what, I know how these under-17 worlds work. These next sort of 10 skiers in Series 2 jumping at 5.5, if they don't beat the young lad at 5 foot, that's really going to hurt their chances with all of the female fans.
With all the ladies, that's right. Yeah. No, this is facts. I mean, this is not speculation at the moment.
It's not the height you jump at, it's what you do with it. Last roll the dice for Carter Reese, 32.6 on opener. He's capable of going much further than that, though. He needs to get his timing right. He needs to get a big score on the board here. It looks like a solid approach from the young man. He comes off it better. It's going to be maybe a little bit further.
Yeah, again, like you said, Carter's here to put some pressure on everybody in the overall event, but also in the slalom event. That was our last skier at the 5 foot or 1.5 centimeter ramp height. Oh, no, before we go up, I apologize. So Carter Reese putting it together on jump number 3. I'm sure it's further than jump number 1, but not going to shake the leaderboard too much.
No, so we'll conclude under 17 boys elimination series 3 halfway through the event with Ty Kosek, the American, in the lead with 47.9 meters. That last jump from Carter Reese actually a little bit smaller, 29.2, about 97, 98 feet from the American.
Back on his heels, just didn't get it together there. I'm not sure if the wind picking up, a little bit of a change in conditions, but we'll get the ramp up to 5.5 using our lightning jump control system, and we'll check to make sure all of the measurements are good. We'll be back with you here for Series 3. Series 2, I apologize.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a second, but first let's do some business with America.
What do I even say? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined in the booth by Ty Kosick, your current leader in the U-17 World Championship. Ty, what a roller coaster of emotions. I just appreciate you coming up here and talking to us about it, but we're going to re-rack your crash, and then we're going to look at your leading jump at the moment, which I believe is a PB. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, that is a PB right now.
Wow. Well, here's the first jump.
Run us through this as you're coming into the jump, Ty.
So it really just started my turn. So I turned. It looked all right because in practice, that's about where I turned. Going across the wakes, I saw I was late, I thought maybe I could get on, but clearly not.
Well, I tell you what, we're just glad that you're okay, Ty, because we were lucky enough and you were fortunate enough to get that third jump, and here it is right here, which is the leading jump. So to me, to come back from something like that was a gutsy performance, but look at you load, keeping that left shoulder up and exploding off the top. How did you feel when you knew you were in the air flying safely after that crash?
You know, to be totally honest, I'm not really sure. My mind was everywhere.
I bet.
But I was just excited to have a good jump and go off and know that everything was safe.
Yeah.
The last two weren't really safe, and that's not what I want. I want all three of my jumps to be safe, and the last one was, so I'm happy about that.
So did that last jump, in your mind, did you think, oh, that's over 155?
Well, in practice, I saw that buoy, and it looked about 150, so I knew I went past it, and I knew it was a big jump. I didn't know exactly if it would be over 155, but I knew it was in the 150s.
Awesome.
Well, Ty, just 1 second. We're going to bring Connor in right now. He is your first 5.5-foot jumper, and he's going to take a pass, which gives us a little bit more time to talk about your set there. To be honest, I know that and appreciate the fact that you want all three jumps to be nice and safe, but at a 5-foot jump, you have to put it on the line a little bit more than these gentlemen that are going to go off this 5.5-foot ramp. And tell me the strategies going into that, and when do you think you might put the ramp up, and what do you expect when you do?
So I've already talked about it a little bit, but I'm thinking next year I'll go 5.5. And I think I'm ready. I know I can even go further on a 5-foot ramp, though. I know 160's there because I was even on the last one. I felt like I had a little bit more that I could give. But
absolutely.
I know everything's there, and I know I can be safe at the 5.5. So I think next year is the year that I'll start going 5.5 and see where I go.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was a joy to watch you, and it's a joy to have you in the booth with us. I'm just proud of you, and, when you do go up to 5.5, make sure to look at lightning jump controls, and we'll get you so you can go up and down nice and safe and quickly, and how about that?
All right, I'll make sure to let you guys know.
All right, Ty, thanks for stopping by. Congratulations on, man, I'm really proud of you after that second jump to come back and do what you did. Congratulations, and hopefully that holds and gets you in the finals.
Absolutely. A bit of a nervous wait, but Ty, nonetheless, you've already done everything that you came to do, so congratulations. Hold your head high and enjoy the rest of this event.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, guys, and thanks for letting me come up here.
No problem, buddy. All right, this is Connor. Remember, we had typically he would have been up further, but nice looking opening, our second jump for him.
Yeah, pass on number one. Connor Pauly, a USA skier. Connor is one of the cameramen here for TWBC. This kid has put hours and hours and hours in of camera time between last week at Nationals, coming back in the first day here yesterday, all day long on the camera. He got this morning off, no work before skiing. So kudos to Connor and being able to come out here and put a jump together there.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to watch both Ty and Connor in familiarizations, and I mentioned to Aaron that this young man is doing it right. Watch as he comes through the wakes. His chest doesn't move an inch. And, I know he's just recently gone up to 5.5 foot, so incredible looking second jump there, but I think he's even got more in the tank there. It looked like he unloaded the line a little bit to the right. So we'll see what he's got for his third and final attempt, or what that score was. Don't think it's going to challenge Ty's, but it's going to be close. So we wait for that distance to come through, Troy. This is his third and final jump. Wow. We do have a new leader. And now it was a slow time on the first segment, 160 feet, 48.7 meters. So I'm sure Ty, while disappointed, is excited for his teammate. Wait for the judges to do their thing there and let us know exactly what is going on. All right, so hold the phone here, Troy. You want to explain to them what's going on? It is a mandatory re-ride, slow first time.
Well, what it is, he had a slow first segment in the course. So the way the boat speed control systems work is that could actually be a benefit to the skier, opposite of what it sounds. So what happens here is Connor goes out he had pass on jump 1. Now he had this jump of the 48.7. He's coming in for actually jump number 3 right now. So if he out jumps the 160, then there's no re-ride. But if he goes less than the 48.7, he'll have a re-ride.
Well, that's a big but, and a big ask. Obviously, his average is much lower, but that's only because he was at 5 foot. He has put the ramp up, and obviously he just proved that he can jump in excess of 160 feet. See if the boat a little bit more here and doesn't get it done, unfortunately.
Yep.
Now, you could see from that angle after the second wakes, he wasn't driving near as hard as he was there on that first jump that he put on.
Now, this would be interesting because I believe that it is still a re-ride now.
Right, now it's a mandatory re-ride.
So that was jump 1.
That was jump 3, actually. He had a pass on 1.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he had pass on 1, and then the slow time, which was kind of borderline, depending on what happened in jump 3. If he would out jump that 48.7 on jump 3, there'd have been no re-ride. So now he's got a mandatory re-ride here coming back for jump 2.
All right, so 42.3 meters is his confirmed distance. Now, Ty Kosick will be watching intently because he still is technically the leader at the moment. That 48.7 is a mandatory re-ride.
Correct.
So, and this mandatory re-ride, if he does not jump, he can't jump in excess of 160?
That I don't know.
I believe that's the case. Much similar to Tristan's.
But the theory is the slow time is saying that boat could potentially be working harder and be an advantage for that skier compared to the others.
Well, nonetheless, look at how far down the lake he's come. So he obviously liked the spot on the last one, just didn't get it together, unloading the line just a little bit before the base of the ramp. This is the third and final attempt. A re-ride on jump 2. Well,
a nice looking jump, a little bit of bank that indicates he let up a little bit going into the jump, but
it's hard to tell.
That was a nice looking jump.
It was a nice looking jump. I just don't know. I was wrong on the first one there, 48.7. Maybe that 5.5 still getting dialed in. So we do have another slow time on the first segment. We've been running into this with some of these 51 kilometer per hour jumpers, our 31.7 jumpers. So he is going to get another re-ride.
Correct. And, it's just...
See, that left ski just got to the jump a little bit earlier than the right, and so he banked like you mentioned. I don't think that was enough to take Ty out at 47.9. So 47.3, we were right there. It wasn't enough to take Ty down, but we are doing a mandatory rewrite. Now, I still don't think, because that was a mandatory rewrite, I think now the new score that he can't eclipse is 47.3. We're going to have to wait to get confirmation from the judges. That's way above our pay grade, but...
If his helmet breaks, he gets 3 minutes. Equipment breaks, you do. Something breaks.
What is the equipment issue?
All right, so it looks like the boat drivers are going to do a quick huddle up and make sure that we get this right for young Connor Pauly. He's been working his tail off for all these skiers and all of you at home to bring you these incredible views, and we thank him enough. You can see he's a little bit frustrated, but I did get an opportunity to talk to him after the familiarizations, and he was thinking that he was going to jump well in excess of 160 feet. So, you know, I love the confidence. I love the work ethic of this young man. Love the style, the way he crosses through the wakes. All is really there. The makings for a massive jump are there. It's just a matter of putting it all together, getting the boat dialed in right. You know, we know that the conditions are perfect. We got a nice little head breeze here. We got lightning jump controls, bringing the ramp up to 5.5 feet. So now it's just a matter of getting the boat situated, and they will do that. We've got the best in the business out there. So I see Troy, our other announcer, talking with Kate Adrianson. She will let us know all of the info we need to bring to you all. Because remember, we are speculating quite a bit here. We're not behind the scenes. We're not privy to all the conversations that these judges are having over the radios. So we will wait for confirmation. But you're going to get Connor Pauly. It is technically his 5th attempt at the ramp. So 42.3 is all he has confirmed, which means he is looking for much, much more. Jump 2 is currently 47.3. So we're going to come in for his second jump re-ride. This is the second re-ride for jump number 2. But Troy, what did you find out when you ran over to talk with the judges? I know Kate was probably informing you on what's really going on.
Yeah, it was pretty busy over there. Sorry it took so long. So
I think
Connor cannot better the 47.3.
Wow, so that's really quite unfortunate because he went 48.8. We know he's capable of probably 50 meters or better, 165 feet probably. And unfortunately today on his campaign, he cannot better that 47.3. Now that's good news for Ty Kosek, who has clipped off another 5.5-foot jumper, technically.
Right.
Technically. Or, well, not technically. The rules need to be. That's why we have them. So thank you to all of our judges for making sure that we are giving each and every jumper a fair shake out there.
So let me add a little salt to Connor's wound. Say he jumps less than 47.3, that's the score that goes in the book. He's not guaranteed. That 47.3 is not protected.
Right. We understand that 42.3 is the only protected score. So,
right.
So no matter what he does, even if he passes right now, he lives with 42.3.
Right.
Yeah, this is his first world championship, so he's getting indoctrinated with all the rules. I'm sure he'll go home and peruse over these rules, but let's hope for a big jump, nothing else. And that is a much better jump.
You know, he's probably going to have to settle with that 47.3, but he'll still have bragging rights.
Yeah, absolutely he will. And if you don't think him and Ty are going to have that conversation, I would definitely be having it with him. Look at him. He's about the 490 there. I'm sorry, the 490. The 590. Third time's a charm there.
There you go.
With this head breeze kicking up, you're going to see these boys get deeper and deeper into the course. Connor Pauly, I'm guessing that's closer to 50 meters. Look at this chest, Troy. Nice and quiet. So 48.2 meters, 158 feet. He does, in fact, foot tie. But let's wait for confirmation now, Troy, because
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, but I think we're hearing in our ears that he's the new leader, but I believe that the rules read the way that Kate, our chief judge, explain them to us, he has to live with that 47.3.
Yeah, he cannot improve that 47.3. So that's what's going to go in the book, even though he did jump a 48.2 and a 48.7 as far as that goes.
Right, but again, the times weren't right. So,
yep.
You know, Ty Kosick, you take him up to 35 miles an hour, could jump 180 feet too. So, it really isn't. It seems tough for Connor Pauly, but if the boat wasn't going the same speed and it wasn't intolerance, I know Ty Kosick has fought that battle. So, it is no big deal. I mean, again, this is Connor's first World Championships. What an incredible campaign. But 47.3 meters is his final and best jump that will be recorded into the scorebook. So Ty Kosick,
he's hanging on there.
He is hanging on as your leader.
So we got, if I'm reading this right, we got 21 jumpers left here between the Series 2 and Series 1, if they're all here.
Which I haven't heard any talk or chatter amongst the athletes that there was someone missing from the field. So
right,
we'll see here.
Just playing a word technicality.
That's right. A lot of big names to come, though, Troy. A lot of big names to come. This is the second day of the 2020 IWWF World Waterski Championships, 75th year of the IWWF. We are honoring it with some incredible performances.
All right. Quite honestly, I'm not sure who that is. With everything going on, I kind of fell back.
Dominic Kuhn.
That's Dominic, not Vincente.
That should be Dominic Kuhn,
okay.
Austria skier. You know, it's funny. He has those yellow gloves on, and a lot of those Austrians have sported that over the years. I don't want to misspeak, but it seemed like Tobias was always in yellow gloves for years to come, or for years before in the past. I don't remember exactly, but Tobias Georges, incredible junior skier. .134 feet, or 40.9, Troy, for his opening jump. Dominic Kuhn on the water. All right, second attempt here, pulling out wide with that three-quarter cut.
So having a 40.9 on jump 1. Let's see what happens here on jump 2. Nice edge, smooth jump.
Just slipping out a little bit. Doesn't take it through all the way to the top left.
Yep.
Unloads a little bit on the jump, but so Dominic Kuhn putting together a great second jump. Just missing a little bit right there. If he can get that right hip through and up and over, we are going to see a massive jump, but it's not going to challenge our 47.9.
That last little bit you said, that was a good jump, but going from a good jump to a great jump was right there at the end, right at the bottom of the ramp after the second wake.
Yeah, and when I say he unloaded the rope, I should be clear. He unloaded his sling arm, which what that means is the handle moved a little bit back towards the boat and just unloaded a little bit early. He didn't get that driving, the maximum stretch of the rope, and continued to load all the way till he left the jump and up and over his skis. That's just that. Staying with that jump just a little bit longer is going to yield him a much larger distance for sure.
He's going to come off the jump up higher over the top of his skis, and he'll probably be 2 to 3 feet higher.
Yeah, that natural lift, as people say about. Can always tell a skier that hasn't figured out the hydrodynamics that well and just kicks the crud out of a Big Red rather than the natural lift that we see Freddie get time after time after time. It's just an incredible thing to see.
So Dominic Kuhn, this is jump number. That was better. Yes.
That is a better jump. That's going to challenge our leaderboard. We've got Connor Poley at 47.3, and of course, Ty Kosick, a 5-foot jumper at 47.9. I think that's right in that hole. He went 44.3, I believe, on his second attempt. Well, I don't know, Troy. The replay there it looked better in real time than it actually maybe was. I don't know if it's going to be. There you have it, 46.8 meters. Not enough to take down Ty Kosick. He clips another 5.5-foot jumper off the list, getting closer and closer to that hot seat. 154 feet for Mr. Dominic Kuhn.
Yeah, so a 46.8. 154 is going to be his score going in the books here. So, Ty, you got, really, I would like to have kept Ty here a little bit longer because, now I'm kind of thinking, I wonder what he was thinking. That, was he thinking as 47.9, is that going to be enough or, definitely not. I wonder what his thought would be.
Anything can happen in the jump event. Everybody always says, you get 3 attempts. Well, everything has to be perfect, okay? These guys can't just ride the line in and produce these big scores.
No.
Like, you kind of can get away with it at 35 mile an hour, right?
Right.
As our pros. What our under 21, they go 35, and they can go 6 foot as well, right? Yes, that is right, I believe, the last time. So, it's just a different kind of jumping. You really have to be 100% committed all the way through the jump. Just what we talked about with Dominic Kuhn's last jump. He just kind of unloaded that sling arm and that rope just a little bit too early. And unfortunately, it cost him leading the event at the moment.
So a Canadian on the water, skiing independent, Mickey Geller.
Well, if we know anything about Canadians, they sure as heck know how to fly.
They know how to cut through the boatways differently than any other country or
just about better than anybody. I tell you what, Ryan Dodd does it better. Well, Jarrett Llewellyn, I don't want to count him out. Dorian Llewellyn, don't want to count him out. No, unfortunately, the headwind giving Mickey just a little bit of trouble there. That is, I tell you what, there's nothing more demoralizing as a jumper, and I've got to be honest, I've done it. Troy, have you done it?
I've done it, and I've caught that tip more than once going across the second wake on a counter cut. It's brutal.
So, hey, Mickey, look, as friends, we're going to probably replay that and give you some trouble, but don't worry. You're a big, strong lad. If you just didn't pull on that rope and show off your muscles for all the girls, you probably would have been fine. But nonetheless, regroup. He gives it the what's up. He knows he's going to take some flack for that. But he's a big jumper.
I think he already was. I kind of heard some
laughs
down there on the shoreline over our camera.
And that was from his Canadian team members. So. Yeah, you can't get too serious out here. Obviously, this is an extreme sport. We want everybody to be focused on the water. But when you make a mistake, and a silly mistake like that, we all know that this young man being in the Series 2 jump event, that he's a darn good jumper, right?
Right.
And as jumpers, if you can't take yourself, if you take yourself too seriously, you can almost take yourself out of the game mentally. And I know Mickey, he won't do that to himself.
Certain things you just got to take with stride.
That's exactly
just
right.
Move on. But bottom line is, and I don't want to sound harsh, but that's a 0 for jump 1.
It is. It is a 0. And actually, it puts a little pressure on himself. I mean, you got to be honest. If you're Ty Kosick on the side of the banks watching, you're thinking, hey, I might like Mick, but, I'm okay with giving away one of your jumps.
That's right. So we'll see. We'll make sure he can keep that right ski tip down a little bit lower coming into the wind.
Well, really what I would have told him is just relax your arms. You don't need to pull on that rope. And
Yeah.
Struggles a little bit there to find the balance in the center of the skis, but to see how looks like a little reminiscent of Ryan Dodd in that red suit. Man,
now we got
drama.
Pass on jump 2.
The drama. Hopefully Ryan Dodd has the opportunity to be watching some of his Canadian youngsters, but he is the world record holder, and he absolutely loves to fly more than just about anybody else in the world. 254, the current world record. He is current world champion as well. Throwing down the gauntlet in Malaysia. What a crazy event that was, and we saw Jack have an unfortunate fall, Jack Critchley, but come back with vengeance. We saw him at the U.S. Open last weekend. Very, very cool to see him flying back over the 230 feet mark after that terrific injury. But
Jack set the world on fire last weekend at the Morley U.S. Open.
Did he really? He kind of kicked us off with the banger, did he?
Right.
I was sad to have missed, but I was watching on webcast. I was jealous, to say the least.
It was awesome. He came out and he definitely turned the burner up on the rest of those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw Taylor Garcia have to lay down the gauntlet, and if he would have connected with that last jump, holy smokes, he might have hit the island. But nonetheless, right now, we are at the U-17 World Championships. Mickey Geller from Canada on the water. He backs it up a little bit, making sure he's going to take it to the ramp. Similar spot to where Ty Kosick was, Troy.
Exactly. You just took the words out of my mouth. So he's got to get this on to get a score in the book.
And he does get it on. And I tell you what, that was a monster.
That looked pretty big. I saw his chest being low coming into the jump. I didn't expect him to get the lift that he did.
No, and I don't think it actually had the speed that he probably is capable of. But I've got a new leader. And we do have a new leader, so a bit of drama around that set for Mickey, but 49.8 meters, about 164 feet. Incredible looking jump. I'll get confirmation on that feat for our American listeners. 163 feet, so I gave him an extra foot. I know he'll appreciate my math better than the old splash eye out there, I'm sure. But what a gutsy display.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a great jump.
I mean, that's our second competitor. You took the words out of my mouth about Ty laying all on the line, jump number 3. They had to do it. And then the same thing with Mickey. He came out here and, he had that kind of a funny fall. He's really going to catch grief over it because he is able to go out and take the lead. So he opened the door for himself there. But then after falling on the countercut and then having a pass and coming back and taking a lead, that's pretty good skiing.
That's gutsy performance for sure. You know what's interesting, though, is we've said historically that the cut was around 47, 48 meters, and we were hoping maybe Ty would get in, but there are some monster names yet to come, and I think with that extra year of training, that extra year of growth that we've got through the 2020 Worlds to the 2021 now, I know it's technically the 2020 Worlds here, but I think we're going to have a massive cut. I think it's going to take every bit of that 49.8 to get in.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. We still got 1, 2, 3.
It's like 19 skiers left.
Our lists are different then.
Uh-oh.
Well, they didn't match up a second ago, so
we'll
say we got 6, 7 skiers before we get to the 12th seed.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything we learned from this morning, Troy, it's that we are officially unofficial.
Exactly.
But nonetheless,
Charlie Westland, jump number 1, Sweden skier.
Look at those Goldilocks flowing in the wind, and look at this opening jump.
Nice, solid float in the air, not any movement whatsoever from the time he left the jump till the time he landed.
It wasn't massive, and it wasn't the air form that you would expect from some of these big guys that are going to come after him. But just a technically great-looking jump.
Well, what that looked like, Cole? That looked like is he an overall skier? That looked like an overall jump. Let's get one on for overall and then see what we can do from there.
Well, 44.4 on an opener. Not a bad opening jump for this campaign here at the IWWF World Waterski Championships. We're at the under-17
I don't think I'm efficient
vintage or
yet.
version, if you will. We've got
reliever?
the U-17 coming up behind all these guys. I'm sure some of these later names are going to be competing in both, regardless of their age.
So that 44.4 is right at 146 feet.
Oh, you cheated. You got your calculator out.
I ain't shooting. I'm just smart.
Shooting?
Shooting.
Shoot 'em.
Shoot 'em.
We are in Gatorland, aren't we? All right. Well, I enjoyed that first jump from young Charlie, the Swede on the water. Built like a Swede. See if we can get him up over his skis a little bit more. Oh, he doesn't like what he saw.
He knew he wanted more speed, but he didn't want that much.
Yeah, and to me, I don't know if you know this young man or if he is an overall competitor, but no sense to take chances.
Yep.
In the prelims here, he's still got quite a bit of skiing left to do. I don't know if I remember seeing him on the trick. No, I didn't see him in the finals list. But regardless,
4 jumps.
Yep.
I've seen that name. It may have been Slalom, but either way,
Microphone's live, so they can hear everything you say.
he's out here. He's got a 44.4 in the books. Pass on jump number 2. He's up on the water, making his way back down. Set himself up for jump number 3. So Mickey Geller, he's still our leader right now, 49.8. So Charlie's going to have to put something together here if he's going to challenge that 49.8. Yeah, Cole, just kind of studying this running order down here in the Series 1 and upcoming skiers. It's some big names. Here we go, Charlie Westland, jump number 3, and a pass on jump number 3.
So maybe he was happy with that 44.4?
Could be. He got a long walk. He's got a ugly trail ahead of him from where he's at right now, though.
Well, I heard that Steve Hansen was doing a bit of work over there the other day, and that man can get a lot done in a short period of time. So I'm wondering if it's a nice little stroll over there for our athletes.
I don't know.
You're not willing to go find out, are you?
Not right now.
Not me neither. I'm in the hot spot. I'm in the hot seat, man. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world right now. We've got the best water ski jumpers in the world, minus a couple.
Under 17.
Under 17 worlds. Yeah, but we're missing a couple big names.
Yeah.
Please.
They maybe not able to challenge Cole, but definitely challenge the leaderboard. That's for sure. Challenge our for a podium place.
So that there on the dock is a USA skier, Andrew Boskus.
This time. Be strong.
So it was in the boat for Mr. Boskus for his familiarizations and did a great job. I think he found his spot. Again, it was with a little bit less wind, so hopefully he can make those little bit tweaks and get everything dialed in for a massive jump.
Well, one thing I noticed about the wind, just sitting here, we can feel it's not a constant, steady breeze. It's kind of up and down, but it's nothing terrible by all
No,
means.
it's perfect.
So it's one of those situations, every time they come around that island down there, you know, if they picked a certain flag out up here on shore by the jump, just kind of get some type of feeling to know if it's higher or weaker as they come around for every jump.
You know, Troy, those are veteran tricks and tips, and you know, it's interesting. We've seen a lot of these young skiers. These youngsters are wise beyond their years, and they're showing some composure that it really is great to see. But you know, taking into account every little detail that these Series 1 and the rest of this Series 2 are going to do. I mean, again, there's years of experience and coaching that has gone into that, and hopefully they're doing some of that.
Yeah. Or at least getting direction in that, you know, in that. So here, a 3/4 cut.
Yeah, Andrew Boskis, U.S. skier out of Arkansas, coached by Mr. Mark Lane, one of the prettiest jumpers I've ever had the pleasure of watching. And so it's not everything that he wants quite yet, but maybe it's just feeling in the wind.
Yep.
Leaving the right hip behind just a little bit on the jump. But it's an opener.
Absolutely. That first jump, getting it on, just get a feel of things, is kind of like that first slalom pass.
Yeah, get the nerves out.
Yep.
That's right. Now he's got that 20 or 30 second little ride back down the lake, kind of feel out, process everything that he just felt.
Catch some coaching on the sideline.
Exactly. You know, Mark is somewhere intently watching. You can see him looking over at the bank there. One of those skiers that uses a visor. Not many people, you know, especially in the pro ranks. I think I see Dorian.
Right.
Ryan Dodd did a little bit. Maybe it's a Canadian thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool, really.
It slows things down. So 39.5 meters, about 131 feet or so. 130 feet.
Are you figuring those in your head?
Well, you know, you get, yes. Hey, look, I don't have many talents, all right? Let me just have this. Okay?
It's all
use
you,
your
big
calculator.
guy. You can have it.
You can have it, he said.
I got my Google, and I got my Vince in the trailer.
Yeah, that's that Vince in the trailer thing, that is a ace in the hole, that's for sure. He is an absolute weapon when it comes to a wealth of water ski knowledge. The Waterski Broadcasting Company, he's the brainchild behind it. It's his baby, and we appreciate everything he does. But Andrew Boskis right now on the water. Taking it to the ramp, that's better looking jump.
Yep.
Doesn't show much emotion there.
No, that was a better jump. I think he probably realizes that's not the 49.8 or challenging the lead, but he was a little bit wider, it appears, and then he brought it into the right side of the jump more. So, you know, that was later than jump one for sure, and he still got extension.
Man, I don't know if you can see that from home, but that angle there, 43 meters, much farther, 141 feet, so he amps it up about 10 feet, but didn't have much room to spare there, Troy.
No. So he's going to either have to go earlier or get a little wider and maybe try and get some more angle rather than going right to that bottom right corner.
Absolutely. I think you called it out right there. You know, I don't know that I'd move the spot at this stage in the game. I think what I'd do is try to get my right hip under the line just a little bit further.
Coming out of the turn?
Coming out of the turn. Try not to load too early, but take everything through that top left. If you saw him come off bottom corner and then maybe come off the middle, in my opinion, he can definitely cover more ground from right to left on that jump, and he's going to get more load, more speed, and you know what that equals.
Yep.
Bigger jumps.
How come these ants just keep bothering me and not you?
Well, you stink.
I do.
So I went home, took a little shower.
I showered this morning.
Well,
Andrew Boskis on the water.
See what he has first.
Jump number 3.
Oh, I like that better. Not going to challenge your leader.
Oh, he liked it.
Yeah, he did like it. I think he got up over his skis. He got his right hip through the jump just a little bit better. Here it is on the replay.
There's one thing I noticed when he came off the jump was his chest. We missed it.
Yeah, he does leave those hips behind, but he did get pulled up over his skis. It's going to be a bigger jump. Not going to challenge our leader, that's for sure. But I think he likes it. This could be a PB.
Something.
Either he's mad or really happy, and we're hoping for the latter. So it must have been, unfortunately for him, not happy with the jump. So 137 feet or 41.7 meters. Not going to challenge our leaders, but still nonetheless a decent set for him. We saw him already slalom ski and trick, obviously. So that might have rounded out his campaign.
That could be for overall.
That's right.
I don't know. I don't know if he made the trick or slalom finals at all.
I don't believe so. But Andrew Boscus lives with a 43-meter jump or 141 feet.
Is this the dad Gustavo? No.
All right, a Colombian skier on the water, Sebastian Galindo, or Galindo.
Well, you've been doing the last names all week. I'm going to let you stick with that. I'll go with Sebastian. Yeah, so Sebastian electing to jump up the 5.5-foot ramp, and we know that Ty Kosick, Troy, a 5-foot jumper. Can you?
Yeah.
What goes into that? These people that think about that and what they're doing, and why is that they either jump at 5 or 5.5?
Well, I mean, speaking, you ask about Ty, and I do the same thing with some of the Illinois skiers that I coach. Is the big picture for us is when these guys get around 18, 20 years old, to have their technique at 5 foot in such good shape that when they get to 5.5, then they're going to be hitting the 180, 190 jumps.
I agree with what you said there, but right now we're at 5.5 foot. Our first jump for Sebastian. It's a good opener. A little bit unsettled there from second wake to jump, but you saw that in his tips. They moved quite a bit as he came off the top of the ramp, Troy. But for me, you know what I struggled with is these youngsters that go up to 5.5 right away at a young age. They come out of the chute. They think that now they're 5.5-foot jumpers. They don't have to work back into it at the beginning of the year. You can get away with a little bit, right? You saw me jump at 5 foot. I'm coming off an injury. And frankly, I used to kind of take baby steps back into the jump event. It's no joke, and it can bite you, right?
Right.
So I just think 5.5 foot is a great tool to utilize. You see some of these jumpers in the collegiate ranks, they're going 5 foot, and they're jumping 185, 190 feet. I think Ryan Dodd or Ryan Fitz, those guys were flying 190 plus.
Well, I really think with the ski technology and the boat technology that we have today, it can be closer between 5 and 5.5 foot than what it used to be back when we had the shorter skis and 100%. You were hand driving. So, you can stay on that 5 foot a little bit longer and not necessarily lose too much.
No, you heard Ty say that he could easily go 5-10 feet further, and I agree with that. That left shoulder down into the ramp after a massive crash, PB like that at 5 foot. It's really exciting stuff.
So Sebastian had 38.3 on jump 1. Coming in here, setting himself up for jump number 2. See if we can get a little more speed working in. He's a little bit later, and nice ramp work. That's going to be further than jump 1.
Troy, I missed that first jump. What was our distance there?
It's 38.3.
Okay, so 38.3. So he's got some work left. That seemed to be a little bit further.
Yes, I agree. I'm trying to do my little calculation here, and I'm sure you already got it in your head.
38.3, 129 feet.
126.
Well, I'm dyslexic, right? So the 6 and the 9 are upside down. Some people turn them around. I upside down.
Well, you just think too fast.
All right, so
we're waiting to see
feet.
what number 2 was.
It was further.
Agree.
Yeah, it was further.
We just don't know how much.
43.2 or 142 feet.
Yeah, 16 feet increase.
Wow. So if he can do that one more time, we're going to be in the ballpark.
Yep. So that's a big difference. That's a good jump between jump number 1 and jump number 2 here for Sebastian. I know we got the headphones on, but normally we could hear it's Team Colombia, right? It does all the cheering?
Chilean.
Chile.
163 feet is our lead. That's what he's chasing. Needs another 16-foot increase at least.
That's a big difference when you're up in these distances.
A little bit of a different, there it is. That's a better jump. That's a better jump. Can he ride it out? Oh, no. You hate to see that. He had all but finished that jump. Oh, man. So
that sucks.
That definitely does. You know, there's no other words that we can use. Unfortunately for young Sebastian, it doesn't come together for his third and final attempt. Well, let me be corrected. It did come together. Unfortunately, maybe it's that experience that we've spoke of to just put a little pressure on that right ski and move out. So a 0 on that last jump, but I got to believe it was upwards of 46 meters. Look at as he connects with that jump, comes up and over. Definitely the best jump of the set. Right here, if you just would have put a little bit of pressure, not pulled on the handle, put a little pressure on that right ski, he would have been able to continue on his rear there and stand up. So
but I will say this, he was very solid on all 3 jumps. His ramp work was nice.
Well, 43.2 is going to be what he takes to the scorebook, and another one averted for Mr. Ty Kosek.
Yeah.
Getting dangerously close to understanding what the 5-foot jumper could be, what it could be.
So we got another independent coming on the water, a USA skier, Mr. Chase Sparks.
Got to watch him as well at the Junior US Open. So, he increased the ramp height from 5 foot to 5.5. We'll see if it pays off for him.
Yes.
Another opportunity to plug the Lightning jump controls. I apologize. Shamelessly, I'm going to do it. But if we did have a 5-foot jumper get in, can you imagine what that used to look like at the World Championships? I mean, it's never happened, I don't believe. But if it were to happen in the past, we would have had to go out there. We'd have had to manually raise it. We would have had to go through all that. Now it's the switch of a button, and you're immediately going to go from 5 foot to 5.5 foot and get right back to the action. So, 31.7. Yep.
No, and that's nice. It's kind of, they shifted Connor, right?
So I just heard in my voice, or in my ear, Vince. We're going to watch Chase's first opening jump. I'll come back to you on that.
Nice smooth turn coming in. Jump number 1, but too far down course. Chase passing on jump 1.
So just had somebody from the booth ask me if maybe we could create a button where he could run 41 off. And Lightning jump controls, right? This is Lightning jump controls, not Lightning slalom controls. That's a whole nother beast in and of itself. But I can talk to the engineers, and we'll see what we can come up with for you, Vince.
Well, maybe that certain individual could, go in tricks and go over the jump on trick skis. We can press a button and see what that does.
Yeah, it's called trumping.
Yeah,
trumping. So on any account, John Anderson, the creator, president of Lightning Jump Controls, is a smart man. Like I said, one of the smartest I know. I don't even think he can do that. And this is how this all started. To bring it back to the beginning of this, we challenged him that he couldn't do it. And I kind of had, selfishly, some hopes that he was going to prove me wrong, and that's all it took. He's a very competitive man. We're lucky to have him in the sport. He came to the sport not too long ago, and he's already got a young son that is taking the Midwest region by storm, podium in most of his events this last time, and I'm lucky enough to train with him. He also trains with my boy Levi. So
Levi's going to be coming up here in a little bit.
Series 1, I'm going to get off the mic here in just a bit.
So right now, Chase Sparks, this is attempt number 2. He had a pass on jump 1.
Boy, he looks solid, Troy.
Yeah, he's over the top of the skis. Nice, right in the center of them.
Rides them very well. Great turn. Chest doesn't move at all. Doesn't move there at all. And he just loses a little bit of distance there. It looks like the right ski did not get to the jump first, so
no.
That's why you saw the bank there.
Yeah, and I saw that right tip just drop just a touch off the top. You know, in this wind, it's not terrible wind, but it just makes me nervous, and that's probably why I'm not jumping anymore.
Well, you know, that's a different conversation maybe for a couple adult beverages, Troy. But, got an opportunity to talk to your son the other day, and we were going to shame you into getting back over there. So 42.7 meters or 140 feet for Chase's second attempt. This young man is really taking the jump event by storm. A talent that we're going to be seeing, but you see that the left ski gets to the jump first, and when you see that right tip dip, like you said, it does make your heart flutter, but it doesn't create big jumps.
No, he lost a lot off the top of the jump just by that right ski being behind him, 4 inches.
You saw that subscribe button just pop up. Don't be afraid. Make sure you get to our YouTube channel. Tap the subscribe so you don't miss any action over the next 3 months. Like we said, it's gonna be an action-packed end of the season with the Open Worlds. We've got other Malibu Open events, the Mastercraft Miami. I've never even heard of that. The Miami Mastercraft Pro-Am. But Chase Sparks, got to put it together here. He is chasing a 49.8.
Here we go, jump 3 coming in. Nice
a bigger
edge,
jump.
nice lift.
Oh,
that was a nice looking jump.
I don't know. It's close.
I don't know if it's far enough, but it was a nice, solid looking.
It was a beautiful jump. Beautiful jump. Just didn't have the speed and the direction that he's looking for. I think probably might have got a little bit nervous with the wind, or maybe he just put the ramp up, so maybe he's not willing to take that late look. But as he does, this young man has all the makings of a great jumper, and we're going to be seeing him for years to come. Think he does a bit of training with Jimmy Seamers, world record holder, world champion. So I could be wrong. Maybe also,
I'm not sure,
at the Coble Ski School. But regardless, I know he's in that area of the world. Great looking jump. Great flight. Just see him banking just a little bit, but he gets that hang time. He's got a nice tight rope all the way to the end. I think we might be surprised with the distance here.
I was just thinking the same thing. I bet this was going to make us.
Unfortunately for Chase, 45.5 meters or 151?
49.
149, okay. So 149 feet for Chase Sparks. One of those, that's a decision, a call to go to 5.5 versus 5 foot. Not sure if it paid off for him there. We know he's capable. He definitely has the makings of much bigger jumps than that. Hopefully that's a great jump for him. I'm not 100% sure, but
I'm not either, but I'm guessing with the distances we've seen on that, he is probably wanting to get the 150 or, get above 150, right around in there.
Yeah, 149. It's a respectable jump for sure.
Right.
I think there's 20 or 30 feet pretty easily added to Mr. Sparks' jumping career, and I mean I'm talking within the next 3 weeks. It's just a matter of him getting it all together and getting comfortable on that 5.5 foot ramp.
So on the water, we have a Ukraine skier, Alexander Hrushkov. Do you like that?
Hey, that's pretty darn good. I wasn't going to have a crack at it, but
Hrushkov. That sounds like it should be some type of shot or something.
It must be getting to the witching hour, Troy.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes, it is, especially when we're bringing our broadcast to the entire world. All right. 5 o'clock somewhere, but it also is 5 a.m. somewhere, which could be Bloody Mary time. But right now, Alexander, great looking opening jump. These Ukrainians, I tell you what.
That's a pretty decent cut. He kind of just rode the line into the bottom of the jump. From what I could see at that angle, he wasn't really aggressive.
Wasn't driving,
yeah.
Wasn't the driving cut. Here it is on the replay, Troy. maybe just wanting to feel the wind, feel the boat. Great looking jump, probably in the 42-meter range, 41-meter range. Holy smokes, I got to redial in. 118 feet, maybe you're right, just didn't have the speed.
Yeah.
So when you do that at the 35-mile-an-hour boat speed, you tend to be able to get the larger jumps. But I think at 51, and this wind too.
Right.
These youngsters, he doesn't weigh much.
They're going to have to get up on the boat.
Absolutely.
There's just no getting around it. If they're going to push that 160, the 50-meter area, they're going to have to get up on the boat, generate a lot of speed. And I think that's probably what you're going to see start happening once we get further in this running order.
Absolutely. And that 50-meter is kind of the coveted mark for this U-17 boys. It's almost like that 200-foot mark or the Century Club. That's 164 feet. 165, I should say, is what they're chasing with the 50-meter.
Yep. So still at 49.8 with the lead of 163. But now Alexander, that's a much better looking jump.
It's a great looking jump.
So that might get you closer to your first guess there, Cole.
Yeah, I think you're right. Mickey Geller holding on 49.8 after that heart and mouth set he had, only really getting 2 opportunities, and then he had a pass and then a jump. But right now we're looking at Alexander, and this is a great looking jump. Get back. But yeah, I think you're right.
Good float.
Low 40s. Wow. 43.4, 142 feet for Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, we knew it was a little better.
We knew it was better, but that's a poke right there. Let's see what he can do. He just increased by 7.3 meters or 24 feet. So that's incredible. 25 feet increase.
Yeah.
So if he can do that again,
wow,
we're going to have a new leader.
We're going to be jumping off our chairs if he does that again.
Well, I tell you what, these Ukrainians, well coached, just a force to be reckoned with for the last years. Love to watch them jump. You see that Daniel Filchenko, one of their premier jumpers. But right now, Alexander, he doesn't like what he sees. Danielle just taking out the European Championship, so it's a pretty incredible jump. I think 67 meters or something, if I remember correctly. See, maybe if get Vincent in my ear and tell me. But just an incredible jumper. He had some crazy PB a handful of years ago, and some amazing collegiate jumping he's done.
All right, Cole, I need to ask you a favor, you or Vince. We've got different running orders out here, but what I'm looking at here next is a Canadian, Christopher Horwood.
And that is who it is.
So I've got him as the 13th skier left, so he would be the last one on my running order before we start putting together the top 12 finalists.
Yep. Alexander Nischel. We actually have 12 in Series 1, so they
I got
could
11.
set the... Yeah. Just a couple more skiers till we actually get to hand out the golden tickets in this elimination round. But Chris had the opportunity randomly to go to dinner with him on Sunday, or was it Saturday night, something like that. Just a nice kid to be around. I've watched him, helping Sadie out. I probably understand why, but you know what? That's all right, Chris. Hey, look, it's a good kid. We enjoyed having him at dinner and got an opportunity to meet his dad and his brother, so great little family.
So he goes by Chris, not Christopher?
Well, I'm going to call him Christopher. He's a young buck, but no, he goes by Chris.
Okay, we'll go with Chris.
I'm going to call him Christopher.
I'm going to call him Chris.
Well,
we can agree to disagree.
We could, or
we
you
are.
could just call him Christopher.
I'm bullheaded.
Look, hey, you are. I know. I only have a few more skiers to really rile you up to get you amped for this Series 1 jump event.
Man.
Honestly, you guys, I've been waiting for this for years.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I bet you have.
Years.
You've got something to look forward to, and you know what? Take a minute to enlighten people to what we're talking about.
Well, so, you know, you look at all these names to come in Series 1, but Aaron and I were lucky enough to meet Levi at a young age, and he has put together an incredible career. He's taken to the soccer pitch more than he has the jump as of late, but he's getting dialed in. So, but right now, we've got Chris, a Canadian.
I thought it was Christopher.
Oh, see, you screwed me up.
Jump number 1.
Christopher making his turn for the jump right here. Let's see what he has for us on first jump. He picks this. Wow.
He had the heat.
Yeah, I like the way that had Ryan Dodd's fingerprints all over it. Did you see how he picked his left ski up? I heard you say earlier you don't particularly care for that, but
not that much.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with that. When you're teaching somebody to ski and you want them to go to the left, you tell them to put weight on your right foot, right?
Correct.
If you want them to go right, you tell them to put weight on your left foot. So when you don't pick up your ski. And I've had this conversation with many people. You're cutting so hard that your left ski comes out of the water because you have to continue to go left at the hardest speed, load that you can. So that was a little chest down, a little bit scary on that opening jump, but still a big score.
So we're waiting to see what that score is.
42.8 meters. Looks like we've got a happy Canadian over to my left here. So is that a good score for the young man? No, not a good score. I didn't think so. With there's a lot left there, and you saw a big chest crush. You saw the handle move a little bit away from his body there as he approached the jump. Are you doing math?
No, I'm not. Google is. Well, Vince said 140, and I didn't know if I heard him right. So that's what it is, 42.8, 140.
140 feet for Chris's opening jump, but we're on a second approach right here. A little bit later, look. Can he get through the jump? He does. That's a better-looking jump.
I think he looked a little anxious coming out of that turn.
Yeah, he rushed it a little bit.
Yeah. And it kind of set him back a little bit. He's still able to get on the jump comfortably, but he didn't get quite all the jump, that's for sure, and that's what you saw with the little disappointment in his reaction on his landing.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to talk about in Series 1, and Chris, we're getting down to the pointy end of my stint here. I'm gonna let Glenn come back in, but it's not only Levi, obviously Levi is near and dear to my heart. 45.9, inching closer to our leader, Mickey, his teammate. So I'm sure there's a bit of bragging rights here. I'm sure these guys trained together. But he was in a lower series, so you would think that Christopher, if you will, young Christopher Robbins, chasing Winnie Pooh out there. But look, he's got more left in the tank. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. If he could clean his cut up a little bit, that's going to really make a difference.
And do you think that has something to do with him lifting his left ski?
No, I think it's before that.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I'm trying to get you to take the bait, but you won't do it.
No.
The world record holder might have something to say about lifting your left ski into the base.
He might.
Especially when he's got a Canadian athlete on the water. Hopefully Ryan's watching. See what Chris has for us on this third jump, Troy.
So that turn was much better than the jump before. Oh, and spinning out on that landing.
A little bit scary there as he turned around. That rope was close to his head, but that's why we use the small handle jump handles. Unfortunately for Chris, you can see with the slap of the water, he's not even impressed by himself or his effort. Just doesn't look settled on the skis. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but he's pulling on that handle and can't find the center of those skis. Pulled on the handle a little bit there. Doesn't get the right hip all the way around. He's a little bit open. You see his chest pointing back to the boat and Gets off the ramp okay.
I think he just tried to force the ramp work there, Cole.
Yeah, well, I know he's upset, and look at that. That's a little bit scary to me, but
yeah,
I don't know that it was going to be enough to take down his teammate, Mickey. 49.8, the lead at the moment. We got Ty Kosick right behind him, about a meter behind him, 47.9 meters. And then, of course, Connor Pauly with the disappointing 47.3. We know he is capable of much more, but
speak of the devil.
There he is, the man, the myth. Been on the cameras all week long. I'm sure you'll see him in the under-21s doing that as well. Is he going to be working? Yes, he is. He's giving us the head nod. So what a great thing to be able to bring to all of these viewers, and appreciate all your hard work, Connor, and you did great out there. I'm sorry it didn't turn out your way, but clearly not your last World Championships, and if your technique has anything to say about it, I'm sure your name will be synonymous with the jump to come. So congratulations to you, big guy.
Now get a camera. Get back to work.
Get your butt back to work. You got all morning off, all right? You're a slacker. and a good attitude to boot. So,
do you want to talk about it? Sure.
Yeah, Troy, come on up. Sorry.
Come on. We'll talk about this rewrite scenario and see what you think. So we're coming up to, again, my running order is not the same as yours, but I'm thinking this is the last skier in this Series 2 group.
So from the dock cam, you're seeing Chris make his way back to the dock. I think that's because his brother maybe needs some of his equipment. But I like the color coordination that we've got coming up next. We got the leaderboard on right there. Connor Pauly, obviously you're in third, was hoping for a little bit more, but Mickey Geller leading the event, 49.8. Ty Kosick, 47.9, your only 5-foot jumper. Connor Pauly right there at 47.3. So Connor, take us through that, I would say disappointing jump set, obviously, for you. You know, you did get a 48.8 in the books, and it doesn't stand. Would have been good enough for second, but tell me what you think and how that all played out, and do you think the 47.3 is going to be enough?
Honestly, I think it's going to be pretty close. The rules, I was just explained on how they actually function and work, and I understand. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get me in. I hope it will be, but we just have to see.
Yeah, well, look, Troy, I mean, even the way this young man's demeanor, the way he's taking this tough news, I mean, he's wise beyond his years, very mature skier, and like I said, I think we're good. We're not done seeing Connor on the water.
No, and you know, you see this, and you know he's kind of heartfelt by it, and you hope that the luck, not really luck, you earned that jump, right? You went out and you did it, and hopefully it's enough. You know, and it very well could be. So in one or two skiers, we're going to be placing these guys the towards. So if you get two guys, if we get one or two guys that don't jump as far as you, bud, you got another opportunity on the U-17.
Hey, listen, we have a long, long way to go before we hand out all of our tickets here for the finals. And I'm telling you what, you know, anything can happen in the jump event, especially in the under-17
That's
boys
true.
dock, right?
Yep.
This Series 1, we heard, what was it, Curtis's anecdote. I'm not even going to try, but there's a lot of testosterone down there. There's a lot of people trying to make a name for themselves, a lot of people trying to push the envelope, if you will. And right now, we're going to see Alexander. Oh, okay. Wow, we have a little bit of drama here. Looks like Alexander is a scratch, and we've got Vicente Tiza from Chile on the water. And a great-looking opening jump, but hey, look, Connor, for you, that might be one more ticket right there available.
I really hope so, even though that 155 was a PB for me, but it'll be pretty close.
Wait a minute, that 47 or 155 feet was a personal best?
Correct.
At the World Championships? I knew that you had put the ramp up to 5.5, so congratulations, man. That's great work. So that 48 would have been great to have, but
yeah,
you know what? We're going to see more from you, I'm sure of it. Right now,
thank you, Connor.
Vicente,
no problem, thank you.
I'm going to leave you to it.
47.9.
In meters, ties Ty Kosick.
So, wow, I don't have – Ty had a pass and a fall.
Right.
So, do they go to backup?
No. That's just in the finals. No. So they would have a jump off currently.
Or the 12th spot, maybe.
Right. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to bring our good friend Glenn Williams back up here. I'm going to go get a couple of my skiers ready. It's not just Levi. There's a lot of action to come.
Power factor.
Oh, drama. I'm going to let the New Zealander call this one in.
Okay, so Vincent, another skier that's going to have a slow first segment on his first attempt. So that score right now stands. And if Vincent outjumps the 47.9, that's going in the scorebooks. But he's got 2 more chances to outjump it. If he does not outjump that, then that 47.9, if it's as long as jump, is going to be a mandatory rewrite. Welcome back, Glenn.
Thanks, Troy. Excited to be here. Series 1, boys jump. Down to our last 12 jumpers, 12 in the final. And the young Chilean athlete here, Vicente. And
that's a pretty looking
there
jump.
On jump number 3. It's an absolute ripper. So we're very close to getting our first finalist in the under-17 boys jump for the 2020 Junior World Waterski Champs. The Chileans are in the house, of course. The loudest cheer crew, the biggest supporters of any skiers are the Team Chileans.
They're cheering loud. I don't have a clue what they're saying, but they are loud. It's awesome to see. So still waiting to get distance here on jump 2.
Well, of course, at the moment, the bubble, I think, is at 49.8 with our Canadian skier that skied about 40 minutes ago.
Ooh.
This is big, folks. 49.7 does not beat 49.8 from our Canadian athlete. Now, I've just got in the seat here. I've been, watching on site. I haven't exactly got the numbers in front of me, but I believe the lead was 49.8 from the Canadian
That's
athlete,
correct.
Mickey. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that 49.8 will now get Canada's athlete into the final. 49.7 from the Chilean is not in the final at this stage, although you would think historically that a final cut is around 47 or 48, so you'd think 49.7 would be enough, but there's still a bunch of skiers to come, so this is going to be tough.
All right, here we go, jump number 3. Vicente trying to put one together. I don't think that's as far as jump number 2.
Yeah, so he's a little disappointed. That's not going to be enough. His jump number 2, though, was 49.7, and that is a massive jump for a under-17 boy. 51K, 5.5-foot ramp, and historically he would make it through. It would be the greatest cut ever in under-17 boys jump if it ended up being 49.8. So let's just wait and see. He may have done enough. We're going to have to wait and see. 45.1 on this jump from Vicente of Chile.
Okay, so Mickey Geller still leading 49.8. That's 163 feet. That puts him into the finals. So Mickey is in.
And that was some sort of effort because if you remember, he fell on his countercut on jump 1.
A little embarrassing incident.
Yeah, embarrassing incident. But then, and then he passed on the next jump. I thought, geez, this guy's not even going to get a score here.
Yeah.
And he ended up on jump number 3. He absolutely booted one.
Yeah.
49.8. So congratulations. And I'll tell you what, I've seen the Canadian Mickey Keller around site. He is built. It looks like a jumper. Very strong, short, muscular sort of torso. And he looks like a top jumper in the making.
Okay, so out on the water right now, our next competitor from France, Antoine Morin.
Yeah, so Antoine Morin out of France, of course, very strong French team as always at these under-17 world champs. Let's see. It's a big ask, you know. Like, essentially, at the moment, we're telling these guys you've got to jump 50 metres just to make the final. You know, whether it stays there or not, I'm not too convinced. Most of the time, the cut ends up down around that 47 or 48 metre mark.
So, you know, still we're sitting 49.8's the leader. That's the number 12 spot for sure.
For sure. And 49.7 is the second jump from the Chilean that just jumped for Cinta. So really 49.7 is the score that has to be beaten at the moment to make the boys jump final. Here we go, the Frenchman, Antoine.
Jump number 1, looking confident coming up into that turn, nice and solid. Nice, pretty jump, boy, oh boy.
It's tidy. Be probably, I think, around that 46, 47 metre mark. It might be a little bit further. I don't think it's quite enough to get through to the final, but it's a really nice opening jump. Nice, steadying opening jump.
I think that's going to be our farthest opening jump that we've had so far, quite frankly.
Great technique. If you watch him here on the replay, Troy, you know, out of that program in France just produces so many good skiers. A lot of trick skiing, a lot of hours on a trick ski, I'm sure, and it helps with the control on these jump skis.
Well, he's got that handle nice and low as he's gliding into the start of his turn, then keeps it low.
Wow. At 53.4, that is an absolutely massive jump. I did not pick that, Troy, on that.
I knew it was a nice jump, but here's the issue with that. We've got another slow time on the first segment. So they're unable to get this boat dialed in as of yet. So that 53.4, yeah, it's in the books right now. But if he doesn't out jump that, then he's going to have a mandatory rewrite on jump 1. We're getting all too familiar with this rewrite situation.
Great pitches coming. This is the French team we're looking at. French team management just getting a phone call. They get a phone call from someone here, and they'll be right in this. They'll be all over this at the moment because they will not want to lose that 53.4 metre jump.
Absolutely not. Big, big jump. So that he jumped in the lead by 12 feet. So even, you know, if he comes and slips out, he's still going to.
Yeah, that was some sort of a jump. I apologize to the viewers. I didn't pick just how far that jump was. Let's see how he goes here. Jump number 2. Nice turn. Very composed. He's relaxed as he comes into the ramp. Another big
that's just pretty. Nice looking jump. You know, I don't know distance-wise. It's kind of hard to tell by the monitor, but I'm pretty sure that's going to.
Yeah, well, hopefully the time's okay because I think that jump will be just as far. Definitely over 50. Really good. He's such a good turn here. Very good control on these skis. Wow. 56.3 metres. That's an absolute ripper of a jump. That's the sort of jump that wins you a Junior World title some years, so sensational stuff.
My goodness.
The young Frenchman.
So that negates the rewrite for sure. Unless that was slow. I haven't heard any indication of that. But 56.3, 185 feet to take the lead.
How strong are the French at the moment in the under-17 boys jump? You know, we've got Paul Freiberg coming up a little bit later on, the favourite. But this young guy has just gone straight out there. Opened up with 53.4. Finishes up over 56 metres on jump number 2. He's got a third jump coming up. Just doing it easy as well. It's really controlled.
Oh, very smooth. So here we go. What kind of adjustment will he make, if any? You know, because he knows he's in. You know, how much risk do you take at a point like this?
Yeah, probably not. Doesn't need to take a lot of risk here. He's well into the final, of course. Here he goes in, jump number 3. Another tidy jump.
Beautiful jump.
Oh, I think that's even further, is it?
Wow,
Sure.
big jumping. Keep in mind, these guys are at 31.7 miles per hour. They are hitting a 5.5-foot ramp, but holy cow.
Wow, that Nautique towboat, eh? It's got more tow than a Roman sandal. And it is just pulling these guys. A big 6.2-litre boat, and it is just pulling these guys up over that ramp and give them plenty of distance. $56.8 meters, 186 feet.
Talk about a solid set.
Wow.
All three jumps. The one, a 53.4, which was 175, and then a 56.3, which was 185, and then that last one, 56.8, going 186.
Can you start a little bit slow, please?
Good grief. Better bring it, boys. That's what he's saying. He's going back down to the dock, and he's saying, there you go. That's the mark.
Okay, so we have found 2 finalists so far for our under-17 boys jump final set to go in a couple of days. We've got Mickey Keller of Canada and Antine Martin from, Morin, France. Now to skier number 3, Jonathan Horwood out of Canada. If you're seeing double, that's because we had his twin brother, Christopher, jumped about 4 skiers ago.
Really?
I believe so. I think, I don't know totally
Yeah,
up
yeah,
with
you're
the Canadian team, but I'm pretty sure they're twins. They're definitely brothers. I wonder if they get a discount rate on the entry. I wonder if Curry Picos gave them a bit of a discount rate on the entry.
I don't know, but Jonathan is skiing independent, and then Chris he's actually part of the team. So Antone Morin, 56.8, your new leader. Mickey Geller in second. Vicente Tiza. Then Ty Kosek still in fourth there. He is a 5-foot jumper. So,
yeah, the bubble, of course, with Vicente Tiza of Chile with 49.7. Okay, Jonathan Horwood now from Canada. Concentration as he makes his turn for the ramp. Into the ramp with plenty of speed. Nice kick off the top.
Another nice looking jump.
That's probably another 50-meter jump, I think, to open up with.
I'll tell you what, all of a sudden, something hit the fan.
Well, we are a year older. Of course, these worlds were delayed by 12 months due to COVID. So these boys, of course, have had an extra year of growing, extra year of training. So they're lifting the standard quite a bit in this jump. 48.3, so not enough on jump number 1. Because 49.8 will get him into the final. 49.7 would cause a runoff at this stage, but a long way to go.
Yeah, these guys, I think they're going back to the dock, or the guys at the dock watching are just feeding off of this. You know, and it's getting them amped up, and they know the conditions are perfect with the headwind, and they just know they got to put it together, and they want to.
Yeah, the conditions are absolutely perfect. Curry Picos, of course, Lakes, Shortline Lakes, one of the greatest waterski sites in the world. We've got the Nautique towboat, of course, the #1 tournament towboat in the world. We've got Mario Pagozzi driving the boat. And yeah, we just confirmed there, 49.8 is the score that is needed to get through to the final at this stage.
So Jonathan Horwood, jump number 2, making the turn to the jump, coming in, driving a little harder. I might be a touch further, but I don't know that it's 49. But
it'll be close. I think if I had to pick, I would say it's about 49.5. I think he's just going to be a shade. He's going to be about a foot off what he needs. But I haven't been too good on picking the distances at the moment. It's a little bit different, actually. We're not watching the skiing live here, Troy. We're watching it on the TV screen, just like you folks at home. It's a little bit harder to pick the distances. Yeah, 47 58.4, not enough for Jonathan Horwood out of Canada. It's all going to come down to the third and final.
Yeah, so actually going a little bit less there. So, the predictions for us, like you said, it's just kind of tough unless we could start looking over our shoulder, I guess, to try and pick that spot on the shoreline.
Yeah, it's trying to make excuses for our failures, but yeah, it is a little bit. We're seeing the same thing you're seeing on your TV screen at home, so it's a little bit harder to pick distance than just looking on the shoreline, because there's marker buoys out there for those fans on the shoreline. We see the figure of Martin Labra there on the dock, that young sensation out of Chile. He's going to be the next competitor off, so there's just absolute superstars, household names of junior water skiing coming up in this jump elimination round. That's the score to beat, folks, 49.8. If you can get 49.8, you're into the boys' jump final.
So here we go, Canadian skier Jonathan Horwood, attempt number 3.
Tidy. Similar sort
He
of
didn't
hole,
like
though.
it.
Similar hole. He's not happy. He slaps his thigh, throws his head back. I think he knows he's missed out on this jump final. Although
you don't know.
You don't know.
I'm not saying you don't know. You know what I mean.
No, I know what you mean. There's a lot of skiing to happen yet. Conditions could change, but at this stage, I don't think he's done enough to make it through to that boys' jump final.
I agree with you.
Great pitches coming through from the TWBC. 47.2, so 48.3 will be his best. Now, in any other year, 48.3 would get you through to the final, Troy. So, it's highly possible he will get through, but at the moment, definitely not guaranteed.
Well, we got around 9 skiers left. So, again, anything can happen. This is a random draw here in this last series, so we're not, it's not guaranteed that our last skier in this group has the highest average. So, we may be seeing some of our bigger skiers. I'm not that familiar with all of them. I know some of the USA names coming up are pretty strong jumpers.
Okay, folks, the noise, of course, is for the Chilean hero or junior hero. Anyway, Martin Labra, he's left the dock, folks, but we got even better news for Chile, because we can confirm that Vicente Tiza is now into the boys' jump final. He will join Mickey Keller and Antoine Morin from France. So we've got 3 finalists so far. Now, Martin Labra is one of the favourites for the overall, of course. He can trick over 10,000, close to 11,000 points. He has had some jumps, definitely up over 50 metres, and he's a solid athlete. Of course, part of the Miranda Waterski family.
Okay.
So his stepdad, I understand, is Rodrigo Miranda. So he's been skiing at Miranda Lakes since he was very, very young. Okay, so the cut now down to 48.4. That's the distance that is needed. Here he is, real up-and-coming superstar of world overall water skiing from Chile, Martin Labra.
All right, so coming up to his glide, he's a little lean there instead of, moving those hips. He uses his shoulders, but big kick coming off the jump. I'd say his ramp work was pretty good. His cut kind of left a little bit on the jump.
I tell you what, it's still going to be about 48 metres, I think, or 47, 48. It's going to be close to what he needs. Very tidy opening jump, sort of a smart jump to do on your opening, especially when you're a contender for the overall. You've got to make sure you get yourself a score on the board. It's 50, folks. He's through to the final. 50 metres flat, so he's through to the final. That is a very easy 50 metres. When I say that with the greatest respect. He has done that with super control. Most 51K jumpers have to go super hard and super late to go 50, but not this kid. He's got springs in his legs as he boots off the top of that jump ramp.
Yeah, and he's got more in the tank. Yeah, I look for him to make a couple adjustments here, and I think he could, quite, we're still 56.3 as a lead. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
56.8.
56.8 from our French competitor. I'm going to say Martin Labra. I think his best is around 54 metres. I'm going to take a guess at that. I think so. You know, he's got a little bit left in him. That opening jump, he'll go harder now. That opening jump is one to get into the final and to get himself on the board in the overall race.
Yeah, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. He's in the trick finals.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we don't want to.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to push it, but you don't want to push it too hard.
Here we go. Pulls out wide on the Naughty Topo from Santiago in Chile. Martin Labra. Very controlled, good strong turn into the base. Another big jump. Similar sort of distance, I think, Troy. It's a little bit hard to tell off the TV monitor, but to me that looked around that 50-metre mark once again. Snow ploughing there on the 600-foot ball to slow down. There's not a lot of running here around that island. You come around that island and to do a double cut, you've got to pretty much get out on that boat straight away. So sometimes you run on with a little bit of speed. 49.8 metres, 49.8 for Martin Labra.
All right, so still, you know, very consistent here between jump 1 and jump 2. You know, and he knows he's in the finals. Or you would hope he knows he's in the finals. Surely he does.
I'm sure he does. Very intelligent skiers, the Chileans. Very well coached because Felipe and Rodrigo Miranda take care of their to take care of the team, really, management and coaching. He is the Chilean trick record holder, of course. He's only about 16 years of age, but he already holds the Chilean trick record.
Really?
Close to 11,000 points.
Okay. Martin Labra. This is jump number 3 for him. He's got a 50-meter and a 49.8. Taking a whack at it. Oh, that may be his best jump.
There you go. That's going to be, I think that'll be 54, maybe even 55 metres, Troy. That is an absolute ripper of a jump for Martin Labra. He has stamped his mark on this boys' jump for 2021. That's a ripper. He brought it down a little bit here on the 600-foot ball, but this is all about the drive into the base of the ramp, I think, and the kick. 54.1 metres, folks. 54.1 metres from Martin Labra out of Chile. Absolute sensation.
So that 54.1 is equal to 177 feet. You know, 186 is what the leader is in feet. So.
Okay, folks, we're in for a treat now. This is the big dog of this event, of course, out of France. The favourite in this event, it's Paul Deplon Freiberg out of France. I watched him training, Troy, a couple of nights ago. I reckon he was close to 60 metres. Honestly,
really?
I think 58, 59 metres in training the other night here. He is an absolute sensation. He is the favourite in this event. He's big, he's strong, of course, 18 years of age, and he tricks 10,000 points, jumps close to 60. We're going to see him slalom tomorrow. I'm pretty sure he can run an 11.25 metre line. He is, I think, the favourite in the overall. There's a couple of other skiers, but Martin Labra is up there in overall. So is Blaze Grubbs from the United States. We see there 49.7 is the score to get into the final at the moment. But we're in for a treat.
Perfect headwind. You know, and I'm excited to see this guy. I wasn't aware that, you know, he was a big jumper as what you're bringing him in.
He is. There's only one jumper I can think of that's ever been 60 metres in jumping, and that's Timmy Bradstreet out of Australia. It's a little bit of a, you could argue the point a little bit, though, because we're a year later for these worlds, so it's hard to say, you know, this guy's a year older than normal. But if we see 60-metre jumps in 17 under 18 boys is almost up. So this could be a treat if he can get up close to 60.
So keep in mind, he's more or less a carryover from last year, so he he's skiing for placement. If he should set a record, I have no idea what the record is, but he cannot set a record. Oh my.
Wow.
Oh, he loved it.
Look, I'm not going to guess distances, but that is huge. That could be 200 feet. That's so big. I don't know. Let's wait and see. We'll let the computer measure it. But that's an absolute ripper of a jump. We're at 51k, folks. 31 mile an hour. 5.5 foot. Look at this guy go. Muscles glistening in the sunshine. Strong, and his technique is magnificent. 60.1 meters, folks. 60.1. It's possible. I think that's the first ever 60-meter jump at a Junior Worlds. Of course, he is a little bit older than normal this year, but that's for an opening jump, absolutely sensational.
My goodness, and to convert it over, that's 197 feet.
Wow.
So amazing, and that's an opening jump. What do you do here? I mean, his adrenaline's just, you can hear him on the water still. His adrenaline's sky high.
He is. So paint the picture a little bit here, though, because he didn't trick that well. He tricked 7,000 points yesterday. By him, he's a 10,000 point tricker. That hurt his overall chances. He's got another opportunity to trick and increase that score, but it's very important for him here that he smashes the field in the jump. He needs to jump as far as he possibly can and really hurt the Martin Labra and the Blaze Grub overall scores and jump. I guess that's his aim for the rest of the set.
Very well could be. Let's see what happens here on jump number 2. Here comes Pohl. Not backing off any. Another beautiful jump.
It's a similar distance, isn't it? Technically, it probably wasn't quite as good a jump, but by geez, he had some speed. It's another massive jump from the Frenchman.
Yeah, I'd say if anything, he brought the speed down. He brought it down the lake a little bit, which actually probably caused him some of the ramp work. But still, I mean, we're breaking down a guy that just is phenomenal.
It's sensational. I don't know if Timmy Bradshaw's watching this webcast back home in New South Wales in Australia. 59.5. But, you know, Zach Warden was a great jumper as well at this age group. I think he went 59 odd meters, the American skier. But Tim Bradstreet's the only guy I can think of in this age group at this speed that has been as far as this. What a sensation this Frenchman is.
So that was only 195. I say that with sarcasm. And really making it look easy as he comes in. He's not forcing any issue. You know, sometimes you see a skier that builds that much speed, they're fighting. You see their skis shaking or they try and kick the snot out of the jump. Everything Pohl's out here doing is really smooth.
He's a great skier. He's a great athlete. He's a 10,000 plus point tricker. He's got great ski control. Look at this. Makes his turn for the ramp. Jump number 3. Perfect little headwind behind the Nautique. Another big kick off the top.
No, he lost a little at the bottom, and you see him shake his head. Yeah, he knew he left some at the bottom of the ramp, but amazing set to launch himself out there in the number 1 spot. Our first skier over 60.1 meters.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can remember the very first Junior Worlds, or maybe the second Junior Worlds, way back in 1988. And there was a guy from, not far from here, actually, from Louisiana, J.D. Wiswall, American kid. And he jumped 49.9. And I'd come from New Zealand where the best jumper of that age could jump about 35 metres. And I thought, wow, 49.9 at 51K, you know, and now we've got guys going 50, 60 metres, you know, it's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Great to see.
What's that do to the next, well, what do we got, 7 or so, 8 maybe?
Well, they still need the same. They still need 49.7, I think.
Yeah.
Same cut, 49.7. But it should give them confidence. I mean, you see guys in front of you jumping really big. It should give you the confidence. You know, the conditions are good. Obviously, the boat is great. It's one of the best sites in the world. So, you know, there's no reason why they can't go that 49.7 that they need.
Well, so interesting enough, apparently they figured out that boat, because we did have, you know, a couple rewrite situations 2 or 3 times with the slow first segment, but then you have a guy go out and you jump over 60 meters, and that boat kept up with him.
It's hard. You know, when you get guys cutting that hard at 51k at 31 mile an hour, it's hard to get that. You got to play around with those power factors a little bit, I think, to get. It doesn't matter how good the boat is, it's hard because they're really pulling hard on that boat. But anyway, hopefully we've sorted it out. We've got one of the world's best drivers out there, and Mario Pagozzi, of course, driving this jump event.
So on the water now, an independent skier for USA. We've got Evan Robbins. So Evans, 49.7, is that what we're at? I've only heard it 10,000 times. So Evans' goal is to go out and make this cut.
Absolutely. He is an independent skier. I think he's a jump specialist. Is that correct?
I don't know.
We don't know. But, you know, this is he's come here. He is not part of the US team. He's come here because he's ranked in the top 12 in the world, and he wants to try and get into the final.
That was still a nice-looking opening jump.
It was. And it'll be close to the cut, I think. I think it'll be 48-ish, 47, 48-ish, if I had to guess. It's a good, solid opening jump. Just to confirm, I've get a couple of questions from time to time. This is not a seeded order. This is seeded into series, and then once the skiers are put into series, it is a random order. So the Pole is the top seed, but he's not skiing last, if you know what I mean. It's
right.
A little bit, if we go to Open Worlds, I think it's different. Open Worlds, it is a completely seeded order, but in Age Group Worlds, it is a random draw within the 12 names that are in.
All right, Robbins, you've seen him looking over the shoreline, seeing what the coach has to say for him.
Did they say a distance on that one?
Not good enough. 48.9. It's a great opening jump, but it's not enough to make it through to the jump final. 49.7 is the mark. If we finish at 49.7, that will be the highest cut in history in under 17 boys jump. I suppose that is to be expected because these guys are a year older, although we are missing a couple of pretty decent jumpers from some countries that couldn't get here because of COVID. So let's just wait and see where we end up here.
Well, that 48.9 for Evan is still 160 feet. So here we go, jump number 2. Evan Robbins wanting to put a little more out there.
Yeah, he's got himself another meter or so there. That could be close, actually, I think.
Yeah.
He needs 49.7. I think that'll be there or thereabouts. It's going to be close. Wait for the distance. We've got the super slow-mo replay here as he makes his turn. He's actually cutting a little bit earlier than some of the other skiers so far. 50 flat, folks. So he's through to the final. 50.0 meters. So you can write him in the book. Evan Robbins from the United States will be in the boys' jump final in a couple of days' time.
So that's 164. If you ask me what 50 meters is in 10 minutes, I'm not going to have it.
50 meters is an Olympic swimming pool, if that helps you.
Not at all.
It doesn't.
Is that what they do the cable training in with the trick?
The Ukraine and the Belarus.
Yeah,
they do. No, I just thought maybe you watched a bit of the Olympics in Tokyo last month and watched the swimming. That's 50. That's what 50 meters is an Olympic swimming pool.
All right, so Evan Robbins coming in, jump number 3. He's got himself a spot in the finals. Another skier getting that right ski a little bit high and almost blowing him over.
Strong headwind down that end. Into the ramp he comes, third and final.
I suspected. I really did. When I seen that counter cup
it was a poor set.
bobble, you know, I just thought And he's in the finals.
Yeah.
Why not?
It doesn't matter. He's fine.
Exactly. Smart skiing, actually.
Okay, folks, I don't know how many people are watching this in Australia, but here's your sole representative in the under 17 boys jump. Of course, it's like Kelly out of, actually I was mentioning Tim Bradstreet a little bit earlier on, a very similar part of the world to Timmy Bradstreet. They're in Newcastle, just a couple of hours north of Sydney. And some horrible things happening at the moment with COVID in New South Wales in particular. A lot of lockdowns and a spiking COVID rate there in New South Wales. So I think they'll be under lockdown there back in Australia. And they'll be watching this young Aussie, Levi Kelly.
Oh, Levi got a new helmet on. Last time I seen him jumping in Illinois, he had all black. I had an all black suit, black gloves, black helmet, because I nicknamed Darth Vader.
Well, Levi, of course, resides now in the Midwest. Of course, he's living in the US now, but he grew up skiing in Australia. He would have grown up as a young kid watching Timmy Bradstreet jump, I'm sure. You know, he would have been his icon. Because Tim Bradstreet, former junior world jump champion, and the only other guy I can think of that went over 60 metres as a junior. But Levi Kelly, this is the only event he's got. He's no longer slaloming and tricking. He's got jump, and Australia, of course, have been rocked by COVID. They're kind of locked down. It's very hard to get out of Australia. They've got Sadie Ferguson, who unfortunately is carrying a knee injury. She did manage to slalom today, but she was horribly affected by that knee injury. It was a miracle that she got out on the water, to be honest. And
yeah.
I'm not sure that she's going to jump. That's tomorrow. We'll worry about that tomorrow. But this is really now Australia's big hope, I think, Levi Kelly. And everybody will be wishing that he can get a big jump and get into that jump final.
He's a great young man. You know, we've had the pleasure having him around the Midwest and coming to the Illinois tournaments. And he's part of a group that, between the Roberts and Brett Stackpole and the Lutz boys, all these guys conglomerate on the starting dock at these local tournaments, and they just go out and they beat the snot out of each other, and they're best friends, you know? If one of them goes out there and pumps out a big jump, they're all fist pumping each other. And then but they push each other at the same time.
Come on, Aussie. Here we go. Levi Kelly needs 49.7 to make the jump final. Jump number one. Into the ramp he comes. Yeah, tidy opening jump. Not quite there, possibly. He might be a metre shy of the distance he needs. Kind of a little funky off the top here, Troy. His skis seemed a little bit close together off the top of the ramp.
Exactly. You know, and that's a new technique that even the Americans are starting to consider, because it used to always be you wanted your skis close together as possible, but now if you go shoulder width, maybe even slightly wider than shoulder width, they find that's, it's more stable and you're still able to get that right ski around better.
Ooh. Well, that's, just shy of what he needs, 48.4. This is close, folks. Needs another metre and a bit to make it through to that boys' jump final. He's only a youngster, Levi. I think I'm right in saying he's probably only 16. So, a lot of these guys in this jump event are going to be 18 years of age, a lot of the top guys. So he's still a youngster.
Yeah, it's kind of, Levi was standing over here by you and I. Was that this morning or yesterday? Yesterday afternoon, I think. And he's talking like, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to leave it all out there. And you and I both were like, be smart.
Just make the final, yeah.
Make the finals.
Yeah.
If it comes down to jump 3, that's a different story. If you're not in that top 12, but first things first.
Hard lean to get himself wide into this headwind. It's a reasonably strong headwind. It's good conditions, though, if you can get the speed. Into the ramp he comes. Jump number 2.
Ooh.
Big kick off the top.
Boy, I saw that left ski from our angle after the second wake, and it spooked me, and that's why I went, ooh. I didn't know for sure if he is still going to be able to resist it all the way through the jump, but
I don't think we've got enough yet, Troy.
No, I don't either.
Oh, geez, I'm a Kiwi, and Aussies are kind of like our cousins from across the ditch, and I desperately want to see Levi into the jump final. He hasn't got enough. 47.8 is still a great jump for an under-17 boy, but it's not enough at the moment to get into the jump final.
All right, I want to see this angle. I want to see if he's too focused on speed and losing it on the jump. That's exactly what I seen, and I'm just being honest. You know, if I were able to help him, I'd say just, let's go a foot, 2 foot even earlier.
He's pushing hard, isn't he, just to get on the ramp, and he's not in a position to kick it.
Trying too hard.
Oh, it's tough, though. It's the one event he's got. He's got the weight of the great nation of Australia on his shoulders in a lot of ways. It's tough.
Well, let's get together. Everybody give Levi some support as he comes in for jump number 3.
Let's see if he backs it up a little bit here on the 6. Maybe. Let's go. Big hard lean out. He needs 49.7 to get himself in the final. Makes his turn now. He needs to get his kick. He hasn't had his legs all set. There we go. That's a better jump. There we go. I think he might have done it on jump number 3, Troy.
That was his best jump of the set, so it's now just sitting on pins and needles and seeing how far that is.
His body language is not happy, but I actually think he's done it. I think he's just scraped himself in here. We'll wait for the score.
So we need 49.7 or better.
I got a feeling it's going to be right there. 51.8 metres, and Levi Kelly, the Aussies, got himself into the boys' jump final. I can hear the sigh of relief right across Australia right now. He's disappointed. I think he as you said, Troy, he's here to jump 55 metres, but end of the day, the job was to get into the final, and that's what he's just done. So congratulations, Levi.
Absolutely. Impressive. He kept it together. He wasn't forcing the cut going into that last jump, and he had better ramp work. Look at the height. Just a great set, and I'm happy, very happy for Levi.
That's had a great message from one of my good mates in Australia, Wayne Bryant. Apparently I said Australia cousins, and he's disowning me. He's reminding me that he's definitely not my cousin. Great to hear that you're watching, though, Wayne. And thanks very much for the use of your Nautique when we were in Sago. It was great to get out there and put a few scratches on it for you.
All right, to make the conversion for the USA people that cheer on Levi, that was a 170 foot for him, 170. That puts him in the 4th position right now. So that guarantees him a spot into the finals.
Okay, folks, hometown hero now. He's actually from Sacramento in California. Is Blaze Grubbs, but the Grubbs, of course, have got a house here at Corey Picos.
So if this was actually a seeded event, we would say Blaze is top. He's a 5th seed, but it's not actually seeded. So he's our number 5 and counting.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I think what's his personal best? About 56 meters. You don't know in meters,
I don't
do you?
know.
Is he a 180-foot jumper?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he's pretty close. So, I mean, it's a little confusing because I think sometimes like at US Nationals, he's probably aged up to boys 5, and he probably jumps maybe at a faster speed than 51k. It's a bit confusing, but he is the USA's big hope in the overall. Of course, he's a super talented 3-eventer out of Sacramento in Northern California. Has a what I love to call the Winter Palace here at Pecos Lake.
So here we go, Blaze on jump 1. Could just be a nice warm-up jump, overall jump, team score jump. He's satisfied. If you tell by his reaction there, he didn't throw the fist over the shoulder, but he kind of threw it waist high.
It's similar distance to Levi's jump, I think. So if it is the same as Levi's jump, he's into the final, of course. I think it's a little over 50. It's a perfect jump for an overall contender because he just needs to get in the final, get an initial score on for overall. Yeah, 51.3 opening jump from Blaze Grubbs.
So 51.3, 168. He let go of that rope. You saw that right ski trailing a little bit right at the top of the ramp, and he let loose with that left hand. That cost him some distance, without a doubt. So he develops so much load. When you let go early, that's just one indication that you feel a little sketchy of being too far forward.
Blaze, of course, I know my son Curtis did a lot of skiing at Balakal with the Grubbs family when he was younger, and Curtis takes the credit for getting Blaze into tricking and jumping. There are a lot of slalom specialists there in Northern California, and I think Blaze was, as a 9 or 10-year-old, was destined to be a slalom specialist, but he took up the tricking and jumping, and of course, look at him now. He's an absolute sensation. Pulls out wide on North Tobo, jump number 2. All
right.
He goes. Yeah, no, it's actually, I don't think it's quite as far, that one. I'm
No.
not sure whether he got a bit earlier, whether the headwind held him back a bit on his countercut, but he didn't quite get the distance, I don't think, on that second jump.
No, and he knows it. So let's see here if we can tell for sure. I'd call him about 590, 585.
Yeah, 48.3.
So I want to see this angle as he comes in. Just that chest, I think that's probably the whole reason I'm seeing that left arm let loose when it does. If you start, I mean, if you're too far forward to your chest, your subliminal mind is going to react. And, you know, if he could just keep that chest straighter or, you know, make it more proud.
I'm going to throw something out here. I mean, Blaze has done well. He's made the jump final. But if he is going to have any chance of beating Paul Freiberg in the overall, he really needs to jump 55 or 56 metres, which we believe is his personal best. So he'll have a final to do that. But he's also got this third and final here. So, you know, for his overall chances, he needs to try and get up close to 55 metres, I believe, here on jump number 3. He hasn't done enough yet for an overall title, that's for sure.
All right, let's see what his strategy is. Is he going to bring it down and try and get that 55-meter jump? That was better ramp work. I like that a lot better than the first two. I don't know that he had the speed.
I think
but
it's similar to the opener. I think might be 52. Might get 52 metres out of it, but I think it's more like 51.5. He's shaking his head. It's a big tournament for him, though. He's a 3-event skier. He's got slalom tomorrow morning. It's a marathon, not a sprint, I guess you could say. He's got plenty on this event. $50.5.
Yeah, so the 51.3 is going to be his best jump going into the books. That's 168 feet. We got 4 guys left, Glenn. James Bryans, Brody Keller, Florian Parth, and Damir Vilatov, or Vilatov, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it's tough for us announcers, isn't it? The Ukrainian names, they're a little bit, they kind of use just about every letter in the alphabet and don't put them in the right order, but we'll work on that name. So I'm Glenn Williams, and this is Troy Zolan. I can't even say your name, mate. Your last
Just drop
name,
the O.
Yeah, that's a tough name,
if you
mate.
see the yeah.
But we're commentating, of course. We're bringing you this boys jump elimination round. Looking like being the highest cut in the history of Junior Worlds. We're sitting at 49.7 at the moment. Whether it holds that high, we'll have to wait and see. But, you know, typically a 47 to 48 metre jump will get you into the final. But, geez, you almost got to jump 50 metres now to make a final in the under 17 boys jump.
Very impressive, these young men. You know, bear in mind, this is the under 17 division. Granted, some of these guys are 18 because they could carry it over from 2020, but still, amazing performances out here today. And we're not done.
No, we're not. We've got 4 jumpers left. We've got James Bryans now out of the USA. He's a USA team member. I look on the list here. He hasn't got an asterisk next to his name. This means he's not skiing as an individual. He's been selected to represent the United States. the favourite, of course, in the teams event.
So a 3/4 cut coming. Nothing wrong with that. You can still jump far off a 3/4 cut, but at 31.7 or the 51K, you're going to have to get up on the boat. Pressing it out for all he's got. Getting a little movement in the air. I don't know if he felt uncomfortable or was just trying to push for more.
I'm not sure. Yeah, 3/4 cut. I don't know what this guy's best is, but it's pretty hard to jump over 50 metres at 51K on a 3/4 cut. Troy, geez, he pushed out pretty well there. Just been told by our producer Vincent Studdlebar in the caravan. He's just talked in our area. Apparently, this young bloke's carrying a bit of an injury at the moment, so he's just taking it a little bit easier, maybe.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with what that is, but apparently one of his ankles is kind of bummed up. So 44.3 on jump one there.
Well, this is interesting. This is another twist and turn in this elimination round. You know, if he's carrying an injury and he's only going to jump 45 or 46 metres, then that opens the door for another spot into the final, you know. So
yeah,
we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe not. Maybe he'll get it together here on the next couple of jumps.
Well, I would think, you know, if he's on the team, they're going to want him to be in the finals. So, you know, we're looking at that 49.7, I believe, to still do that. So he's going to have to pick it up a little bit if he's going to be able to get in the top 12 here. Oh, that was a better cut and a prettier jump. That's definitely going to be farther. I don't know if it's going to be the 50 mark, but
I think that's going to full credit to him. He may have got close to 50 there off that 3/4 cut. So what would I know? Maybe it is possible to jump for a 17-year-old boy to jump 50 metres off a 3/4 cut at 51K. Anything's possible nowadays with these young kids.
Oh my!
50.8. Wow. He's in. He's into the final. James Bryan's out of the US of A. USA team member. Makes it into the boys jump final. He's happy. Look at him. He's pumped.
That's awesome. So 50.8 is 167 feet. So, you know, Glenn, it's just... Cole and I were talking a little bit ago, or a little earlier, the technology with the boats, the ski equipment. Today we've got absolutely gorgeous headwind, you know, and he's hitting a 5.5 foot ramp. So to do a 3/4 cut and put it out there, it just up in the standards of what we're used to in earlier years.
Absolutely.
Oh, so now he's swinging out for a double.
What do you think? You think this could be a cut and pass to get ready for the final if he's carrying an injury? We'll wait and see. Hopefully
I do.
He can get over and kick it.
Yeah.
Picked it like a dirty nose. He's carrying an ankle injury. He thinks he'll need to do a double in the final, and he's just having a bit of a look at the jump ramp there.
Yep.
He's booked his ticket though. Job is done into that boys jump final.
So really, that was impressive something for him to go out there at 3/4 cut and get himself into the finals with that 50.8. We still have Pohl leading it with 60.1, and Antone 56.8, Martin in third, Levi in fourth, Blaze fifth, James sixth, Evan Robbins seventh, Mickey Geller eighth. Let's see, we got 3 more to go. So I think Vincent is in. So we're still at that 49.7 mark.
Eddie had fun. She got to take a victory lap.
Brody Keller now from the United States. He's skiing as an individual skier. He's not part of the US team, but that means that he's ranked in the top 12 in the world.
Brody getting.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. Bit of a sideways five to his fellow US competitor as he skis past.
So go on YouTube, subscribe, Waterski Broadcasting. You've seen Vincent Stadelbauer. He's in the trailer running the controls. I'm Troy Zellner. I've got Glenn Williams. He on my left, but he's on your right.
Well, that's confusing.
It is. So we got three skiers left here that we're gonna finish up this jump event, and then I think I'm gonna stay here with your son Curtis to come over and get us through. We got two series women's tricks to get through to determine who the top 12 are going to be in that event.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm going to head down to the start dock and do my duty as release person for Team New Zealand. Here's Brody Keller now, jump number one, looking to go almost 50 metres to make it into the jump. Finally passes that one.
Oh, he got maybe a little bit of adrenaline there, getting a high five. James Bryans as he went by and fired up, maybe just too much on the pull out, a little bit late, but wisely going ahead and letting go, passing on jump number one. Trying to figure out exactly what he needs to do to make his adjustments so he can come in on jump number two and get himself in that 49.7 or further to punch his ticket into the finals. So Brody Keller looking over on the sidelines, looking for a little support and a little help from a coach. He's got two more chances if he's going to get in the top 12.
Absolutely. And we've got two jumpers left after him. Of course, we've got Florian Path out of Italy. And, of course, we've got the Ukraine's number one jumper, Damir Fleratov.
So here we go. Brody Keller, he's got to go 49.7 or further to get himself into the finals. Pass on jump number one. Here's jump number two, leaning out, trying to slow down. Oh, and another big cut, had to pass.
He knew, though. Did you see let's watch the replay here. Before he made his turn, he knew. He looked across. He knew he was in the wrong spot. And I'm pretty sure I saw him give the old shrug of the shoulder there. He knew. So he's put himself under a bit of pressure here. Can report the headwind has got up a little bit. It's gusting just a little bit down there. It's pretty strong. It's too bad at the jump ramp, but on your counter cutter, it's a fairly decent head breeze. It's not the sort of, Freddie Krueger or Ryan Dodd would love this wind, but at 51k, it can mess a little bit with your counter cut.
So on the shoreline, pins and needles right now, Jonathan Horwood. He's the guy sitting on the bubble.
Just watch this, Troy. Watch this. Here. Look at him. He's like, he knew, didn't he?
Yeah, he lost everything and didn't. But you're in the world. You got to make that adjustment.
He's going to have to.
Yeah.
And he's coming around the island now, and he's got one last roll of the dice. All of 2 years of training come down to this one jump. He's got to get the timing just right off the 600 football.
Okay, so who's it going to be? Is Brody going to go out and is he going to exceed Jonathan Horwood? Or is Jonathan Horwood going to be guaranteed a spot in the finals? coming down to this cut right here.
Looks better. I don't know about his timing, but everything else looks better. Into the ramp he comes. He's got good speed on this one. Big kick off the top. Ooh, that is close.
Too close to say.
I honestly think it's going to be maybe a foot short, to be honest. I don't want to say that. You know, his grandma's probably watching on a webcast saying, don't say that. But I just think he's going to fall slightly short here, but I could be wrong. Certainly been wrong a lot. I'm trying to judge distances off a TV screen like you are back home.
Oh, he did it.
49.6, is that in? I thought we were trying to get 49.7, Vincent, but okay, 49.6 is in. So I thought we were trying to get 49.7, but we had the wrong cut there. Sorry, folks. We're only going off what Vincent tells us from the caravan there, so it's on him.
Yep. So another skier going down to the third jump, able to resist all the pressure and put it together and do what they needed to do to get a good jump on jump number 3 after not having a score on the first 2 jumps.
Here's something interesting, Troy. If he's in with 49.7, our next jump is 48.3. So that brings the cut down to 48.3, which actually doesn't take it too far away from where it normally is. I think in Spain 3 years ago it was about 48 metres. It's generally about 47 to 48 metres. So the cut is actually not, although we've seen some huge jumps, especially, you know, from Paul Freiberg, the actual cut itself, I think, is going to end up probably about where it normally is.
Yeah. Well, we got 2 more guys that can change that. On the water, gentleman from Italy, Florian Parth. So Florian Parth is going to come out. We're hearing that 48.4 is the cut.
Yeah, 48.4 is the cut. So Florian Parth was one of the best overall skiers at this tournament. He'd have to be, I would think he'd be top 5 or 6 in overall in the boys here. He's a very strong skier out of Italy. Very good jump skier. 55-metre jumper. So wouldn't expect him to have too many problems with this cut.
So a 55-meter jumper. So is he the guy, if anybody was going to try and challenge, that's be a second guy in that 60-meter mark? You think he could pull one out of there?
I don't know. I got a feeling that it's Paul Freiberg, then daylight in this competition. I really do. 60 metres is a massive jump at 51k. But let's see how Florian Parth goes.
Whoa, that left ski coming up. He's able to maintain it. Holy cow. Maybe I'd just seen more than what it was, but it seemed like that left ski was high after the second wave.
But I think he's through with that one. I think that'll be 53 metres if I had to guess.
So we're waiting. That was a jump. I want to see this replay.
54.1, so he's definitely through to the final. I think that puts him in about 3rd spot, maybe 4th spot in this jump. Third spot. So that's a great jump for an opening jump.
Yeah, so that left ski really wasn't as high as I had seen initially from that other angle. So 54.1 is 177 feet. And that got him in that 3rd spot here. So we've got one more skier after him. And then we'll have a short break to switch over to tricks and have 2 series of women's tricks, the Series 2 and Series 1. So stick with us. We're going to have some ladies out here that's going to be bringing it on the trick course. So don't go nowhere after this boys jump. So jump number 2, Florian Park coming in. He's already in. Try and figure out some timing. Another gorgeous jump. I think that might be further than jump number 1, and we get a fist pump.
Yeah, that is high 50. Well, It could be 57, I think, that jump. We can see it's very hard for us to pick distances. We're trying to pick them off the cut and off the lift, off the top, but that is a big jump from Florian Path. I think he won't get ahead of Paul Freiberg on this, but I think he'll jump himself into second seed here. I think that's the second biggest jump we've seen. Ooh, 56.4, so not quite, because we had a 56.8, of course, from the Frenchman Antoine Morin. So it's France 1 and 2 at the moment in the jump, folks. And I'm not sure that I've seen that before at the Junior Worlds.
Well, that 56.4 was 185 feet.
So that we've got France 1 and 2 and Italy 3. So Europe at the moment dominating this jump event. Well done to our friends over there in Europe, of course, who will be watching this webcast.
Very impressive jumping out here today in this U-17 World Waterski Championships. We're coming in jump number 3 here, Florian Parth. He just went 56.4. He might be looking for more. I don't know.
It's about the same, I think. A bit of a pull there on the landing. A similar sort of jump. Another huge jump at 51k. Let's face it, we don't want to sound unexcited about that jump because, I mean, it's only 4 years ago at Junior Worlds or 6 years ago at Junior Worlds that jump would win you the gold medal. So it's, it's still a great jump. But, when you've seen a 60.1 from Paul, 55.6. So the Italian is in third at the moment. One last skier to come. It's the Ukraine's Damir Fluratov. Now, Damir, I jumped in the last Junior Worlds in Spain as I think a 14-year-old, 13, 14-year-old. He jumped, I think he jumped about 42 meters at those Junior Worlds as a youngster. So let's see how much he's improved in the last 2 or 3 years. 55.6.
So Damir, he's our final jumper here in this U-17 jump preliminary round here at the World Championships. What mark does he have to have?
Well, it's that same. I think it's that 48.4. Is it 48.4 to make it through?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's why we've got Vincent in the caravan to help us out. I'm sure he's running the numbers. He's right about half of the time. Sorry, Vincent. Yeah. 48.4 will get this young Ukrainian into the jump final. Last jumper, folks, and then we're going to switch to tricks. We see Curtis Williams. He's warming up. He's running through his trick call, just stretching up a little bit. Number 1 English-speaking trick commentator in the world is Curtis Williams. We look forward to that.
Yes, we do.
But we've had some excitement here, Troy, with this jump elimination round. Unbelievable. It's
been freaking phenomenal. I'm going back home tomorrow. I wish I was able to stay and see the finals, but this show here with the U-17, I cannot imagine what the U-21 is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable because the big dog Tony Lightfoot gets in tonight. So
I'm talking about the skiing. I don't care so much about Tony.
All us big commentators will be watching from the shores. But here we go. Young Ukrainian Damir Fluratov. Jump number 1 into the ramp. He comes. Big kick off the top. It's going to be around that 48 meter mark. I think it's going to be close. This one, Troy, for an opening jump.
So, yeah, we'll have to look back at the replay here and see, more definitive about his cuts and such. But it was a smooth-looking jump. Really holding on that handle a long time on his glide there on the counter cut.
It's a lot less than I thought, Troy. 43.4.
Yeah, so not enough yet to get him in. So what's he going to do? I think he's going to need to get up on the boat more and then, make that nice slow turn and generate that hard speed right through the bottom of the ramp.
So I think from memory, Vincent might put it up on the thought. I think the guy on the bubble at the moment is Jonathan Hallwood. So he's the guy that's got 48.3. So he'll be watching this couple of jumps very closely to see whether he is eliminated or whether he makes his way into the jump final. Here we go, the Ukrainian second jump. Not enough on the opener, 43.4 on his opener, not far enough to make it into this under-17 boys jump final.
All right, a nice turn, carrying a little speed into the jump. Pretty decent off the jump, not a big boomer, but we'll wait and see how far down the lake he goes.
See whether he is a little further. I'm not convinced it's enough, though.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see.
So let's see here.
He's in 49.2 meters, 49.2, makes his way into the boys jump final. 2020 Worlds, of course, being held here in 2021. And he's through to the final, the Ukrainian, with 49.2. Troy, I'm going to leave you to call this last jump, mate. I'm going to head down to the trick start dock.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah, no worries. It has been a sensational elimination round.
Yes, it has.
The boys jump.
All right, so the 49.2 gets the Murr into the finals. That's the 12th spot right now. So 49.2 and above is what you had to get into the finals with, or 161 feet. So still another jump, nice looking jump. Not sure if that's going to be further or not, but it does. His jump number 2 gets him into the finals, so that's really kind of just going out there and, getting another practice jump and seeing what he needs to do to go further whenever he competes in the finals. Oh, he bumped up quite to 51.2, and that's 168 feet. So there you have it. That's our last skier here in this under-17 boys preliminary jump event here at the IWWF World Championships. So what we'll do, I'm not sure if we're going to take a look at the leaderboard. And then once we run through these top 12, we'll take a break as they switch between the jump event back over to trick. Now I'll have Curtis come in, and he and I is going to call the trick event. And by that, I mean he's calling the tricks, and I'm telling you names. So top pole is number 1, and Antone, 3, Florian, Martin, 5, Levi, 6, Blaze, 7, Demir, 8, James, 9, Evan, 10, Mickey, 11, Vincent, and in 12th, Brody. There's top 12 finalists that are going to compete in this under-17 World Jump Championships. So we'll be back after this quick break and bring you to the top 2 groups in the women's tricks.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Okay, welcome back to the 2020 IWWF World Under-17 Waterski Championships. In the middle, I'm Troy Zellner. On my left, Curtis Williams. We're going to be calling the Series 2 and Series 1 girls trick preliminaries, deciding who the top 12 are going to be going into the finals.
That's right, 22 girls trickers on the dock. We already had about 20 go yesterday, so we had some big scores already thrown out on the table. But you'd think that all, if not the majority of the finalists will come from these next 22 trickers. You see the leaderboard there on screen. We had a number of scores over 3,000 points. The leader, the German Emily Wenzel with 3,620. Historically, the cut to make the girls trick final has been right around 4,500 points, sort of 4,400 up to 46, 4,700. So you'd think with the caliber of trick skiers still to come, that will lift.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, same as what we've been calling all week in these prelims, the series is seeded, but within that series, this group of 10 or 12 skiers are not seeded. They're thrown in a hat, and they go in no particular order. So it's confusing as I made that.
Yeah, that's right. So there's going to be a variation in ability levels as we move through Series 2 and Series 1. Looking at the running order, though, I'd say pretty much everyone in this field in Series 2 has a personal best of about 5,000 points or more. Now, doesn't mean they're going to trick that much today. Of course,
right.
Under the white-hot pressure that is the World Championships elimination round, we will see some bobbles, we'll see some upsets. Not everyone will stand up both passes, but it gives you some sense of the caliber of the skiers on the dock right now.
Well, I think, there's a certain amount of momentum, and it takes a little while for these girls to, kind of get a vibe on how the other girls are skiing that goes out in front of them. So, it's kind of like you're starting an event all over again, but yet we're starting in the middle.
Yeah, that's right. And you sometimes end up with these strange situations, more often in slalom than any other event, where someone will slalom in an early seed and they end up in a runoff to make the final a couple days later.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they've got to come off the dock basically at their hardest pass and open things up, whereas they're skiing against someone who's got off the water maybe 10 minutes ago. So, it is strange when we have these large fields and we have to split them into different groups, that we do have the cream of the crop, the 22 best-ranked girls trickers about to take the water.
We've got approximately 25 different countries here this week competing in this under-17, and then later in the week it's going into the under-21 World Championships. So as these skiers come off the dock, we're going to let you know what country they're representing, and it can be an independent individual for that country, or they can be part of the team. And there's also the individual overall as well as the team overall that all these girls are going to be competing into.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking at this running order, the first 10 skiers in Series 2. There's got to be a good 7 or 8 year spread in terms of age. If you look at, there's a couple of sort of 18-and-a-half-year-olds early on, and Brooke Boskus and Courtney Williams. And the last couple competitors, Lexi Abelson and Ella Gay, are only 11.
It's crazy. I mean, I asked the other day who the youngest entrant was, and I haven't heard yet, but, I think it may have been your dad that said, I'm sure it's probably one of the girls' trickers to be the youngest.
Yeah, both Lexi and Ella are 11. We'd have to go to birthdays to settle that one, but very young, and they'll have, at least 3 more of these tournaments to come.
Now, here's another interesting thing I just seen, and bringing up something that happened in the slalom event. Our 4th tricker out here in this Series 2, Christiana, she was the 6th girl off the dock in the slalom prelims. 12 years old, went out and ran 2 at 35 off. And as you talked earlier, she actually, I would think at some point, she was preparing herself to come back in the slalom event and do a runoff this morning.
That's right. She ended up being the cut, so she was the last out of that final, but she was dangerously close to run off at one point, and we almost had that situation, and it's just 12 years old. I mean, what a great sign for the future.
It's crazy. So it's awesome. Everybody's going to be going behind the same boat here this afternoon. It's the Ski Nautique. It's all dialed in, ready to roll. We've seen and the boys, the top two guys there were over 10,000. You called those runs. And, you know, even in the top five, those guys, there was a couple over 9,000, and some of those guys fell early.
That's right. Jake Abelson in particular, a bit of a dark horse. He had a pretty strange toe run that certainly was well below what he's capable of. Still tricked over 9,000 points. But, you know, we have two trickers in that men's field capable of tricking in excess of 11,000.
Yeah, that you bring up Jake Abelson, you were calling it, but I was standing with your dad and we were watching it. And we seen that toe run, and you knew it wasn't his normal toe run, like his high-dollar toe run. So, you know, is he pulling some tricks out of the bag, just trying to set the other boys up that were behind him, and then he's going to come out throwing both fifths in the finals, or just something to get him into the finals and smart skiing?
It's an interesting dynamic. You know, we saw Jake Abelson last weekend at the U.S. Open, where he was sort of an underdog. No one was expecting anything from him. He's 13 years old skiing against the pros, and he tricked 11,000 points and picked up second in the U.S. Open. This week's a very different dynamic. He's gone from being sort of no expectations an underdog to being the favorite.
Yep.
And I think that weight of pressure just started getting to the young man a little bit, and he was a little bit unsure on his toe pass. I'm sure him and his family and his coaches will work on that. He'll come out with a vengeance in that final. He wants that gold medal.
I cannot agree with you anymore. But we're going to, you know, we've got some big names coming up in this. You know, there's an Abelson in there, as you mentioned earlier. We've got it, Ella Gay, Grathwall. That's some of the names I recognize. Louisa, she's down towards the end of that Series 1. She went out and she did a PB in slalom this morning. So either she's still fired up running on adrenaline, or she spent all her adrenaline and had to take a nap, or maybe she just, you know, who knows?
Yeah, and there'll be some big moving and shaking in the overall competition here. Of course, the American Kennedy Hansen is the favorite. She's the defending champion. There'll be a lot of pressure on her trick set later on in Series 1. Even here in Series 2, though, I think young Augustina Varas is a good shout at a medal in the overall if she throws everything together. So certainly keep an eye on how some of those more competitive overall skiers shake up.
Yep. So we're just waiting. I think they ran. Yeah, they're bringing the boat back down for the second part of the simulation pass. And then we're going to be getting rolling in this girls' preliminary trick round. Once we get rolling, things are going to run rather quickly. And we'll be through all these 22 skiers breaking into your cooler before we know it.
Don't tease me like that, Troy.
So there you see some specs on that Ski Nautique, 6.2 liter, 450 horsepower. You know, it seems overboard for a trick event, but, you know, you being a tricker, me just talking logistics, when these skiers are coming into the wakes, they want the response to get these flips to be as quick as possible so they can get that whip around.
Yeah, no, you'd be surprised, I think, at how much a high-level trick skier will pull around the boat. I mean, maybe not so much the young under-17 girls. They've got the advantage of being 100 pounds on their side. But, you know, a lot of the men's trickers will trick at the setting at C3 when they do hands, which is, you know, for the slalomers listening, that's the most responsive. It hits you the hardest and hits you the earliest.
Yeah.
And that's so they don't have any kind of delay. They don't want to sink in at all when they're cutting in for those flips. For toe tricks, you're more likely to see them drop back to more of like an A2 type situation to give them a little more sort of safety on taking that hit and not having the boat sort of ping on them quite so hard.
So adjusting for the hand pass to the toe pass. Now our first skier on the water, Independent USA participant, Brooke Boskus. You see her, she's got that toe rope on her foot. She pulling out? So already, technical situation.
Unfortunately, it appears we've lost electricity at the trick judging tower.
So we'll get this figured out and be right back and get this girls' Series 2 tricks underway.
Well, welcome back here. It sounds like the technical difficulties have been resolved. The word I am hearing is that Nikki Lee lost her special red pen. She usually put the big red X through everyone's tricks, and so we had to take a break while she found that.
Well, that could be the word I heard. They actually blew a breaker in the garage where they've got the screen set up for the trick callers. So now we're going to have to do another simulation pass, which means Curtis and I have got to ramble on for another 3 minutes.
Well, so the other great innovation about the ski nautique is the ballast. So gone are the days of having to lug, big sacks of lead or concrete weights in and out of your boat, which of course is a great way to scuff up your boat or pull your back out. So now we've got, basically you click a button, the driver, and you pick between different percentages of ballast and get that weight just how you want it. Although I was discussing this with Cole yesterday, and the wake itself on that ski nautique is so good. These skiers typically aren't putting a whole lot of ballast in. I think you'll find most skiers tow trick with 0% ballast.
Yeah.
And for hands, they might go 25, or if it's a particularly shallow lake, 50%.
And now when you're talking ballast, you're talking actually there's containers, if you will, inside that boat that has water pumps that fill them and drain them with water to whatever the skier specifies they would like.
That's right. It's filling up with water. It's got a bilge pump. You just, flick a button, much like the jump ramp going up and down, and it'll fill it up to the amount you want.
Yeah, so the technology in the sport's just phenomenal for the most part till things break down, and then we're right back to where we started.
That's right. Technology's great until it isn't. I've had the pleasure, I guess, to trick behind a ski nautique and play around a little bit with it, and I've tried tricking at 100% ballast, and it's fun and maybe like a terrifying, almost like jumping style adrenaline rush type way, but it's a little more wake than I can handle at least.
So it's more like, it's kind of borderline wakeboard wake. Is it that big?
Wow. Geez, the wakes on those, the Nautique, the G23s now are so big. I've actually had the pleasure to trick behind one of those as well. And
really?
That's actually terrifying. The wake's taller than you.
I've never been in one, but, you see commercials or you see footage on YouTube, and it's just insane. And then they have the courage to hit a double up with one of those things.
I have a lot of respect for wakeboarders. There's a reason they all walk around with about 3 or 4 knee braces on.
All right, update back again on the leaderboard here in this girls' trick U-17 event. Emily's sitting there right now in the lead with 36.20. Then second, Lily with 33.30, and then 33.10. So things are close there. We got Brooke Vasquez coming back up again. Hopefully she's going to get an opportunity to get things started here in this Series 2 girls trick preliminary round.
A young lady hails from the great state of Arkansas. There's a lot of skiing up there at their place in northern Arkansas. And, of course, coached by the great Mark Lane.
And it's definitely a family ski group. Oh, right in.
It looks to be a pretty tidy tow pass to start. We've got the 20 seconds counting down there on screen to give you some idea how much time she has left. Just goes down on that tow echo at the end and still had about 5 seconds left. So it's not the big tow run she was looking for. She still picked up about 1,500 odd points in the tow surface turns there, which means she's not out of the hunt yet. But considering, what she probably has on hand, she sort of knows in the back of her head it might be enough to take the lead, but it's probably not enough to get her through to this final. As we kind of watch this replay here, she moves through this pretty standard regulation tow pass, all the tow surface turns, the tow back-to-backs, the tow 180s, into a very nice tow 5 front. Here she just starts to lose balance a little bit, tries to recompose herself, but she's still just sort of struggling through.
Yeah, she missed that rope with her first swing in the arm, and that kind of threw her off, and she had the whereabouts to grab it with her other hand and still attempt that toe wake O.
Yeah, look, it's pretty unscientific of me, but I have observed a pretty strong correlation between water skiing ability and being terrible at ball sports. And it's always been a struggle for me as I can do these tricks, but there's some tricks where you have to grab the rope, maybe a toe wrap in before a toe wake go or a wake 5 front. And I can do the trick, but catching the rope is always the hardest part.
The hardest part. That reaching forward and, you know, you want to catch it out of the corner of your eye because you really don't want to drop your head straight down and look at the rope.
Exactly. But if you want to test it out, you know, pick up a football or a tennis ball or something and just walk alongside and throw it at a skier and see if they can catch it.
Or try and swat a fly or catch a fly as it's flying by, you know, underhand.
Of course, totally scientific, my observations.
Yeah, the scientists that we are. So Brooke's going to go down and, you know, recollect her thoughts here. Not a terrible pass, but I'm sure she's, you know, you could see a little disappointment as she was sitting in the water, you know, but she's got time for a redemption. She's got to pass number 2. You know, this is going to be a hand pass. You know, I know these girls may not do quite the as impressive flips as we've seen some of the boys do earlier, but the ability to do the flips that they can do and will do is going to be impressive.
Well, the beautiful thing about trick skiing, what I love about it, is it's not always the difficulty of the tricks you do. It's all about efficiency and doing things fast. So you might go out there and only have 1 or 2 flips, kind of like we saw from Reed Meinhardt yesterday. You know, he tricked a huge score of, I think, about just under 8,000 points with only 2 flips. And we'll see that from some of these girls as Brooke Boskus moves through this pretty standard regulation hand run, you know, the basic wake tricks. She's just piling up points efficiently here, though. And the classic, you know, 1980s wake line sequence to finish. It's a good hand pass. That hand run is going to be worth just under 2,000 points. But it means with that early fall on toes, where I think most of her points were, she's going to end up right around sort of just over 3,000, 3,500 points, right where sort of the whole field is right now. And it hasn't broken her clear enough to have a solid chance at making that final.
Yeah, you know, and it's just hard to tell. You can tell she's not really ecstatic with her performance, but to come back and get herself back into that opportunity is just what you got to do, because you got a second pass and you got to go through and you got to do best you can do.
Yeah, that's right. So I think like a lot of these girls you'll see in Series 2, toes are where the money is. That fall in toes, you know, probably shaved a good 1,000 points off of her final score. A solid stand-up hand run, but really just not enough points there to get her up over that 4,000 point mark. You look at that leaderboard, I think she's going to end up somewhere there near the top, right in that hunt. But we've got the caliber of skiers still to come. It's going to take well over 4,000 points.
Yeah, I agree. And just bear in mind for you folks at home, as soon as we can get up and going with the live scoring from the officials, we're going to keep updating our leaderboard. It might take 10, 15 minutes to get things rolling with that leaderboard. But once it starts moving, as soon as we get the scores into us. So Augustina Veras, a Chile skier.
Chilean, although I know she does quite a lot of skiing up in Washington in the Pacific
Really?
Northwest. Yeah, I think the Varas family spends a bit of time up there. Spent a bit of time skiing against their older brother Santi. I'm sure he's watching on. She comes in for a rope on toe pass.
Oh, I
so
love
far.
that trick.
Yep, very tidy, toe wake back-to-back. You know, this is a pretty stock standard toe run from the young lady. She'll have a toe wrapping to finish. It's good. We're probably out of time now, but good effort from her. And, you know, there's a good 2,000 points in that toe run.
Yeah, she was solid. You could see one thing, you know, that what stood out to me was that rope leg staying within the ski knee. You know, the closer that is, it kind of helps you stay over the top or center of that trick ski. You know, it's all about placement in that on that ski.
As she kept moving well throughout this pass, never really slowed down, which is great. She had a little bobble about midway through after the, you see toe wake back-to-back, there'll be a toe wake front. And then here, just transitioning in a toe slide, she hesitated for a second. She sort of checked herself and got back into things.
Yeah, and then this wrap in toe here somewhere. It's coming. I know it is.
Trick. It's coming, mate.
That's a very difficult trick. You could see, with the boys yesterday, quite a few fell on that trick. It's just one of those, it's difficult. It's a weight transition thing. And
we had 7 or 8 boys trickers fall on that trick, and I was sitting down there talking to a few of the boys, and for whatever reason, they all decided to start with hands in what was a pretty strong tail breeze and come back and do toes into the head breeze. What we've seen so far from Brooke and Augustina, and I think the trend will continue, is these girls will start with toe tricks. They'll use that tail breeze to their advantage. That keeps you in towards the boat. It keeps the line a little bit looser on you. And I think that's a lot smarter. The girls showing their wisdom is often the case in the under-17 division, a little bit smarter than the boys, and they're showing today.
So, and that's even a pro level. You'll see a lot of them come out and start with their toe pass if it's a tailwind. So here we go, pass number 2. This is a hand pass. She's outside the wake. She's wrapped. Might be like a wake 5 back or something of that nature, maybe even just a wake-o.
Yep, young Augustina from Chile wrapping up her trick campaign here. A solid toe run, a big hand run here. She could take the lead in this event, moving through some pretty basic wake 180s, but some higher scoring wake 5s. Now, does she have 1 or 2 flips to finish? The first one is good. She sticks it into the reverse, slips out. That's going to cost her. That's the difference between tricking about 3,500 or 4,000 and 4,500, that last flip.
That last flip, those 500 each?
Yep.
So she got one of them. I'm sure, most likely with seeing where that clock was, that second flip may have been her last trick.
I think it was, and it would have been in time as well, it looks like. So, bit of disappointment there, but very close to 2 stand-up passes from the young Chilean.
So very nice trick, and she took her time, not rushing things. A lot of people in the Midwest, Libby Van Treese is a skier that always stresses slow is fast in tricking.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. I think originally coined by the fantastic pop star turned movie star Marky Mark, and adopted by trick skiers everywhere.
So a lot of it, of course, in all the other 2 events, slalom and jump, consistency is big, but I think tricks is probably consistency is more
most cutthroat event for sure, which is why I'm just getting the shakes here in the commentary box, because the next skier out of New Zealand is actually my younger sister, Courtney Williams.
Oh, that's right.
As long as you're in a straight line with us,
her second ski at these Worlds. She saw them well yesterday. Really, jump is her main event. Looking forward to her having a crack in the jump event tomorrow. But as New Zealand's sole skier, it'd be great to see her get a solid overall score as she comes in rope on toe.
Well, more importantly, you want her to get through here, so your night's going to be able to be somewhat stressful, or stressless, I should say.
Yeah, bit of a bobble there on the toe out. Oh, she just falls there at the end. Well, she hasn't got all the tricks. She's lost a couple 100 points there, and the toe slides and the toe wake back that would have been at the end. But it's still a pretty good toe run from Courtney.
Well, it's a good start, and she's got to be able to, come out. Does she change skis and change ropes?
Oh, we don't have that kind of money in the Williams family.
Well, she's got to be able to get herself, she's got to change her mind from pass 1 to pass 2, know that, she had a pretty decent pass 1, so let's put that behind us. If the boat speed felt slow on that toe pass for whatever reason between now and practice, let's go ahead and adjust it, get our hand pass ready, and get confident knowing that we can do that, put our bid in to try and get a ticket in the top 12.
because you can't start the second round of anything until everybody's first.
Yeah, so Brooke Boskus' score coming in and 2.770, which puts her just on the bottom of screen there, unfortunately. You kind of saw that those points she lost in toes were pretty crucial. Her hand run pretty stock standard, didn't have a lot of points in it. So
yeah, and you know that kind of explains the way her attitude. You could see the disappointment and her actions there. So you know the trick event can bite you just like the slalom event or jump event, and it's just part of the competition. Unfortunately, we've got some days you're the bug, some days you're the windshield.
that's right. So Courtney there, getting most of the way through her toe pass, missing that last toe wrap, and there were a few tricks coming after that. But we'll come back for the hands. If she can stand up this pass with a couple flips at the end, she will certainly take the lead, but she'll be an outside chance at the final. But most of the way through this pass, and she'll certainly be right up around the top of the leaderboard. We're still, about 18 skiers still to come.
All right, Curtis, here comes your sister, Courtney Williams, starting with a wake 5 back. So far, it looks like she's regained her composure, and she's working her way down this second pass. Here we go, flip number 1 for her. Boom, she stuck it. Oh, and a little on the rear on the reverse. But still, nothing to shake your head at. She was towards the end of that pass and looked pretty good.
Yeah, I have a feeling she's going to take the lead. It's probably going to be just a shade under 4,000 points, high threes, which is a good score from Courtney. She has a personal best of about 5,000, though. So,
oh, really?
Be a little disappointed she couldn't get everything together, particularly in toes. And I just don't think it's going to be enough to make the final, unfortunately, but still solid effort from her. It's going to be a decent overall score if she can get it together in the jump tomorrow.
So I know you're over here in the States in California, so what about Sis? Is she New Zealand or where?
Yeah, she's full-time in New Zealand. She's actually a first-year student at Auckland University. She's been there for the last 6 months or so. Okay, new leader coming through there, Augustine Avaris, 3,700. I think that's probably pretty comparable to what Courtney's just tricked. Maybe Courtney's done a little more.
Well, you can see that leaderboard is going to start changing as we get through these top 2 series. Right now we're in Series 2 early in. And we got a long ways to go. 12 of these young ladies are going to be carried over into the finals in this U-17 World Championships.
That's right. And we have the young girl that almost caused a big upset in the slalom yesterday. It's Christiana Diosma Bedoya, certainly in the contention for one of the cuter young skiers of the event. She'll be fighting off Ella Gay and Lexi Abelson for that title. And she'll be coming in with the hand tricks wrapped up for what looks like some step overs. Just the one wake line O to start and foot back in the kicker, moving through some pretty
wake 5 front.
High-scoring wake tricks here. Drops the handle on the reverse wake 5 front. And anyone who's a tricker will feel her pain because we've all done that 100 times. The handle
she
drop.
Still smiled, though. She's in disbelief. Not real happy, but, she had a heck of a run going there.
I have yet to see this girl not smiling. I wonder if with the braces set up she's got, she's just has her face set in a permanent ear-to-ear grin, or maybe that's just her personality.
Yeah. Cute as a button. Coming in down here before she got into the course, somebody was cheering her on the shore, and she was smiling at them. And she came and sat in on an interview yesterday. So you see her just miss the handle. Oh, me, is that what she said?
I don't lead rips the best of the times. I certainly don't lead rips in Spanish.
Smart man. Okay, I'm Troy Zellner. I'm sitting here in the middle. Curtis Williams, he's on the right side of the screen. So we appreciate all the sponsors: Summit Orthopedics, Wrap Skis, IWWF. Their main supporter here, or administrator, I guess, for the whole tournament. Definitely South Walton Beach in Florida here. 2U Snacks, obviously TWBC, D3, Denali, Reflex, and Connolly Skis. We could not bring the coverage to you guys without these sponsors. So please patronize the sponsors so that we can continue to bring you these webcasts.
You're looking at the list of sponsors there on the webcast. It's great to see the proliferation of slalom brands we have out there, the innovation that's happening in ski design right now. I mean, Denali's kind of popped out of nowhere in the last few years. Connolly's got all kinds of funky stuff going on with like almost like Lego. You know, you can clip on and clip off different tails to your ski. I wonder if there's skiers now who keep a couple in their back pocket and change between passes.
They might, switch out a quick release fin for a headwind and tailwind.
Well, it makes fin adjustments so much easier. You can just have about 8 different fins ready to go.
It's snap on, snap off.
Okay. Young Christiana Diosma Bedoya on the water, coming in rope on toe pass, just 12 years of age. She'll be a name to watch in years to come. Fell about midway through hand, so she's got a big mountain to climb here, but it's a great toe run to start. She's moving through these tricks pretty quickly. And, well, one of the nicest toe wrap-ins you'll see into the head breeze as well. A toe 5 front, grabs the rope. What's a sensational tricking from the young Peruvian. Oh,
wow.
The big fist throw.
Yeah, that was awesome. And she changed it up. She did her toe tricks into the wind. Didn't seem to affect her a little bit at all.
Under the tutelage of the great Ronnie Barton there in the boat. Of course, former junior world champion, Ronnie.
I was talking to Ronnie earlier this afternoon, and just she's continuing coaching at home. She does a small group of skiers per week.
Yeah, great ambassador for the sport, Ronnie, and bringing through a great generation of new skiers. This is great tricking from the young girl, just 12 years of age. Look at the control on this toe wrap, and that's a difficult trick. She grabs the rope, a great toe wako to finish, and then just a couple tricks here at the end, probably at the end of 20 seconds.
So that's going to be interesting to wait and see what her score is. Or, she hit some big tricks. She, she kind of fell halfway to 3/4 of the way through that first pass, but she did some big toe tricks in pass number 2.
Yeah, again, I think she's going to end right in that little logjam. We've got a ton of scores, sort of between 3,000 and 3,600 points, and we're going to see a few more from these girls. Of course, 12 skiers in Series 1, so we have to get all the way to Allegay before we get some sort of picture of what that cut's going to be.
Yep. That's a fact, Jack. It's getting late in the day. We've had 2 long days, and it's getting kind of dizzy between you and I. And
yeah, so as I suspected, young Courtney takes the lead, 3:7:30. I don't think it's going to hold for super long. It'll probably hold for one more skier, seeing as Christiana went down pretty early. That was a big toe run. We move now to an American competitor, I believe, out of somewhere in the south, maybe North Carolina. It's young Cameron Davis.
Another small girl in this event. It's an under 17. Some of these girls actually could be 18. And we've got girls coming out 11, 12 years old in this trick event, taking it against some other girls that are more experienced.
Yeah, that's right. And her older sister, Emma Davis, will be skiing later on in Series 1. There's about 4 Davis kids floating around at tournaments, and they're all very strong trick skiers. Have some of the best hairdos in American water skiing as well, the boys in particular.
You know, and that's part of the reason we love this sport. It's just a family sport that every single person in the family can compete in and back each other, and you can even get the inter-family competition going, if you will. So, like, your sister may out-trick you one day and have the...
She out-tricks me most days, Troy, let's be fair. Young Cameron Davis, a nice stand-up hand pass, about 30 seconds worth of tricks there. Hopefully the trick timer was asleep at the job.
All right, so an independent for USA. Cameron Davis wrapping up pass number 1. She started out there with her hand pass. You can see Cameron, well, the next competitor after Cameron, Ariana, she's down there. She's visualizing her pass. You know, it's a warm-up routine. The sport is very mental, you know, and it's like a gymnast. You'll see a gymnast getting ready for their routine. They'll do a lot of visualizations and work their way and make sure they've got the feeling, get the rhythm.
At least a couple years.
And I can really, Curtis, I could picture you at the starting dock doing that.
I work on my pliés most every day. There's a lot of crossover between gymnastics and trick skiing. Actually, a lot of our top girls trickers have gymnastics backgrounds. Of course, famously Erica Lang. I know Lexi Abelson, we'll see up just in a few, is a pretty strong gymnast, as well as Jake. This, of course, is Cameron Davis coming back in, rope on toe. You know, that boat can't be going much faster than about 12 miles an hour.
It is slow, and you can see how wide the wake is. Oh, a nice wrap in.
Well, I know something that isn't slow, and it's Cameron Davis's toe run. This is great work. She's got some toe wake back-to-backs to finish. And what a toe run from the young girl.
Gosh, the focus, if you watched her face throughout that run, just focusing one trick at a time, and it enables her to get through and be skiing out the end of the lake with a smile.
Yeah, she's got great balance here through these sort of fundamental toe surface tricks. Again, similar to Christiana, very clean toe wrap, and she's able to do into the head breeze there, although the wind, you know, pretty much died off today. It's nowhere near as strong as it was during the boys' trick yesterday. And then just a few toe wake tricks to finish.
That concentration, if you watch her face, Curtis, is just nothing is distracting her whatsoever.
Yeah, and then you see the second she's done here, you can't see it from this angle, but the big smile spreads across. You know, she's waited for that last moment. She's been so focused.
It's just all released at that point.
The ear-to-ear grin from the young girl.
So that puts us right about halfway here in this Series 2 under-17 girls trick preliminary round. So as things keep unfolding here, as we get more scores, we're going to continue to update that leaderboard. Look at this guy.
Yeah, that's right. But, you know, at least for a couple skiers longer, we have the very rare situation that certainly never happened back in my skiing days where Williams is leading the girls' trick elimination round. Yeah, let's see if we get Vince to throw that back on the board. Look at that. I got to enjoy that for as long as it lasts by 30 points. Yeah, we need a hurricane to roll through here quickly. No, I'm sure we're going to see some big scores from these girls still to come. Just a slight delay before we get young Ariana Sacco out of Italy on the water.
There's Vince trying to stay awake inside a TWBC trailer, giving them some hand signals. I'm not quite sure what they mean. At least you're keeping it clean. Rock and roll, and then you throw the thumb out, and then that's hang loose, right? Or you tuck.
Boat coming in.
They say they can't take an old dog new tricks. I wouldn't bother learning the hand signal. I can't even keep up with the hand signals these days.
No.
Lingo.
So I'm not quite sure what the delay is down there between skiers.
Here's a radio. Vince will talk to you. He'll tell me if I'm doing it wrong.
So Christina Diaz coming in with 31.70. That's putting her right around that 6th place spot. 31.70 for Christiana. Now here we go. Skier back in the water. From Italy, Arianna Sacco. Is that right?
Sure.
Is that how you
don't have a whole
said?
lot of Italians down in New Zealand either, but certainly a lot of good Italian food.
Oh, I love
Arianna
Italian food.
From a,
I think Mexican's the top, my top choice.
Yeah.
Italian's kind of right back there, but I'll tell you an American plate. You're not going to like it, but I'll explain it to you after you call this run.
Okay, Arianna the Italian opening up with the leg over tricks into some basic wake tricks now as the young Italian picking up points pretty quickly. A very clean wake 540. The reverse is good. She wraps in.
Oh,
She's
man.
out now into the flip. Look at the way she transitions straight from Waco, edging out already. These are quick tricks from the young girl. And a good stand-up hand pass, one of the best we've seen so far.
Wow, I mean, that pull-out you brought, she made herself a pendulum to get right back in on that flip. This was a really, really impressive run.
Yeah, so the young girl is still young, but, probably 16, 17 years of age. A lot of these other girls we're about to see are much younger. She's a little bit stronger, which means she's able to get a little more pop off the wake. So quite strong in the hand tricking, able to do these sort of big wake tricks, and then some great flips here to finish. If she can back this up with a toe pass, she's certainly going to take the lead. She'll also be a good shout at this girls' trick final.
Very impressive first run for Arianna. So this American plate, it's called a heart attack on the plate. And what it is you take Texas toast. Are you familiar with Texas? All right, and then you put a piece of meat on it. You could do hamburger is the most common one, or you could do chicken breast. You can do turkey, any kind of meat. And then on top of that, you put French fries. And then on top of the French fries, you take a cheddar cheese sauce, pour it all over it, and it is so good. Hence is why I cannot bend over and put my jump skis in anymore.
Well, they say there's only 2 or 3 things the U.S. leads the world in, and one of them is obesity, and I guess I'm learning why.
Well, here we go, toe pass, Arianna.
Yeah, opening up strong here.
Wow, look at the air on
Stomps
that.
out the toe reverse wake back to back. This is good tricking from the young Italian. She's on pace to take the lead. In fact, she may have already. A couple more tricks. She'll have it. Slides that toe wake O, unfortunately. But it's quick tricking from her. I think we have a new leader. Certainly our first score over 4,000.
Very good tricking. She looks disappointed, and probably just because of that one trick. Because everything else looked, well, she hitched maybe there a little bit, but.
I don't know. The slow motion replay,
It's hard.
All. It's like when they put our faces up on high definition. It's not fair to anyone, really.
No, especially after a hamburger horseshoe.
That's right. But this was good, clean tricking from the young Italian. It was fast, too. The only thing I think she's going to lose at the end here is this toe wake 360. She never really got the ski off the water, but everything else was superb, and it was so fast. We're watching this at like quarter speed, and she still looks like she's moving quickly.
Yeah, she sold herself out on that trick. You watched her face grimace on that toe wake O.
I find it's important to throw the fist on every single trick.
Absolutely.
I do miss the days when they judged from shore because, they didn't have the video. And what I love to do is coming into courses to point off the side and get the judges distracted, have them look away, do a wake jump and do the big fist throw like I just landed a flip or something, and wait to see what they wrote down.
Did it work?
No, I never could pull the wool over. Certainly not the quality of judges we have here at the Junior World Championships.
It's worth a try. So pulling out all the tricks. Curtis has given away all his secrets here. To trying to fool the trick judges, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen anymore with the cameras and reviews and the way they slow-mo and things like that. But on the water, Julie Fa, she's going to be that next contestant here in this 2020 IWWF Under-17 Girls Series 2 Trick Preliminary Round.
Yes, the young Swiss competitor will be coming in to open up her trick campaign. Rope on toe. What can she do for us? We think the lead now is up over 4,000 points with a great performance from Italian Ariana Sacco. And it's going to take more than that, we think, to make this trick final. Little bit of bobble there as she moves through these basic toe surface turns. Nice toe wake though. She's upping the ante here, straight into toe wake, back to back. Wow. Shaky stuff. This is, of course, the young girl that picked up 2 at the 11.25 or 38 off in the girls' slalom earlier. She's in the slalom file, looking to punch her ticket through to the trick final as well. I'll tell you what, this tricker was a little bit of a trick judge's nightmare because this sequence was a little bit like it was made up on the fly. I think she got discombobulated a little bit here and repeated a couple tricks. She does the toe 180s here. Towards the end, though, it was a very unorthodox sequence. Still, though, worth a lot of points.
Yeah, and it was amazing when she starts doing these toe wake tricks, she's able to keep enough balance.
This is strange. He goes here into a toe wake back-to-back from outside the wake. You don't see a lot of that. And then the toe wake 180 sequence to finish. And I've actually never seen that sequence of tricks before. That's a different.
No, I got to think if we would ask her, she would just say she was off balance and throwing whatever trick came to her.
You know, it almost looked a little bit like that.
But it works. As long as it's not a repeat trick, she'll still get credit for those. So working our way here towards the end of this Series 2 girls preliminary trick round.
Yeah, that's right. Ariana Sacco, after that toe pass, has a good shot here at getting on top of that leaderboard and perhaps sneaking through to the trick final as well as the slalom final, where she's a good chance at winning the event or at least taking home a medal.
All right, Julie Fa, hand pass number 2 for her. Off to a good start.
Oh, this is a fantastic sequence. The whole classic line back front wake line. Oh, she does a ski line to finish. She'll go down on that. It was probably well out of time. I want to do a replay, though, of the start of that run. That is a trick that I've only seen 1 or 2 people ever do before. So she's wrapped up as if she's going to do a wake 360, but she turns into the back and does a wake 5 front out of the wrap position.
That's a cool trick. And then another one was towards the end of this pass. Let's see, where's it at?
Yep, no, she goes through these tricks,
whips
the back foot out of the kicker into the wake line sequence. And we saw a couple of girls do this yesterday, but it's a great little sequence. You do the line back, and then you come to front, grab the rope, wake line O, and it's a lot of points, and it's very fast.
Very cool looking trick, too. Getting a little off balance there as she was going to come in and just able to regain herself enough to finish that trick off.
Yeah, it's getting caught up on the rope. Sometimes you trip over on those ski line backs. But good tricking, and I think she's going to be right up around the lead. I still think what we saw from Ariana Sacco of Italy should be the leader, though, as things stand. I think the next skier, though, the 11-year-old out of the US of A, could blow that right out of the water.
All right, still your sister in the lead with 37:30.
Yeah,
oh, she's right over there. We need to pull her over.
Both the Italian and the Swiss skiers have pulled ahead. Unfortunately, I think if you interviewed my sister, you'd get just as much English out of her as your Japanese interview yesterday.
Your sister?
Yeah, she's not a big talker.
I'll see if I can get her over here. Hold on.
Young Lexi Abelson now the tricking superstar out of the fantastic Abelson pedigree. Of course, both parents, well-accomplished trick skiers in their time. Coming in, rope on toe. Her and Ella, the two youngest skiers at these Junior World Champs. And opens up the toe 5 back. Straight and toe back-to-back's the reverse as well. She'd be one of the youngest girls to ever do that trick, I imagine. And a little bit bobbly on the toe. Oh, wrap it and grabs the rope and recovers, though. It's a good toe run from her. A toe line backed at the end, and the big smile from the 11-year-old girl as she stands up that toe pass. And it's not going to take too much on hands here to take the lead. That was a big toe run from Lexi Abelson. Little bit of a bobble on that first toe 5 back. We'll see how the judges spell that one out. But from here on out, it was picture perfect from the young American. Sensational tricking from Lexi. Look at the right at the end here. The rope comes in, toe step, and that is one of the more efficient toe line backs I've ever seen.
All right, we have a special guest with us right now, Courtney Williams. We're trying to break a little fear from you right now in this interview. But you went out right now. We put up a leaderboard, and you're going to be on top right now with 37:30 for your run. Here's your pass here. Kind of walk us through here and tell us what you're thinking.
My wake 5 back was a bit quite full of air. I was a bit scrappy through my run. I was just trying to stay on for my flip.
So there you complete your flip. You're coming back for the reverse. Just over-rotate there a little bit?
Yeah, my reverse hasn't been super consistent recently. It's been winter at home, so haven't been training too much since April, since our nationals. But yeah, hopefully under 21s I can manage that reverse flip.
All right, here we go. Pass number 2 for Alexia Abelson.
Yeah, she comes in, opens right off with the back-to-front flip. Great skiing. Back-to-front back flip. And moving through some pretty high-scoring tricks. I'd say she's already enough to get the lead. Now she's just cementing herself into that final. Some more flips to end. Oh, great tricking from Lexi Abelson. That last flip she falls on, it would have been out of time anyway, but that's going to be a great score. Should be up over 5,000 points from the young American.
All right, tell us, Courtney, tell us people here in the United States, what do you do in your spare time in New Zealand if you're not water skiing?
I'm not very interesting, actually. I'm studying at the moment, so a lot of my spare time goes to that.
Yeah?
Yeah, just not much, really. I'm pretty boring.
Oh, I thought you were a local at some of those bars downtown in the Auckland CBD these days, Courtney.
Are you a resident pub?
Yeah, I am known to go to a few pubs.
It's one of the fun dynamics of this Worlds, because it's a year late, is we have skiers, the under-17 Worlds, that are legal to drink in basically every country in the world except America.
Well, they're only not allowed if they get caught in America.
Steady on, Troy, steady on.
All right, well, hey, good tricking. Good luck to you coming up in the U-21, and good luck tomorrow jumping, right? So we appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully your next interview is going to be easier, because right now you've been my second hardest interview of the week so far.
I don't feel get me on video. Didn't have no shoes on.
So thanks again.
Well,
and good luck the rest of the
enjoy
tournament.
that, Courtney. You get a few more minutes of being top of that board. I'd say once those scores come through from Ariana Sacco and Lexi Abelson, you'll be knocked off your perch. But enjoy while it lasts. The first time a Williams has ever led tricks at a Worlds tournament.
Did we measure? That's an owl trick there.
Right, our next skier on the water, the penultimate competitor in Series 2 girls trick. Of course, there's 12 in Series 1, so we're starting to get an idea of where that cut's going to land. We think once we get scores through, we've got a score from Lexi Abelson that should be in excess of 5,000. So that is what you need to sort of guarantee yourself through to this final. Of course, a lot of twists and turns still to come in this trick event. We have the young American Alana Jones on the water, opening up rope on toe. A taller, lankier girl, probably a pretty strong slalom skier as well, you'd imagine, but out here in the trick event and looking the good so far. A little bit shaky on that toe wake O, but she recovers smoothly as she heads now for the toe wake back-to-backs. The reverse is good, maybe slid a little, but in the end, a pretty solid toe run from the young girl out of the US of A. You know, watching this replay, when you watch people ski with this tall, lanky frame, I almost picture, the likes of an Adam Picos out there, the arms waving around as he makes his way through these toe tricks. It's very balanced. She gets through these tricks pretty quickly in the end. And just using that frame to keep herself over the ski. It was a good run up until this point. She did just bobble there a bit, but recovered. Gets back over the wake. And then is able to get these two toe wake back-to-backs at the end. Will be a bit of a judge's decision on that last one, though. It looks like she may have just slid the last part of it. Good tricking, though. Sets herself up well for pass number 2.
Second pass, back position, back position.
You want to jump in and just rinse off? Are you wet and feel good?
Right, well, while we wait for Alana Jones to come back in for her hand pass, we have with us here in the TWC booth young Lexi Abelson. Now, Lexi, congratulations. Look like 2 great passes. What do you think that score is going to come out at?
Probably somewhere in the 4,000s.
Okay, I'm a little bit optimistic. I was picking a 5 in front, so fingers crossed. I guess it depends how the judges see it. I think you're going to be a good chance to make this final, but it's going to be a little bit of a nervous wait.
Yeah. I was pretty nervous going out there, so I don't know.
Okay. Oh, no. Big upset. Poor Alana's gone down on trick number 1, so her Junior Worlds in the trick event will be over. Hate to see it. Back to you, Lexi. You know, you're just 11 years of age. You have, what, 3 more Junior Worlds after this?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a lot of math, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, you would, because you'll be 12 at the next ones, of course, a year late, then 14, then 16. So you've got 3 more Junior Worlds. You know, you have the potential to set some sort of record for the most Junior Worlds skied, certainly the most finals made if you can make it through this trick final. So we're watching your run there. Maybe talk us through this pass. It was a great flip to start.
Thank you. So I almost fell on wake back to back, and I almost fell on my second wake 5.
No, it's a great sequence. You probably don't know this, but I watched you trick a couple of years ago, and you do that sequence after your first flip where you do an inverted wake back straight into wake back-to-backs.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the coolest thing, and that's actually in my run now. So I modeled
really?
my trick run off yours. It's nowhere near as good, but you're kind of my inspiration out there on the water, Lexi.
Yeah.
I think he ought to pay you something for you giving him that idea.
Well, don't pay me. Camilo's the one that put in my run.
Okay. Well, he's a great trick coach. And just, of course, going down that last flip probably would have been out of time anyway, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, you can't do much better than that, though. You go out there, you stand up all your tricks in time at the Junior Worlds. We'll patiently wait on those scores, but I think you're a good chance of making this final, Lexi, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for stopping by.
Okay, we're now into our final competitor in Series 2 Girls Elimination Round. It will be none other than Ella Gay, of course, from that great Waterski pedigree that is the Gay family. Russell Gay, a former U.S. national champion, I think former, perhaps even U.S. national record holder. He might have got in there briefly in between Corey and Jimmy. And then I think Adam now.
So why is it that I get the hard interviews and you get the easy ones?
I just have a way with the kids, Troy.
Is that what it is, or I just get suckered into pulling in some of the more difficult ones?
Well, you should know going into it, you've got to be able to speak Japanese to...
I was talking about your sister, too.
I thought she was a champ.
She did great. So we're working our way down here. Ella Gay is going to be the last here in the Series 2. And then we're going to go into the Series 1, which... on that running order, we've got 12 contestants. So, having said that, we're going to start, as we get the results, penciling in these girls that are getting the gold tickets for the top 12 to go into the finals.
That's right. I think in the lead right now is going to be one of either Lexi Abelson or Ariana Sacco. They both tricked very well, in my opinion. I think Lexi was a little bit harsh on herself. I thought that was a pretty good run from her. Certainly in the high 4s, perhaps over 5,000. And that's probably about where that cut will land. Trick skiing is the hardest event to be consistent in. You look at, the ability to dominate and jump is much easier. You get the 3 attempts. And you see this bear out in you watch pro skiers. So guys like Freddie Krueger, Ryan Dodd, Jacinta Carroll are able to absolutely dominate. Now, in slalom, you see a little bit of that. Regina, Whitney, Nate, Freddie, people like that. They're winning more tournaments than they lose.
Yep.
In tricks, a good winning percentage in tricks is something like 25% because it's just so difficult to get everything together on any given day.
Well, you got to throw how many tricks together in 20 seconds?
Yeah, so it's, for the pros, it's something like 10 or 11 tricks in a hand run and maybe slightly more on a toe run. Some of these skiers will actually do more, but they're lower difficulty tricks. Ella Gay now, just 11 years of age, opening up her trick campaign with some wake 180s. She would have to be 4 feet tall at most. Talk about 100-pound soaking weight. She'd be lucky to be 80 pounds, this young girl, and almost floating on top of the water.
Amazing.
Wow. That is great trick skiing for the young girl. And she will be someone to watch in the future. Following in the footsteps, of course, her older sister, former world champion, former world record holder, Anna Gay.
Yep.
And, of course, her older brother, Ryan Gay, who's a pretty accomplished trick skier in his own right.
Yep. He competed in the Nationals. He was one of the open competitors. I don't remember how he did.
He skied well. It was a pretty tough cut, of course, there at the US Open, just to King 5, as we watched this replay of Ella, young Ella, around the water, looking very good. I was talking about getting 10 tricks in a run. She's gotten near on 20 tricks in this 20-second run, hasn't she?
It's amazing. And, you talk about the trick being a little more difficult than slalom and jump because you got multiple things you have to do in one 20-second pass and not fall and be fluent going from one trick to the other.
That's right. you know, in slalom, the big danger is do you fall or you get down course. But in tricks, you know, you bobble a little bit. You use maybe one high-scoring trick as no credit, or you just lose time, so you lose 1 or 2 tricks at the end of your run. And that can be the difference in winning a event and coming 6th or 7th.
And it's rhythm. You know, you get that one bobble, you lose your rhythm, and then things got to get readjusted. Every time you readjust, you lose time. Every time you lose time, you lose tricks. And the less tricks, the less points. So, you know, it's just a conglomeration of everything that's got to be in sync. Whoa. What's new on that?
Here we go. A few scores coming through. In the lead, the Italian Arianna Sacco, 4,930 points. Lexi Abelson, she was much closer to her score than I was. Obviously, she lost a little bit to time, 4,300. And then the Swiss competitor, Julie Farr, a little over 4,000 as well. That's sort of some idea of your cut right now. Ella Gay, though, she'll look to challenge that. The young American skier, a big toe run here. She throws herself right in the mix.
So Ella, she was wrapped for quite some time there, but she took her time, made sure she was ready to get started, knowing how important it is to go from one trick to the other. And through experience, even at her 11 years old, she knew to wait until time was right.
Oh, what a toe run from the young girl. She gets the fist throw at the end, a big smile from Ella Gay. And there's a lot of points in that run, Troy.
So, I mean, it's tough. Let's face it. We're talking about Ella Gay living in shadows, if you will, and she's trying to state a name for herself. You know, I know not everybody likes living in the sister's shadow or even dad's shadow or brother's shadow. So Ella's out there. She's putting a stake in the ground, making a name for herself.
Tell you what, though, I wouldn't mind being the worst tricker in the Gay family. That's honestly a big honor for most of us. This is great tricking from the young girl. The toe wake back-to-backs to finish. It's quick, too. You know, she's so little, and she's whipping around fast. She's getting a lot of tricks within that 20-second pass. They might not be the big toe steps we'll see some of these later girls do. But Ella Gay has tricked, I think, probably 4,500 odd points there, which will throw her right in that finals contention.
Yeah, so we're going to start right now our Series 1 in this girls' trick event. There's 12 women on this list. So we're going to know what the cut's going to be here coming up real quick as we got Allie Drake, Team USA competitor, in the water, getting ready to get her mark set in this trick event.
Yeah, well, remembering that Alana Jones went down early, so she's really out of the race. She fell on that first hand trick. Ella Gay tricked well. I don't know that she tricked 4,900, so I'm going to say with a fair degree of confidence that Arianna Sacco with the 4,930 is on the bobble, meaning that each of these next 12 girls need to exceed her to make the final.
Yeah.
And if any one of these girls goes below that point, we will see the Italian skier Arianna into that trick final.
I totally agree. And it's right to say your prediction earlier on is that mid to upper fours to make the cut.
Okay, coming in the wake line 540, a little shaky from the American Alyssa Drake, but recovering well. Of course, she is in the U.S. team, so this is crucial to their hopes at winning the team's title. She's also a strong contender in the overall. A great jumper as Alyssa, and racking on the points and hands now. No flips, but a lot of those tricks were very high difficulty, and she whipped through those wake fives in particular at lightning speed.
She started off, off on the wrong foot, if you will. She bobbled on trick 1, but by the time she got to trick 3 or 4, everything was back in rhythm.
Yeah, it's a great opening hand run. These line tricks, you don't see them quite as much as you used to anymore. They were huge in the 80s and early 90s, but a lot of these girls still pulling them out, and they're worth a lot of points, and they're pretty quick as well. You see here, she just kind of moves through some surface turns, and then wake 540. She does these at lightning speed. The first one is great. The reverse is a wrap-in, and then a wake 5 back to finish, and that's a quick way to score 1,000 points.
That was a great-looking pass for Allie Drake there.
I mean, that's kind of dynamic. Until you have a sequence of flips, because you have to cut out so wide on each flip, and then you land out, that sequence of 3 wake 540s is worth the same as a back flip reverse, and it's probably quicker as well.
Yeah. So we're looking down at the starting dock. We got the dock cam there. These girls are knowing that they're in this group with 12 girls left. It's game time. They're trying to get them relaxed. I don't know if that's coach or who it is, but Dominga down there is next on the dock, and she's looking pretty relaxed, but it won't be long before the game face comes on.
That's right, and it's great to have our co-commentator Cole Kalkbrenner back from the downtown Destin police station where he was carted off just moments ago. I'd love to hear the backstory on that, mate.
Look, we have a lot to talk about, but yes, I was reprehended. It was a situation. We did get it sorted. I have met the lieutenant of South County, Walton. I let him know that we were at the World Championships. I had very important business to do to get back to the commentary booth. So Alyssa Drake here on her second pass.
I don't think Alyssa's buying your story at all by the look at her face.
Yeah, she's very serious.
Okay, coming in the toe 720 to start and whipping through these tricks very quickly and efficiently is Alyssa Drake. This is the highest scoring toe run we've seen so far from these girls. It's going to be a big score from Alyssa if she gets it all together. This is huge for Team USA, and it's huge for Alyssa Drake in the overall competition. She stands up this toe run, and that is going to be your new leader, folks.
How about that? Something about it. She was calling somebody at the end of that run.
She's relieved to have that over. You can see the smile on her face that she stood up both passes, and she knows that she probably doesn't know 4,900 is the point right now and leading, but she knows she stood up and did what she could do.
Well, I tell you what, Allie just tends to always make it very consistent. 5,400, 56, 57. So I'm thinking she's going to take care of that 4,900, no problem. But you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, right? These judges are tough. They know the rules inside and out.
Look, I'd pencil it in right now. Allie Drake through to that trick final. I think our Italian competitor, Ariana Sacca, is still sitting there on the bobble. That, to me, looked like it was in excess of 4,900.
Wow.
Look, there's not a lot you can fault there. You know, I mean, there's really no questionable tricks in that run.
No, the toes were quite clean. I missed the first.
Hand trick's the same story. You know,
beautiful.
It's maybe not the highest difficulty run, but everything is, you know, perfect credit-wise.
What's interesting is, like I said, I've watched this young lady grow up for years, and just the epitome of consistency, Troy. It's good to see these young athletes mastering some of these older runs. I know you probably spoke about that.
Well, not really, and we talked a little bit about consistency and how that is so important in tricks, and that only comes from time on the water, you know, and experience in the big tournaments. So it's amazing they can come out under these conditions, under the pressure they are here at the World Championships, and you know, it's almost got to be second nature to be able to pull through the tricks like they have been so far.
Yes, on the water now is young Dominga Gonzalez. And this is a big moment, I think, in the girls overall. Kennedy Hansen, the out-and-out favorite to win this event. But if anyone is going to put the pressure on her, this young lady has the goods. She's very strong across all three events. Coming in now rope on toe, starting with that 720.
Tell you what, I was very impressed with her slalom skiing earlier today. Went down a little bit earlier than I expected. But getting very deep into the 35 off, and look at these toe tricks. I mean, almost misses the hand there, but excellent.
Yeah, she almost missed the rope there, but she's able to compose herself and finish that pass. You can kind of see, you know, the sun's setting a little bit, guys.
Looks like we lost Troy just for a minute there.
I don't know if that's going to have an effect on how they can see the wakes. Are we too early for that?
Well, the nice thing about the under-17 worlds, unlike maybe the over-35 worlds, is that vision is not yet a problem for these skiers. They have great eyesight, and so should not be an issue, even as the sun sets on another fantastic day of skiing out here on the water at beautiful short line lakes.
Tell you what, Curtis, you were eloquent with words. It's going to be tough to continue to talk that way with a broken jaw. But anyways, Troy, I'll let you. You're sitting between us.
What's that?
Look, Dominga is out and out surprised me with her technique. I mean, if she jumps anything like she slaloms and she tricks, I mean, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with for years. Just incredible in all three events from what I can tell.
I mean, look at the last name and look at the country.
She's good point.
Gonzalez, and she's from Chile. I mean, jump has to be her event.
Well, you see there, we've seen the leaderboard still atop is Ariana Sacco with 4,900. We're still waiting to have Ella's score come in, and then Alyssa Drake. We're still waiting for those last couple trickers as we're working our way, trying to figure out who the top 12 are going to be.
But surely Ella gets an extra 1,000 points for just cuteness and being an 11-year-old superstar.
Well, there's a few in this field that qualify, right? I mean, I'd probably throw the extra 1,000 at Lexi Abelson and young Christiana Diosma as well.
Jeez, yeah, they're all under the age of 12, aren't they? That's just unbelievable. I mean, I think you're going to be hearing a lot of these names for years to come, and already talk about that, really. Some of these scores would be tough for our open women's division to compete with.
Yep. Dominga Gonzalez here. A good chance in the women's overall if she can get through this opening hand pass, the step over tricks to start. And looking the good so far, just piling through quick but high value tricks. The wake fives are crisp and clean. She cuts out now for a flip. The 20 seconds are almost out. And a 5 to finish. Wow, great tricking from the young Chilean.
Forget the back-to-backs and the slides. Let's just go for a 5 back and a front. You know, a 5 back and then the 5 front. I tell you what, I really like the new rule, and I'm excited to see where it takes our sport. Like you said the other day, Curtis, it just builds upon those foundational tricks that are going to make those crisp, clean wake fives like we just saw from young Dominga.
So do you guys think that she negated her reverse flip, knowing where she was at with time and threw in those surface turns, or was that planned?
So she's got so many tricks before then that there's probably no chance of getting it in time. Now, I imagine a reverse flip is a trick that she probably lands occasionally. Maybe it's not consistent enough that she wants to drop out. You know, maybe those wake back-to-backs or the wake 540s to get it in time.
Yeah, definitely not the wake fives. Those are some of the cleanest wake fives I've ever seen, but the wake back-to-backs for sure. Maybe some surface turns. I know I saw a wake front in there. Just that was a setup trick, though, so you got to have those. And I think that's probably a 6,000-point run, but yet you can just see it's imminent that it will be well over 8 here within the next couple of years. I mean, it's just you start adding a few more flips. She's going to have 2,000-plus flips. 2,000 plus in just flips as she comes up the ranks.
I mean, it just looks effortless from her, doesn't it? She was so clean on both passes. She made it look like, she was on holiday.
Yeah, and that's how slalom was.
Corey said we need to measure it.
That one's pretty close.
Oh, boy. Maria from Ukraine coming in for her first pass here.
Yes, young Maria Sitsaria out of the Ukraine, of course, trains out of beautiful Sentosa, that wonderful academy they have there in Dnipropetrovsk in the eastern Ukraine. And she'll be coming in to open up her trick campaign here. Looking the good so far as she moves through the leg over tricks.
I'm not a trick expert, but I've noticed these last two girls, the width of what they're tricking in between the wakes. There's hardly anything there.
It's actually thrown her off a little bit. You saw on those wake 5, she had a little bit of a bobble and crossed the wake unintentionally. Would have lost some time there. But you're right, there's only about a metre from wake to wake there. She's going pretty quick with a pretty short rope. I mean, that rope would be, no more than 11 metres or 38 off.
Yeah.
And no comment for the to wake line back-to-back. The wake line back-to-back. I thought you would be all over that, Curtis. You're a nostalgic bloke.
Just you wait. We got the slow motion replay coming.
So there you go. A new score up on the leaderboard. Ella Gay, 43-20. That puts her in second right now. So I think that was a little bit lower than what we expected.
Well, here's a bit of a blast from the past that I'm sure Curtis is going to get all excited about right there.
Oh, the wake line back-to-back. You just don't see them anymore. I think the Baldwin girls at younger ages, both Kirsten and Brooke, were throwing them way back in the day, but you really don't see the wake line back-to-backs anymore. It's a very undervalued trick.
Well, it's a lot of points, to be quite honest, and you see that the reverse is almost easier than the regular. And I tell you what, Brooke also was toying around with that 7, the wake 7, which is also an older trick.
Well, here you have a shot of us. I'm the odd guy out. I'm Troy Zellner. I know nothing about tricks.
Trick
Curtis
master.
Williams over here. He is our trick expert, and then Cole Cochran joining us as well. We're trying to entertain you through the rest of this day in this event. We're going to name the top 12 girls going out of this trick prelim into the finals.
So just on that, you go back to some old footage of Corey Picos in particular, and some of the line tricks they were doing back in the day. So they used to have a trick which has since been outlawed where they did basically a ski line O where your leg was off. So it was like a wake line ski line O.
That just seems dangerous and unnecessary.
Well, when you watch a guy like Corey Picos does it, it looks beautiful.
Well, I believe that. Patrice Martin, I'm sure, as well.
All right, coming in, guys. Pass number 2, Maria, a Ukraine skier, working her toe pass.
Well, that trademark Eastern European precision as she makes her way through this toe pass. There is no stopping these skiers when they get their mind set to accumulating points out there on rope on toe. The rope is probably on the pole, knowing the Ukrainian coach. They don't mess around with the releases, these folks. They've trained for this run for 2 years. You go out there, you stand it up, and you stand it up good.
Well, is that why she has a big knee brace on?
Maybe. However, I would agree, you don't want any parts to malfunction. Not necessary when you are as talented and solid as these Ukrainian skiers are.
Well, of course, the incentive is they go out there and train in the middle of winter, and you fall off, and you'd literally have frostbite.
Absolutely, yeah. You're not going to want to be in the sub 40s, maybe sub 50 degree water. Hypothermia is a real thing and threat.
Of course, they do have the advantage of doing cross-training in those Olympic swimming pools. They got the 50-meter run they can take where you get about, I think, one trick is really all you can do, but they spend all winter going up and down swimming pools perfecting their trick skiing.
Well, one trick for you. I've seen plenty of them get 3, 4, 5, and it's quite impressive. I mean, like there's a concrete wall coming at them at 19 miles an hour, and they're still just tricking.
Yeah, I'm still adjusting my board shorts, kicking my back foot in, and I'm at the end of the pool.
Well, I mean, who's the first person to try that? Who's the guinea pig for something like that?
I'll do it.
Well, that's not surprising.
Oh, geez. Into the water.
You've hit concrete walls before.
I unfortunately have. Allie Grathwohl. A lot of stories that need to be left untold, especially in the broadcast booth, Troy. But Allie Grathwohl couldn't be a nicer young lady or a nicer family. Look at Alyssa Drake. Not the score we're accustomed to seeing, but enough to get it done and shake up the leaderboard.
Well, the good news is that Nikki Lee has found her red pen and it's working.
Ouch.
But
what was there ever a question?
The trick final is the American Alyssa Drake. Looking to join her is her compatriot Alison Grathwohl.
These Grathwell girls, one as nice as the other. They are tricking fools out of San Marcos River Ranch. Oh, we get a little cased wake, but she's going to do some. Okay, so probably a little bit nerve-wracking for her father and mother to see that cased wake, but she handles it fine, moves right into some surface tricks. I would have thought maybe the reverse was coming, but nonetheless, it's a great opening pass.
Yeah, it's enough. If she backs it up with a toe run, she's certainly going to be looking north of 5,000, which is what it takes. Of course, the cut is our Italian skier sitting with just over 4,900. She is the bobble. You exceed her, you're through to the final. Anything less than that, it's going to be a bit of a nervous wait. Very clean hand tricking, though, from young Ellie Grathwohl. I hope someone is checking to make sure they're not just interchanging these Grathwohl sisters. They do all look very much alike.
Well, there is one brunette, so just saying. Taylor, oddball. The black sheep, if you will.
The black sheep in the family.
No, she's not. She's as sweet as the rest, and clearly all sisters always have a smile on their face, but I agree. There's Vince holding it down.
Lonely Vince in there all by himself.
That man knows how to work. The Waterski Broadcasting Company, we are so glad that they are bringing us coverage for the U-17, U-21, as well as the Open Championships. There's your world champion on the water right now.
You know what he rumors started?
No, they want to get me, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we're waiting past number 2. We're waiting for Allison Grathwohl to come back around. She's an independent skiing out of the United States of America. She's trying to put her mark out there and get in this top 12 so she can compete in the finals. Coming up past number 2 here, guys. This is her toe pass.
And I think this is where Ellie really comes into her own. The toe tricking, her forte. If she can get most of the way down this pass, she should be through to the girls' trick final. Here we are getting to the pointing end of the girls' elimination round here at the 2020 Junior World Champs. Ellie Grathwohl, the American, looking good so far as she makes her way through a rope on toe pass. She's not far away from making this final now. Just a few more tricks. Grabs the rope. A few more to finish. The time is counting down. She'll go over the rope. A toe line O. Unfortunately, I think it's going to struggle to be within the first 20 seconds. But that is enough tricks that I am saying Ellie Grathwohl is into that final.
Yeah, that's your new leader for sure. And, I couldn't agree more with you. This is you just saw it. Toes are definitely where she shines. Has to wait a little bit on the boat there. Maybe outrunning herself there. But, knowing what needs to be done to make it into the finals. And I think you're going to see her push it just a little bit more, amp up the speed a bit. Like you said, there was a few tricks out of time there, but still, incredible toe tricking from Miss Ellie Grathwohl. U.S. is hopeful. I believe she's also a University of Alabama skier. It's pretty interesting to see all these girls and guys, these young men and women that are choosing their colleges here at the Under-17 Worlds. We're not used to talking about that.
Well, we have a new leader, and it's a new leader by a big margin. We kind of picked that one early, but Dominga Gonzalez, 6,200 points. She's through the final, and it's a great score from her. Puts her in a good spot for an overall medal.
Very impressive skiing for Dominga. Now, off in the water, we've got Kennedy Hansen. She is a Team USA competitor. She's coming in, a name that speaks for itself. We've heard her several times. A great overall skier. So now it's Kennedy's time to come in here and show what she's got for us today on the trick ski.
Well, and a coach of Corey Pico, so you think this has got to be one of her favorite events, obviously. And she's super talented, obviously.
Defending world overall champion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have that title, you know, sitting here thinking, is this going to be one of those runs that we think back on when we got to call? We were fortunate enough to call maybe a 2-time world champion by the end of this week.
It's very possible. Very few people can go back-to-back in the overall. It's one of the hardest events to win twice at the Junior Worlds. Kennedy Hansen, though, has a good shot. She has to trick well. This is the biggest risk when you're an overall skier, is getting through. She's bobbled here at the end of this toe run. She will recover, though, outside the wake for a toe line O, toe line back. The clock is ticking. That toe line back-to-back at the end is going to struggle for time. But still, even with that bobble, she composed herself well. She thought well on the fly and did enough that she's still certainly looking pretty to make this final.
Absolutely. As a veteran move, you know, and just so smart. I mean, obviously, Corey and her have spent countless hours and different various points in this run. When things go bad, what do you do? And you can see that right there. She thought so quickly on her toes, literally and figuratively, and moves right into the next trick. Here it is right here after this 5.
Right.
So she misses the rope, goes to back, now does a toe wake front.
Right.
How do you think like that quickly on your toes and then move into your toe wake line O?
Right, so she's lost the toe wake O, but she's replaced it with a toe wake front, which means she's only lost about 200 points.
This is going to be a big run, especially if that toe wake line back-to-back's in time.
Yeah, which is going to come right down to the wire. You saw our unofficial timer on the screen. We're going to have to send Vince back to trick judging school because he's been a little bit off on his starts, though.
All right, well, listen, he's got a few things going on in that booth, you know, so to be pushing 100 different buttons, I mean, you know.
I don't know. I think he's in there taking a nap. He's in there by himself.
In the AC. We're out here.
Sweet transition, bro.
I wish you all could have heard what we heard in our headsets, but, you know, honestly, no joke aside, Vince just continues to amaze me. The professionalism of the TWBC, and it's a showing, and that's why they'll be broadcasting and bringing all of the World Championships in this 2021. Don't forget to go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can look at all of these archived
I don't know Ronnie like
moments.
that. I need to know Ronnie like that. I don't know how
So
all right, so Kennedy Hansen coming in, pass number 2. Little ad-lib there on pass number 1. We've got 7 skiers after her. So we're winding down. We're filling the spots for the top 12 girl skiers here in this U-17 World Championships.
So much pressure on this 20 seconds. It decides the team overall, the individual overall, and the favorite in tricks as well. She's got to get a fair way down this pass for the hopes and dreams of the USA, and she's looking the good so far as she makes her way through this flips. It's the highest caliber of hand pass we have seen so far, and it is happening superbly from Kennedy Hansen. She goes down on that last flip. It doesn't matter. That's enough. She's through to the final. She's disappointed, but the fact that she is hanging on and she will be there come the finals tomorrow means that the USA is still well in pole position, the teams, that it means that she is still the favorite in this overall.
Well, you know, actually, I would say team skier, you know, for her of this team Corey Pico's skiers. Louisa had a great slalom, but doesn't jump, you know, so leading the event right now, or in the overall competition, would definitely be Kennedy, but Dominga a close second.
Yeah,
sure
Ellie Drake, I think, is in the hunt as well.
Absolutely. So the U.S. skiers really going to be giving everybody a run, but just going down on that reverse mode. And, you know, still late 7s, early 8. I mean, not a bad trick score at all. But she has some room for improvement on her slalom. She has some room for improvement on her tricks. So we'll see what we see in finals, but it's looking good.
That's right. Bring you the scores as we get them. But still, we think that the Italian competitor, Ariana, is sitting on the bobble with her 4.930. And it looks like the first sort of 5 skiers in Series 1 have all tricked pretty well and should have exceeded that. Get confirmation, but still sitting on the bobble is Ariana Sacca of Italy.
All right, guys, so off the dock right now from Canada, a Team Canada skier, Olivia Shute. She's going to be coming in for pass number 1. And she was wrapped up for her toe pass to start things off with here. All right, so she's getting herself wrapped up with the rope here. Foot and toe. Here we go. Your call, boys.
Yep, beautiful sunset in the background as Olivia makes her way through this toe pass. Pretty tidy regulation stuff here from the young Canadian so far. She's certainly picking up points as she gets towards the last 5 or 6 seconds in this run. Goes over the line, a great toe line, and then a toe step back as well. Well, it's going to come down to where the final 20 seconds lies, but that was a fantastic opening toe pass from the young Canadian.
You can say that again. I'm thinking to myself, who the heck is Miss Olivia Shute? Because she just did, I'd say Neely and Anna's run just as good as they do it. Maria posting a score of 56.50, but right now you are seeing Olivia Shute, Canadian skier, just absolutely throwing down the gauntlet on her first 20-second pass, the rope on toe pass. Incredible skiing right there. If her hand pass has half of the skill level that this one does, we might be looking at a competitor here to be top the leaderboard.
Well, I think she gets any sort of second pass at all, it's going to punch her ticket for the finals at least. But your tricks isn't much different than slalom and jump, where these girls really it's a seeded event when you get to the top 12. So the higher the points, the later in the run or the later down the running order they can come off the dock and see how the other girls are skiing, making adjustments and so forth and so on. So there you go, new leader, Allie Grathwall, 65.70.
As we suspected, must have been more in time than we thought, so maybe Vince just fat-fingered that trick timer and threw us for a loop. But I tell you what, I think Allie's got more left in it. She can amp it up a little bit and bring it for that finals. But she's already punched her ticket. She's done what she needed to do today. Now it's on to Tuesday.
I don't want to speak too soon, but if we could pull that leaderboard back up, there is an interesting dynamic. I actually think this cut is going to end up quite a bit lower than we were expecting, because one of the skiers left to come is Sadie Ferguson, and I don't think that Sadie is going to trick. She did slalom early this morning, but with the dodgy knee, tricking is near on impossible, which means that effectively Ariana Sarko is going to be in this final, and Ella Gay really is the bobble at 43.20.
Wow. Well, I got to be honest, boys. I'm very excited about this hand pass. Looks like we're going to start with some wake line tricks. Curtis, you're the resident trick expert. You call this one.
Yep, wrapped up to start with the wake line 540 is young Olivia Shute, and she'll just throw her leg over a couple more times, kick the back foot in, and move through some standard wake tricks. Some good crisp wake 540s, doing them all in the air, the wrap-in tricks, very 1980s from her, and she'll have a couple flips to finish. This was quick. She should have room for a couple here in time. She stands up the reverse, and that is great tricking for the young Canadian. Put her through to the final, no doubt about it.
Well, I tell you what, she has caught my eye. This young lady has all the talents you'd want in this trick event. I'm sure as the years pass, she's going to be adding more flips to that, taking out some of those surface tricks, and this is already a very, very big score. She's going to challenge our leaderboard. Probably not going to be able to take Kennedy Hansen down, which her score hasn't come through, but that 6,500 points is no longer safe for Miss Allie Grathwall.
So Olivia Shute finishing up her pass for Team Canada. Very impressive trick in there, Cole. She's just came out slugging, knowing that, seeing the other girls in front of her piling up the points.
We'll hold the phone, Troy.
We got a new leader, Kennedy Hansen, 77.50.
As we suspected, late sevens. We know that Kennedy is obviously capable of going in excess of 9,000 points, or at least late eights. Just incredible skier all around, but 77.50 is going to be close. I don't think Olivia Shute can eclipse that. However, she put her best foot forward anyway. She's going to leave it with the judges.
So coming on the water right now, an independent out of Canada, Megan Pelkey. These girls are tricking up a storm, so Megan knows she needs to get as many in she can on each 20-second run.
Well, I'll tell you what, that we spoke about this already, but that youth program in Canada with the Llewellyns and obviously the Dodds, many of famous names, McClintocks, of course. Can't you'd be remiss not to bring them into the names dropping there, but we've got back-to-back Canadians that are doing absolutely high-level toe tricks. Look at this, maybe a little bit watered down. She's going to move into her toe wake back-to-backs here. I'm sure there might have been a reverse normally, but she's just going to make sure that she punches her ticket tomorrow, or tonight, for the finals tomorrow.
Yep, standing up past number 1, Megan Pelkey. You can watch on the slow-mo here, starting with that toe 7. You can see the sunset. Now, some of these girls actually may have been fighting the sun this morning in the slalom event.
Yeah, that's a tough way to go, but you know what? What else can you ask for? We're in South Walton County, beautiful Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, and you get to trick with the sunset in the background at beautiful Corey Pico's ski and wake. I mean, it just doesn't really get much better than this.
No, and the conditions have been phenomenal.
Fought a little bit of rain in Familles, a little bit of rain the evening before, so a little bit of a full pool, if you will, a little movie, but the conditions are only going to get better. There's water coming out daily. It's evaporating. Obviously, it's 100 degrees here in sunny Florida, but I don't think you can ask for a better venue for World Championships, and obviously South Walton, Florida, putting it on. There's so much to do for the whole family. It's not just a water ski paradise. It's also a paradise for the whole family. Beautiful beaches. I just can't say enough about this area. I've been visiting it for over 2 decades, and I never cease to be amazed. Always find a new gym out there.
Well, this is my first time, Cole, but I'm going to have to come back because I'm spending all day out here because I can't take my eyes off the water ski action. I have yet to actually get in the water at the beach yet, so I'm going to have to plan a separate trip out here to enjoy everything that Santa Rosa Beach and South Walton has to offer.
Well, you'll be welcomed by the Picos family. I'll tell you that much. They are all-inclusive, and that's just what we love about the sport. So, again, I can't say enough about that family and everything they do for our sport. So, come out and visit them for sure.
All right, starting past number 2. This is Megan Pelkey. She's an independent out of Canada.
A little scary on that first wake line but now she's caught her composure, moving into some 5s here, getting her foot dialed in. Oh man. Just having a bit of a struggle here. See if we can get one more 5 in. Oh!
I almost feel like something happened with her rear toe strap. That back foot was just not settling in. You've seen her try to shove that foot back in the rear toe strap a couple different times. Let's watch this replay and see if you guys think the same.
Well, she almost goes down there.
Had the full leg, not just the foot in the water. You have to do that for it to be credit. But she had her upper thigh in the water there on that first wake line trick. Recovers well. It starts to look a little better from young Megan. But unfortunately, things really came unstuck during the Wake 540s here at the end. You'll see the first one, the ski slide. She's unlikely to get this one paid by the judges. And then here on the reverse, something strange, as you point out, Troy, happens in the landing. Her back foot almost comes flying out. It's almost like something broke loose there on the back of that kicker.
Yeah, and a couple tricks before that, when she was actually outside the wake, she readjusted that foot back in.
And she was doing the head first slide into the water there on that last 5. But, you mentioned something there about that first 5, almost that it was slid. But I think it was the nose of the ski. So it could potentially get paid, and that would be that's going to be huge, because I think she's going to be close to that 4,300 points. I know she's probably capable of much more, but that was an unfortunate early fall and just a bit of a bobble everywhere there.
Right, just confirmation on the leaderboard of what I think anyone watching already knew, that Kennedy Hansen and Olivia Shute, with their fantastic trick performances, are in the lead and, of course, through to the trick final. That means technically Ariana Saka is still sitting on the bobble. Because we think Sadie Ferguson is going to be a scratch, she should be through. That cut is still Ella Gay, and it's going to be close between Megan Pelkey, what she's just done, and the cut of 4,300 points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be very close. We're going to leave it with the judges, and you never want to do that as a tricker. You don't want to leave it to the red pin, do you, Curtis? I'm sure you've been.
So this is Emma Davis.
In my time.
Emma is a independent USA skier, so she's actually on the running order, our 5th from the bottom skier. So depending on what Sadie does, we're looking at 3, possibly 4 skiers after Emma.
Yeah, great toe tricking from the young girl out of the southeast of the United States.
Beautiful 5 front there. Look at that. To have that toe run in your bag of tricks at such a young age means one thing. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the overall event for years to come.
Yeah, just getting confirmation through from the starting dock that Sadie Ferguson will not be tricking. I don't think that'll shock too many people who have been following her. Of course, she had a injury on a bit of a dodgy jump landing in practice where she sort of sucked a ski and has done something pretty serious to her, is it her left knee?
Well, it was a gutsy performance out of her to get literally within a buoy of making it to the slalom final. We thought maybe it might give her the confidence necessary, but I think what happened is she came around 2-ball. She definitely loaded that knee again, and it was her left knee. So unfortunately, just gonna probably scratch, maybe see how she feels, and so maybe we will see.
I think having gone through injuries as a 3-event skier, you'll find that when you have a bad knee or ankle, slalom is typically the easiest event to get back to. Obviously knee and ankle flex are important, but you can get by with a lot of back foot, stiff-legged pressure if you have to. Trick skiing, though, near impossible. If you can't flex those knees and ankles, sure, you could strap up and go out there, but you're not going to be able to execute many of your tricks at all.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that's what's going on. But right now we've got Emma Davis on the water, sporting that good trick ski. Gotta love that.
So this is pass number 2 here for our independent USA skier, Emma Davis. And then we've got confirmation 3 after her, so things are getting down to the wire here.
Love these tricks. We're going to move into the flips here. How about the reverse? Excellent skiing. Great job. The young Emma Davis smiles big as can see it all the way from here in the announcer's booth. Congratulations. Wow. Megan Pelkey, surprising all of us, must have had some big point tricks in there. 48.90, but in a time review, so we're going to take the extra time to make sure that 48.90 stands, because it does affect our bubble skier, Miss Ella Gay.
Well, we do have Kennedy Hansen also has a time review going on as well.
Yeah, I'm going to say not quite as bold a call for Kennedy Hansen, but for Megan Pelkey, a time review, assuming it's only on one pass, there's no trick she does that is worth 600 or more points.
Good point.
Which means even if she were to lose a trick, and she may gain a trick for all we know in the time review, she should still be through to that trick final.
You're right. But however, if she gains a trick and it puts her over 5,000, that would put her over the 4,900. But I guess with young Sadie,
we think that the bobble is currently Ella Gay, who tricked, I think, 4,320. She is not currently in this final. She needs one of these last sort of 3 trickers to come, and of course the 2 couple scores we haven't got yet to be under that mark.
Right. So it's getting very interesting down here at the end of this girls' trick preliminary event. Yeah, third from the end right now from Team Canada or for Team Canada is Hannah Stopnicki. She's going to come in. She knows some girls have been out here making some big scores, and she's got to do 2 full passes so she can get into the finals.
Again, you can't say enough about the youth program with our neighbors to the north. The Canadians just continue to pump out incredible 3-event skiers. It's not just a one-trick pony. I mean, you know, even Ryan Dodd, you think of him as just a jumper, but man, the guy in the 3 events is just incredible in all 3, upwards of 8,000 points in trick, which is just crazy to me. But Hannah Stopnicki flying through these toe tricks. Look at this. She's not watering anything down. She is going for it. To Waco and now into her steps. Look at that.
Yeah, great toe pass from the young Canadian. He's the little flicks there at the end, just picking up valuable points. Should be a toe pass up close to 3,000 points to open. And sitting pretty to make this trick final. And I'll just correct you, because I think you've undersold our friend Ryan Dodd. He has a personal best in excess of 10,000 in a trick ski.
In a trick ski.
That's right.
Good gracious.
You know, it's funny, I'm a big Olympics tragic, and I was watching the Olympics recently, and Canada did really well in the beach volleyball. And part of me was a little bit struck, because there really can't be that many beaches in Canada, or at least beaches that people go to or hang out and play volleyball. And it's a little bit like water skiing and trick skiing in particular. I mean, they have such a short season. How are they good at these sports? What are they doing up there?
Their funding is phenomenal.
Well, and they spend 90% of their lives in Orlando, Florida.
I imagine the beach volleyball team might be a similar stage. It doesn't matter how good your funding is. If you don't have a beach, it's pretty hard to play beach volleyball.
Look at the personality. Young Louisa, obviously a D3 skier, and D3, a proud sponsor of the Waterski Broadcast Company. I just continue to be amazed what that family continues to do to support 3-event water skiing. Creed's an incredible guy, hopefully watching his young athletes take to the water. Supports so many of them, for that matter. It's just incredible. I mean, he knows the costs associated with this sport, and he continues to give back and help countless parents across the world, not just here in America.
All right, setting up for pass number 2. Getting her equipment changed out on the boat. That's Hannah Stopnicki. I got to think she's getting close to that. They're only allotted a certain amount of time at each end of the lake to change equipment.
Oh, I'll turn it up, Troy. Trying to stir up some controversy here in the announcers' booth. I'm
Absolutely.
sure they're all over it.
Hey, not going to lie, I was thinking it, so you're only saying what I was thinking.
So they actually have, of course, built into the zero-off system and the interface in these ski nautiques. They have timers that will beep. They'll give you a warning beep and then a beep when it's time to get in, similar to slalom skiing.
Wow. Well, you really are a trick guy.
The boats I drive and hang out of don't leave trick mode.
Wow.
All right, this is going to be a
big jumpers.
Hand pass for Hannah Stopnicki. Pass number 2. She had a good toe pass on pass number 1.
Look at that wake line 5. Incredible. I'm going to move through these wake line tricks. Throw that back foot in and move into the wake spins. Here we go. Get it going. Beautiful 5. All of these tricks, just great credit. Look at that 5 front.
Look
5
at her
back.
just...
Oh, and a fist pump. You should see Curtis's face right now, folks. He's got a smile on as big as Hannah Stopnicki.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's just so beautiful to watch. You know, it's not the biggest trick run we'll see all day. It's not Kennedy Hansen. But this young lady was so crisp, so clean. She did everything perfectly out there. And, you know, as a trick ski tragic like myself, it was just fantastic to watch.
Watch her eyes throughout this pass. Anytime she could look up into the boat, look at her. Every time she can look into the boat, she's looking into the boat. Just peeking down at the wakes for her wake tricks. Now, right back up at the boat.
Yeah, like Curtis said, I mean, every trick, absolutely textbook. Crisp, look at this. I mean, that's an incredible 5. And now watch this 5 front. Just heaps of air. No question there. Nikki, keep your pin in your pocket because you're not going to need it for this run.
We probably shouldn't pick on Nikki so much. I think she's actually chief scorer for this tournament, so she doesn't even get to make these calls.
Oh, you know, she can handle it. Look, she's been in the game for so long. It's fun to poke some fun there. And again, we can't thank all of our judges and officials, drivers. It's just the TC, the tech crew, all of it is just incredible. We've seen less than any delays, and the one that we did, you know, is kind of unavoidable with the jump anchor, and look how quickly they got it back together. We're going to be finished here. Is this one of our last skiers on the water?
Penultimate skier of the day, Luisa Jaramillo, of course, the somewhat of a hometown hero, though she is from Colombia. Just for American fans out there, Emma Davis, 4,900 points, confirmed through to the final.
Congratulations to young Emma Davis.
Here she is. She leads the slalom going to the final with a fantastic 2 at 10.75, and she is whipping through these toe tricks at a great rate of knots. It is crisp, clean toe tricking from the young Colombian. What can't she do out here today? Whips that last toe wrapping around. There's a few seconds left on the clock, and she's done. She takes her foot out of the toe piece. She's happy.
She's smiling. She's a little relieved after that pass. I bet that's not her cleanest pass that she's ever done, but nonetheless, she got through it standing up. So now it's just up to the judges to make the calls, and they're going to stop the other end, Cole, and make some changes between skis and ropes.
And no doubt Corey's in the boat. He's going to have a chat to her. Look, this is probably a bit of a watered-down run. Again, this is an incredible trick family, incredible trick mecca, if you will, and gets to ski with the legend Corey Pico's daily, and these are her home leagues. She works here at Corey Pico's Waterski School, so if you want your young daughter to have a mentor in that of Luisa, she is just as pleasant to be around as you'd think. But like you said, with that toe run, it's not going to take much to eclipse that 4,300, which maybe, unfortunately, for the young superstar Nella Gay, might put her out of the finals, looking in. But honestly, her day will come, and it's just it was an incredible feat to see her take to the water today. So proud of her.
Looking at her trick scores and how well Luisa can trick, and of course her fantastic slalom score earlier this morning. And it's a real shame she's not jumping, because Luisa does jump. Jump is certainly not a strong event, but she's jumped, 30 meters, 100 feet before. And honestly, that distance might be enough to get her, not win the overall, but get her a medal in the overall.
Absolutely would. Yeah, you're right. Even a 30-meter jump would do it.
I think so. It's not too late necessarily. I mean, they haven't jumped yet. It's still tomorrow. If I was Corey Picos or the Colombian team manager, I'd be telling her to strap those jump skis on and just have a little bit of a poke at it tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Luisa coming in for her second pass, wrapped up for the wake line 540. She needs to get about halfway down this to make this trick final. Doesn't need to rush things, has the luxury of knowing what to beat and taking things pretty slow, but she's looking the good so far as she moves through these wake 540 spins. Pretty crisp and clean, a little bit bobble on the wake 5 back, but she's recovered. A bit of a low line drive flip to start. The reverse she gets, the big smile, and she is through to that trick final.
Oh, she almost falls messing around, but she's selling herself to the judges, and very impressive. Luisa, our second from the last skier today, and then we will be concluding the daily events here and setting the stage for the top 12 in these girls' preliminary tricks.
Yeah, yet another exciting day of water skiing here at the U-17. It's just pretty incredible. I'm consistently amazed with all of the talent, and I can almost hear Corey's voice in the back of my head telling Luisa, what was that? Slow down. What are you doing? Calm down. Slow down. But nonetheless, getting it done.
What accent is it you're doing here, Cole, for your Corey impression? Is that what Corey sounds like?
It's a bit what he sounds like, yeah.
Okay.
A little bit crazy. It's crazy. A little too crazy. But Louisa is a bit crazy, and look at that smile. She's having a great time out there. Almost goes down right here. Can you imagine if she would have dug a tip there on the Waterski Broadcasting Company for all of her family and fans to see? Wow. Hold the phone, like we said, not the biggest run out there, not going to challenge Kennedy Hansen, but 60-20 for Hannah Stopnicki. That might be in the personal best area. I mean, that was just unbelievable. And to do it right here at the World Championships, you got to be proud of her, and I'm sure Mom and Dad are watching from somewhere, hopefully on site.
So here's the equation, team. We have one skier left, our final skier of the day, Daniela Verswivel of Colombia. There is one spot left in the final. It's either going to go to Daniela or young Ella Gay. 40 seconds to decide who your final competitor in that trick final tomorrow afternoon is. Will it be the young 11-year-old from the USA, or will it be this young lady from Colombia? She's looking the good so far, is Daniela. She moves through this toe pass, some good toe line tricks to finish. Takes the big hit on the toe line back-to-back. And that one there could be the difference. It won't take too many hand tricks for her to get that last spot.
Well, I tell you what, she's going to be giving her pin puller quite a big hug for holding on to that last one.
So Daniela finishing up on this replay, her first pass, electing to go toes.
Boy, that toe weight climb back-to-back right there, that is a big hit. But in the back position, you can take that hit. So, absolutely great pin pulling. And I told you already, it takes a bit of a village to put this all together for each of these athletes to perform at the absolute highest level. So, congratulations to both the skier on the water and that pin puller out there. Our last skier on the water here at the U-17 World Championships.
It's a lot of pressure sometimes being the pinner. You kind of almost literally have someone's life or their well-being in your hands, and there's almost no feeling worse than pinning someone early at a major tournament.
Well, I tell you what, look at that. Louisa plugging more of her gear. Reflex, a sponsor here. Oh, here we go, sunscreen.
Yeah, big Neutrogena fan.
My goodness, Louisa.
Those are from Staples, those scissors.
Wow. So I tell you what, Louisa having fun out there. Had a great day on the slalom event. Had a great day in the trick event. I'm sure we're going to see her atop the leaderboard any moment. They are all getting together. This is the last skier of the day. What an incredible second day at the U-17 World Championships.
That's right. As the sun literally sets on another fantastic day of water skiing, we have Daniela Verswivel of Colombia looking to see if she can take that last spot in the girls' trick final. 4,320 of Ella Gay, the score to beat. She's only going to need a few more tricks in this pass to get there. The ski line back straight into the flips for the young Colombian. She's looking the good. She's just about done enough already. In fact, write her name in the book. She'll be through that final. Poor 11-year-old Ella Gay. She'll have to come back 3 or 4 more times to try and make a trick final. But a big run from her to finish, and the cheer goes up from the Colombians.
Look, she wasn't worried about the 4,300. That might have been done on that hand pass. Incredible skiing from the young Colombian.
That was the pin person before she was even done with her pass. So it is a team event, and the pin person's a big influence on that tricker's performance.
Boy, I tell you what, I've had some knocked out, drag out, yelling matches with one of my training partners. I'm sure he's watching from Australia. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. We were training for a World Championships, and as we see this replay, what an incredible run she put together. What a way to cap off another great day of water skiing here at beautiful Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. Corey Pico's Wake and Water Ski School.
Yeah, watch this final trick here from her. This was a great little mobe to finish. She almost slipped out, but she had the presence of mind to throw quickly into a back-to-back and actually ski out of it. And hopefully that last one's in time. 800 points that trick.
Look at that smile, I tell you what. All right, so Louisa's score, probably not what she's used to, but it is enough. I think I saw 55.90, is that right?
That's right, and we're about to wrap things up for the day. We don't have a score for Daniela yet. There are still a couple of reviews, but I can say with a fair degree of confidence that the 12 skiers through the trick final will be Italy's Ariana Sacco, Alyssa Drake of the USA, Dominga Gonzalez of Chile, Maria Cizzaria of the Ukraine, Ali Grathwohl of the USA, Kennedy Hansen the USA, Olivia Shute the Canadian, Megan Pelkey the Canadian, Emma Davis the American, Hannah Stopnicki the Canadian, and then the two Colombians, Luisa Jaramillo and Daniela Swizzle, which means all 11 in Series 1 all skied to seeding and all made the final, which, in the history of the trick event may have never happened before.
Well, it's incredible skiing, and it's just another great day here at the IWWF World Championships. Troy, we're going to let you close it out, but what a great day, and thank you to the Waterski Broadcasting Company. And Troy, we had a little bike accident here.
As we watch a bike crash in the background, hey, I just want to say thank you to the whole crew at the Waterski Broadcasting Company. Cole, this is our last stint here in this event announcing. We both head home tomorrow. Curtis, good luck to you with Tony the rest of the week, bud.
Well, thanks. It's been great, bringing this to you under adversity, of course. The B team's been here all week. I mean, Vince and Calvin and likes of us and all the rock stars will be flying in from Washington later tonight, and we'll go back to the sidelines, limbering up, stretching, just in case there's an injury. But
well, in our headset, we're here, and Vince give us a little words of encouragement. And I tell you what, after that, the second day of skiing, I decided to go ahead and change my flight, Troy. After a visit to the South Walton County Police Department, I won't be leaving till Wednesday. So, I'm sure there's lots of stories we had and lots of beverages to talk it over with. But, again, just an incredible day of water skiing. Thank you to everybody at the Waterski Broadcasting Company, the Picos family, and all of our judges and officials. We're going to sign off here and go get some much-needed rest and liquid so that we can bring you guys some more action tomorrow. Well, look, one more scores here.
Oh, now moving in second spot, we had one late score come in. Danella, 69.80. So things are changing. You can check it out online later on, but we're off. We appreciate everybody, and thank you for watching the broadcast here from South Walton, Florida at the Picos Ski Center in Santa Rosa Beach. We're signing off for the 2020 IWWF World Under-17 Water Ski Championships.
Troy, we're going to miss you. Thanks for all you did over the last 2 days. I know it was a kind of a last-minute trip for you, so we appreciate you coming down. And when do you leave tomorrow? Just curious.
Tomorrow morning.
Okay. So, unfortunately, we won't be blessed with his voice for another, but I'm sure there's many of Waterski Broadcasting Company broadcasts coming your way. So there it is. Is that the official 12
unofficial.
right there?
Unofficially
official.
Unofficially official, that's right. I'll tell you what, back to Troy's voice, your vocal cords, I hear there's a petition to put them in the Smithsonian after that 8-day slalom announcing stint at U.S. Nationals.
Dude, you heard me on the PA. All right, you guys, thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody take care and be safe.
Have a safe flight home.